Dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to the Watch My pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind here, joined once again by Danny Rumpers, a very inconvenient Lynn. Have you learned your lesson after wearing a romper?
I have so much respect for ladies, all the ladies out there. It's rough. I mean, I get rompers look good, I guess. And this is my first time trying out a romper. It's
so cute.
It's pretty inconvenient.
Yeah,
I would say.
There comes a time during the day when you may or may not need to visit a certain room, and that's when the romper is starting to become a bit of an issue.
Right.
But I'm glad you're on board with us now. So, but again, it looked cute. Now, speaking of cute, we do also have our virtual friend Jonathan Reinforce Larson joining us.
Hello. I don't know what a romper is, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask. So let's just get on with
That's
it.
okay. I'll explain it to you like you're 5 a little later.
Okay, got it.
But,
yeah.
Guys, we are in the second week of the 2022 season. In fact, we're almost towards the end of that second week of the 2022 season, and already trust has been broken. Yep, that's right. Promises have been made as well. Unlikely heroes have emerged. Giants have fallen in week number 1 already. It's very dramatic. Alas, okay, most teams have yet to play their 3rd match of the season, so I guess all hope is not lost for all the teams out there. So no matter how grim their first week might have looked like, I think there are some bright spots, some silver linings, if you will, for all the teams in our league. So let's take a look at that. Reinforce Vancouver Titans, they've yet to win a match, but I think in their match this week, there were some clear signs of life there, right? Right?
Were there? I mean, yeah, there were some, I guess.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, Aspire's Widowmaker looked pretty good on
there we go.
Dorado, I suppose. I mean, I'll just say it, okay? I'm just gonna say it. I mean, the real question is if they can translate this to some actual wins, because I mean, historically, like that hasn't been the case for the Vancouver Titans. I mean, their greatest achievement in the past 2 years, since getting rid of a Grand Finals roster is having a marketing campaign that was about them losing and feeding breadsticks to their fans. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't particularly feel too great about this roster showing some silver linings and hopefully getting some wins. I mean, the last two matches that we've seen from the Vancouver Titans, this one here against the Florida Mayhem and the one prior against the London Spitfire, I mean, that was some of the worst Overwatch I've seen in the Overwatch League, only rivaled by worst Vancouver Titans performances. So you're sitting here, the first thing you ask me in the show is to talk about silver linings. And I'm sitting here feeling like I'm talking about brown linings. Because quite honestly, it's just not been up to par so far for the Vancouver Titans. And you know what the worst part is? You know what the worst part is, Zoe? This is a legitimately good roster. This is a roster that has not in any way affected the previous roster's reputation, okay? They're coming in clean to this season and they just want to rack up some wins. So they have no business being branded as this Vancouver Titans team that is jumbled in, it's like dismissed as one of the worst teams in the league. This team legitimately has talent. You're telling me that Masa, who was in the grand finals 9 months ago, is now suddenly washed. You're telling me that Shockwave, who was part of the Philadelphia Fusion seamlessly last year and actually put out some good performances, is now also just permanently benched. Aztak, when he came into the season in 2020, was signed by Toronto Defiant. I mean, he was so good in contenders that people legitimately said, like, oh, maybe he's like a sneaky Rookie of the Year candidate because Aztak's Ana was so good in contenders. So Vancouver Titans, they have all these pieces, and now they're just suddenly just dismissed. They're like, oh, they're not Overwatch League caliber anymore? Like, I don't buy it. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. This team, Vancouver Titans, they have talent. It's the reason why no one wanted to rank them 20th in the power rankings going into the season. And since May of 2020, when the head coach Flubby and general manager Justin was hired, they've been 6-35 in matches. So they gotta figure something out because I'm tired of watching the Vancouver Titans losing all the time. The fans are tired of cheering for them. I want to see some life from this roster because this roster has talent and they can play better than what they've done the past two matches. There you go. I said it.
That was, thank you for your TED Talk.
This was supposed to be like a really positive segment, but hey, but yeah, you said there is talent on that roster. We do have individuals which we know their solo performances can, bring a W, right? And we have seen that those solo performances can have a huge impact in our new shiny 5v5 Overwatch. Now imagine having not one but 2 star caliber DPS on your squad to actually do that.
Yeah, 2. I mean, I'm talking about, yes, New York Excelsior. Everybody, my point is really simple. All right, they do have 2 losses, but they went up against Gladiators and Atlanta Reign, 2 of the better teams that we have in the league currently. So it's okay. It's okay to lose in your first week. Now, if we look at the DPS lineup, we have Yaki, who was a star player from the Florida Mayhem, and then we got Flora, who was with the NYXL last year and coming back this year. These 2 great DPSs, Flora, of course, great hit scan, and now he could play the Widow, the Soldier, who are more of the meta picks right now. Yaki, he sort of brought out the Echo play that we are seeing more prominently in the league right now as well. And also, he is a great Genji player as well. So these 2 players do have all the meta heroes under their belt. And not only that, these 2 players are also great Tracer players as well, as we are seeing right now. So hey, if you got 2 great star DPS players, there's nothing to worry about. Excelsior fans, you guys are good. 2 losses, but it's fine. They got everything under control.
Exactly. It's just been 1 week, just 2 losses. Like everything is still out in the open. They do have to play
Hopefully.
6 matches.
I'll buy that.
Kind of everything is.
I'll buy that, by the way. I'm sorry I was so upset. I am actually optimistic about the New York Excelsior.
No, it means you care. It means you care, and we like that.
They're good. Those guys. Like those guys.
Exactly. Those guys. I got a few more guys for you to look at, which are pretty good. A team which kind of took us on an emotional roller coaster is the Houston Outlaws. Now, they took down the Dallas Fuel in a very dominant fashion, nonetheless. And then they bent the knee to the Toronto Defiant. And afterwards to the San Francisco Shock. Of course, we've spoken about Dante at great length, and I think at least once per pre-show, actually, we had a segment about Dante and his Doomfist. But they also do have the reigning Rookie of the Year, Pelican, on their team. And if you have Pelican, you have no excuse not to absolutely slap on the server. Alas, when they did get to dictate the tempo and play to their strengths, which clearly did revolve around Dante's Doomfist play, they did look like a formidable opponent. I mean, the Toronto match was actually very close. That it could have gone either way in the end. And Shock, they are currently the best team we have in the league, and they did drop a map against the Houston Outlaws, almost 2 maps in fact. So, you know what? I think Green Cowboys, those are quality losses. I'm not worried just yet about that squad. I do think they can make it work.
I mean, it's Pelican. Best bird.
Pelican.
Best
exactly.
bird we have in the
Actually, the best bird in the league.
What other bird? Oh, we have Hawk too.
Yeah, but really, if you compare a Pelican to a Hawk, I think Pelican wins.
Pelican could eat a Hawk.
Actually could. You might do, actually. We don't know. Either way, I feel like that was a lot of positivity, which is something you might not be used to from our desk. So let's give our community a little bit of a time to digest all those rainbows and the smiles. And we will be back after a quick break to break down some of today's matches. So stick around. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show. Today's highlight has got to be our second match of the day between the Dallas Fuel and the LA Gladiators. The Gladiators, I mean, they had a very dominant showing in week one, currently sitting very comfortable on their 2-0 record, while Dallas, I'd say they had a more questionable entry into the fifth season of the Overwatch League. So let's take a closer look at both of those teams' schedule for this first tournament cycle, within which they have to play 6 matches overall. So let's see what they still got coming their way, starting with the Dallas Fuel here. I believe out of their upcoming matches, the Gladiators, that's the big one.
Right.
Defiant, Eternal, and Uprising, they should theoretically have that in the bag. But we also thought they can, you know, clap the Houston Outlaws, which did not happen. However, they did look very dominant when they went up against the Washington Justice. So right now, we know nothing. But what we do know is the Gladiators is going to be the big test. And if they manage to come out on top, they might be able to ride that high and win literally all 4 of their next matches. That is very doable. Now, if we're looking at the other side, though, the Gladiators, they have a little bit of a tough road ahead of themselves. Yeah, that they got the they got the blue teams out of the way very early in New York Excelsior, Boston Uprising. It was convincing, and they looked really up to what we expected of them. Like, I think Gladiators, the squad this year, has been very hyped up coming into the league, and they delivered. Now, Dallas Fuel, that might be a tricky one for them. I am very interested to see which Dallas Fuel is showing up, and also if they can make it work. And if they then manage to take the Dallas Fuel down decisively, the shock coming after, that's going to be like the second big hindrance. And then they still have the Atlanta Rain waiting for them. So Gladiators have a tough first tournament cycle ahead of them. So really winning this match would set the tone nicely for either team moving forward. So let's discuss how they can get this done. Now, starting with a closer look at what we've seen from Dallas so far. Reinforce, why don't you start us off? What stood out to you looking at the Dallas Fuel?
What stood out to me was how much Zarya they're actually committing to playing the Dallas Fuel. Zarya, of course, we have seen it around the league quite a bit, specifically on some maps like Eichenwalde, for example, where it's a bit closer and you can really emphasize the damage play on your team. You can Zarya bubble your Nano Genjis or your Nano Reapers, for example. And Dallas Fuel, they made the most of that in week 1 when we saw Hanbin a lot in the lineup playing the Zarya for them. But I'd actually like to see them move away from that. I don't think this is sustainable for the Dallas Fuel moving forward. Actually, according to the Scrimbox Exchange, Zarya was predominantly a lot of meta like 3 weeks ago in scrims, but it feels like the meta has developed since then, and most successful teams we're watching right now, they're leaning towards the Winston, they're leaning towards the Doomfist. So even though Dallas Fuel could make the case that saying, hey, we're pretty much only playing Zarya on maps that require us to play Zarya, I don't actually think that's the case. I think they're committing a bit too much to the Zarya. I think perhaps they should lean more on Fearless and his Winston play, because Fearless, I mean, he's one of the best Winstons in the entire league. And we've heard so much about Hanbin's Doomfist. Well, maybe it's time to bring out Hanbin on the Doomfist and start setting the pace. Because the Dallas Fuel, the reason why they were so successful last year was because they were the ones setting the pace, they were the one pushing the momentum and making it really difficult for the enemy team. Just playing the Zarya here, you're not going to get that.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more.
And so I'd want to see them move away from the Zarya and perhaps commit more to the Winston and Doomfist in this match.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, if you have Fearless on your team, you have... Why wouldn't you just play to your strength and like swap him in on that Winston? Now, playing to their strength, that's definitely something they can do because there is a lot of strength to choose from. One of them being, of course, Sparkle with his Genji. How did he fare so far in the league?
I think he's been perfectly fine. I mean, of course, they did lose against the Houston Outlaws, but I mean, it's still, that doesn't mean that he's a bad Genji. I think he is one of the best Genjis that we have in the league. And like Johnny said, you know, Dallas is good at like setting the tempo and making things difficult for their enemy team. And I think Sparkle's Genji is more than capable of doing that. As we're seeing, 4th eliminations, 4th in final blows, and 3rd for solo kills. But this is out of all the matches that they played. And this is, I think, still very impressive. I think, like Zoe, like you said, playing to their strength is what they still have to do. And Sparkle's Genji is, I mean, one of my personal favorite things to watch.
Oh, yeah.
So I really want to see that Genji play.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's almost infuriating that he didn't absolutely pop off because he shoehorned that Genji in so hard last season
year, right.
when he wasn't even meta. He still tried to make it work and did make it work. Well, okay, there were some really hilarious lowlights as well when it didn't, but like when it worked really well. So you would expect him to really thrive right now. So I hope that the Dallas Fuel can lean more on all those things they have to lean on, and that's it's not a short list of things. Another thing, of course, with the prevalence of Ana in our current meta, just you have to look at the Ana players from both of those teams because this is a juicy head-to-head we get to see between Shu and Fielder. So let's take a look at the numbers first here before I start gushing about Shu for 5 minutes. That's just a thing I do. Yeah, I mean, you can see like they are both up there, obviously, and they might be the difference maker because just judging by the numbers, like Shu has to step up, obviously, in the Bionate kill kind of department. Fielder has had a really good run, but also Fielder really came alive at the end of week 1. They had a match against the Washington Justice where Fielder, he was just having free range right there. But Shu was unsurprisingly dominant straight out of the gate this season. So even if you have like an Ans Widowmaker in the mix on that squad, I honestly would be more scared of Shu's Ana when facing off against the Gladiators than anything else, because that kid got aim for days, and with the lack of shields in the current meta, he's really like, you want to avoid those nades, you want to avoid those sleeves, because you know Shu will hit them if you let him.
Yeah.
So actually shutting down Fielder as well as Shu has got to be a priority for the players on the field today, and I'm very, very interested to see those two talented Ana players just utterly dominating on the server today. Now, speaking of dominating, that's the opposite of what I am doing currently in my pick'ems. That's right. So I know for a fact that all of you could and should do better than us. Yeah, so don't forget to you just straight up gave up, but you shouldn't. Don't forget to log them in on the official app or on pick'em.overwatchleague.com before today's matches start, and you will have a chance to win some cash and of course sweet bragging rights. Now, my desk host senses are tingling, and that means we're only minutes away from the start of London versus Boston. And as Danny accurately summarized yesterday, one team will win and the others got to take it out.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, no, it's not wrong.
Yeah.
This and much more
I'm not
insightful
wrong.
analysis will await you after this break, so don't go anywhere.
I predict a team's gonna win today.
It's true. Welcome back to the Watchman Cafe. We ain't got no cat ears. We also don't have maid costumes, but I guess we got a lot of putchies, and also we got our virtual homie Reinforce. I think people will pay money for that.
Yeah.
Right, Reinforce?
Approve.
Right, got him.
Yes.
Well, all right. Okay, so we have cool interior design, but we also got some interesting matches today, and some of them are definitely harder to predict than others. Our first one, I don't know, could be a tough one. So let's see if we can provide some useful insight for this series, which might help you with your pickings. So London Spitfire and the Boston Uprising. Both are entering week number 2 with a 1-1 record, but I think despite the even record, Boston has got to be the favorite, or being considered the favorite anyway, heading into this match, partially because they do sport players, veteran players in the Overwatch League, such as Striker.
Right. I mean, Striker, we all know how great he is, and I do want to point out what we found interesting from the matches yesterday was that we saw a lot more Tracer plays compared to week 1. So, I mean, with that being said, who's happy? Of course, it's going to be Striker, because Striker has been known for his Tracer plays. If you're looking at right now, week 1, we had 7.1 usage on Tracer overall, and week 2, 24.8%. So we're seeing a lot more Tracer. I'm pretty sure that's going to make Striker happy. And from the games that we saw yesterday, you know how crazy or how disruptive the Tracer plays could be for the enemy team, and like Decay on the Watch Injustice with his Tracer play was crazy. So I'm expecting to see Striker on that Tracer, and I'm expecting a lot of crazy plays from him. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, Striker has definitely been a massive difference maker in the past, and it was plays like the ones we just saw, which, I mean, he single-handedly takes over a game, completely wrecking an entire backline, and then what you gonna do? What you gonna do about that? If Striker pops off, there's nowhere to run. Now, other than Striker, what has or hasn't been working for the Boston Uprising Reinforce?
Well, I was gonna say Marvel's Doomfist, but he only played a map, so that would have been a bit disingenuous. Crimson Zana. I like Crimson Zana, and I think it's gonna be very impactful in this upcoming match against the London Spitfire, because you're playing against a brawl composition, right? We're expecting London to come out, play Reinhardt composition, speed around, Batiste, that kind of stuff, and having a good Ana can be really helpful when that is the case. You want to hit those Biorec grenades. Remember, there's no Diva on the enemy team now, unless they opt into a Diva, and so hitting these Biorec grenades is going to be easier. Now, Crimso, so far this season, he only ranks 11th out of 12 players when it comes to the Biorec grenade kills. But if we take a look at some of his stats from prior seasons, I can guarantee you, okay, it's reinforced certified that Crimso has better Bionade stats previous seasons. So trust me on that. So I think it's going to be very crucial in today's matchup against the London Spitfire, and he will have to nail some of these bio grenades to shut down the Batiste healing, shut down the Lucio healing, and from afar really poke down some of these brawl compositions. So Crimso, I'm keeping my eyes on him, Zoe.
All right. Well, you just sold me on Crimso stonks. I mean, let's do it.
Yes.
You're
yes.
like, I don't know.
Approve.
This one. Yes, approved. Wonderful.
I just lost my audience.
Okay, I mean, that's all right. You just got very excited. I mean, that all sounds well, like hitting your nades, hitting your shots, being a great player. But sometimes all you need to get a dub is confidence. And I feel like one player in particular in this matchup has that in spades, and that's Hardy. Whenever he's rolling out on that Reinhardt, like he's doing it with conviction. Is Reinhardt meta right now? Not necessarily, but he does see some pick rate. In fact, 47% of the Reinhardt playtime overall in week 1 can solely be attributed to Hardy, trying so hard to charge this hero into the meta. And I mean, it worked. It worked against the Titans. Should it have worked? No, but it did. It worked, in fact, so well that he earned himself the Player of the Match honors. So, yeah, that was well deserved because he was just very, very dominant, very aggressive in their approach, and the team supported that kind of play style. So it was a good effort by the entire team of making the best value out of the composition they're playing. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? 1 year ago, we were talking about Hardy.
That's why he's such a Chad.
It was this wrecking ball on Volkswagen Industries, stuff like that, you know? Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? But can he make it work again today? Because, you know, some evil voices out there might say, like, he can't actually play anything but Reinhardt. He's a one-trick, and, like, that can be found out. Well, we see about that. Maybe it is. Maybe he can keep the German dream alive by pure force of will and go again with his Reinhardt. Or maybe they will be forced off of their comfort pick, and then it will get a little more tricky for the London Spitfire to actually come out on top. Now, speaking of picks, it is time for our prediction. However, Hadi had some thoughts on our predictions, or some of our predictions last week. So let's take a listen in.
Before I start the interview, Hadi, I do want to tell you this. I was the only person that picked London over Vancouver. What are your thoughts?
I really appreciate it, but I also think it's kind of weird to not vote London when we're playing versus Vancouver.
Right.
Because below Titans is kind of weird. Kind of weird move, but I love Danny.
Kind of weird move,
I
yes.
love Danny for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Kind of weird move.
Kind of weird move. Also, thanks for throwing every one of your colleagues and friends under the bus. Like, nice move right there. Let's see if Hadi's wisdom got through to any of us, or if our London superfan Danny will even stick by his team. Because I'm not entirely sure if you're really that committed to them as you claim.
Surely.
I don't know.
Surely, Danny. Come on.
Surely.
You gotta stick with it. Come on.
Well, that's.
Show it to us.
I would be really
don't know.
disappointed if you're not going
Oh,
London.
there it is.
There.
Costa!
Oh, wow.
Yes! I sold him. Hadi.
Did Danny sell him or pay him off even? Is it London Spitfire offering us jerseys last week? Is that what won him over? I don't know. Reinforce, what do you think made Costa choose London since he's not here to defend himself?
Complete and utter unfaith in the Boston Uprising as a roster. I mean, they average like 2.5 substitutions per map or something. It's crazy. Like, they played 3 tanks in one 5-map series last week. That's crazy to me. So I guess Costa just doesn't believe in the Boston Uprising and their ability to play like 10 players.
And also because London had a really great showing on their last.
Oh yeah, that too.
Vancouver
That
Yes,
too,
against
And
Vancouver
also-
Titans.
I do believe, like playing to your strength will go a long way. Hey, Hadi, if you want to play Ryan, just stick with it. Whatever you feel, comfortable with, just
Yeah, do whatever your heart
do
desires.
it. Yeah, and I really like that about London.
So much
I
hopium.
think they look pretty good.
So much opium.
I know, like I can smell it from here, and we're sitting apart quite a while. Well, I can't wait to get together again after this very match and discuss what we actually saw being rolled out of the gates for both of those teams. Let's see if Boston Uprising can take the W, or if London Spitfire are a little bit on a winning streak. I mean, 2 matches in a row, that's a streak, and that will do for us here on the Watchman pre-show. The games start any second, so get ready for all the action here on week number 2 here in the 2022 season. We see you again during our game break.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Once again, the arrayed forces of Old England have set sail towards the eastern seaboard. On ships laden with hammers, shields, and weaponry, they are ready to once again bash against the bulwark of Boston.
Nope, this isn't an audiobook. This is the Overwatch League. That is Leg Day, the nerdy book reader. I'm Lemon Kiwi. I don't read any of that. All I do is drink flavored hot water. And I've been to Europe once. Speaking of Europe, I've also seen this team many of times in contenders. The London Spitfire going up against the Boston Uprising. And we'll start talking about London, because we recognize a lot of these faces from the British Hurricane, but also their identity, which stands out from all the rest of the teams, mainly Rush. If you don't know what that is, it's a Reinhardt followed by everyone behind him.
Yep, everyone pile in behind the shield and just hope that underneath that hard exoskeleton you will be a soft, squishy underbelly, which is at least well protected. However, Hardy is being ferried around by the one and only Admiral playing Colosseo, who's had a very impressive tenure in contenders, being consistently successful, if occasionally bullied off a top spot by Falcon Esports and Psycho, who's now over on the Vancouver Titans. But London are riding high here, Lemon, coming off a 3-0 victory that only Danny predicted. In their previous matchup, Vancouver Titans were absolutely smashed and confounded when going up against the Rush.
Win against the Titans, but a heavy loss against the Shock, and we'll see how their score will differ going up against the Boston Uprising, who I think have one of the largest rosters in the league. 3 tank, 3 DPS, 3 support. Look at them go. They're starting Valentine and Striker. You'll only, at least so far, we've only seen Victoria on Widow maps. But no, the really interesting story about Boston is their tank lineup. Marvel, It's Out, and Punk. Only Punk is like the off-tank player, but they have a great choice of Marvel or It's Out when it comes to Winston. But interestingly enough, they've been only mainly starting Punk, who's been flexing to Sigma, Zarya, Diva, you name it. Punk has actually played all of it. Marvel and It's Out have only played one map each.
Yeah, Punk has been starting, but Marvel here, they've only played one map so far. It was an Oasis, Lemon, and that was up against the Vancouver Titans, and actually managed to clinch them at Series 3-2. Marvel was only playing for Doomfist, and now Marvel's going to be starting not on a control map like Oasis, but on Push instead, because in Week 2 of the Overwatch League, we've swapped up the map order a little, and over the course of the season, they shall continue to alternate. On weeks 2 and 4, you're going to be seeing Push as the opening map, and I believe we're going to be heading over to Colosseo first. And when I look at Marvel here, Lemon, I'm expecting more Doomfist, because Doomfist is really good at being able to deny a Reinhardt the space they want to exist in to do a huge amount of damage with the continuous slows of a Seismic Slam and the knockback of a Rocket Punch.
See, my concern here with the Doomfist that we're maybe expecting versus the Rush that we're maybe expecting is that Doomfist is trying to get into the backline, really trying to find those isolated targets. So if London just want to play Clump and especially rely on Backbone's Mei like they always have, because I think Backbone is still leveling up his Genji, so it makes sense they're falling back to like a Mei Rush, just something simpler and safer to play. I'm wondering how Marvel is going to get back there if he's not getting slowed or shot at by Sparker, who's been starring a lot on the Soldier. But when it comes to Colosseo, this neutral point that you're seeing right now is a very long sight line. So I'm definitely expecting some Soldier at some point. But will London ever change it up? So far, we haven't seen much of that.
You're exactly right, Lemon, that the Doomfist continuum of play is significantly complicated by the inclusion of a Mei. When you have a Mei, it means you can't use your lateral mobility of the Rocket Punch as a disengagement tool, and instead you have to use the verticality that's provided by the Seismic Slam instead, which means that Marvel's engagements are going to be heavily predicated upon hitting a Rocket Punch rather than a Slam, so that can be saved for an escape when the Ice Wall is raised by Backbone.
Now we have the Mei Soldier from London. And they do a lot of Baptiste as well. Landon likes to play with Sparker given the Ant Matrix. That'll be a good distance. But look at the rotation from London. They're not going straight down the road. They're going all the way around, trying to prevent as much poke as possible to keep Hottie's shield healthy. Now, do Boston see this approach? MCD's trying to rotate out. The Mei wall comes up from Backbone, trapping them in. MCD is so low. That final Icicle doesn't connect, but Sparker does. Now, without that Ana, rely from Faith, and you see Marvel is desperate for any kind of help, as now 2 have fallen versus the 0 of London as they take the bot.
Marvel starting off strong there with nice disengage on the other side. Backbone with the headshot onto Striker. I think that Backbone was one of the players that caught the most flack in week 1, whether it was justified or not. Definitely is a proficient Mei player, and that's what London need right now. The Genji doesn't fit as well into their team identity as it currently stands, but Backbone's Mei is going to really complicate matters for Marvel. Hardy, typing maybe? You okay? You know, he has to tell people it's coming home.
Yeah, Backbone, I mean, he may look bad on his Blizzard usage. I mean, look who he has to throw the Blizzard to. Everyone on Boston has some kind of mobility to get out of the Blizzard. As long as they expect it, they can dodge it. That's a 3-man bio, though, from MCD. Landon, Backbone, Sparker get knocked out from Marvel, who hasn't claimed a kill yet, but he is living. Now he's walled off from MCD, and that's a good reaction from Backbone. Double kill for the Mans, too, as London maybe will take control of the bot. They have a pretty solid lead so far.
Hey, yo, London had the accuracy there on Valentine. A little bit more damage than you might be expecting. It's Admiral with a double melee kill. And as we are appreciating these Lucios, it's worth noting as well that the classic DPS duo of Boston Uprising, which is Crimzo and Faith, even though Crimzo is currently subbed out, are currently both least they have the least deaths per 10 on Ana and Lucio respectively, which means that either they're playing a much safer distance or they're winning their duels when they're chased down and able to survive and stop themselves from being staggered. Timmy didn't really move very far in that interim there, Lemon. London decided that they just allow it to sit in the middle and get their forces back.
Valentine received the nano, but a great sound barrier from Admiral will cut through that. Not only that, Backbone actually places the Blizzard on top of his team. That also acts as a zoning tool for Marvel, Valentine, or even Striker, who's now unleashing the Tac Visor as a plan B. No kills through all of these ultimates being used. Even Sparker using his Tac Visor, although we were watching it through the eyes of Striker. Marvel bumps into Hadi. The charge will get them both on the ground, but Hadi stands tall. His shield, not so much, kind of breaking. He got bioed, he gets healed back up. Boston don't want to be around without Marvel.
And this is how things get complicated for Marvel, because they've got to engage using that punch because they need the verticality of the seismic slam to get out, but that means Huddy can get the mutual stun off the back of the charge. And while Timothy is not moving too far forward, the robot is continuously back and forth. London Spitfire already have their lead here, and they might be happy to just play this defensively the entire time and simply gatekeep Girl Boss Boston away from pushing this barricade.
Oh, Hadi shot her down. Striker's the only one that's hit. Faith reacts with the sound barrier as Hadi used the charge cancel to just close the gap between him and a flanker. Valentine does get out, and they slice through not only the lamp from Landon, but also the entire backline of London. And speaking of, like you were talking about the struggle of that last push, is because really they don't have that much range besides Sparker. So they're taking so much poke from Boston in the top right that they're struggling.
Yeah, the ability to claim this second area for London is going to be super difficult on their own offensive push. Yes, they'll get TS1 once again under control, but Lemon, I worry for how they're going to deal with the multiple high grounds that surround the path of both the barricade and the robot to be able to match the distance that's currently being accrued by the Boston Uprising, who are happy to back off and allow London Spitfire to come into their zone of influence where Hardy's shield will be far more exposed.
Maybe there's like a big brain strat where London just wanted to get 26 meters and not push beyond, because you can win with 26 meters if the other team has less. But Boston got a solid push off that 3-man kill from the last time, and here we go again. Valentine with the nano and the blade cuts through, and the immortality from Landon, and Hadi falls trying to protect. Striker on the flank with a great right click. Boston with an important fight win, because they might even take a larger lead.
Even with London Spitfire doing their best to keep Valentine at bay, still it cannot be done, and even more distance will now be accrued by Boston Uprising. On top of all of this, there are a pair of tactical visors available, but Sparker might want to wait for the amplification matrix from Landon in order to do double damage through that. Still, as you talked about earlier, Lemon, when discussing Backbone's Blizzard, the escapability of all of Boston Uprising's players is pretty high, except for the Ana, and that makes the visor a little bit less deadly.
Sparker unleashes a Tac Visor! Oh my god, he got sat on by Marvel, who's not even done yet. Now, it's time to engage 5 versus 2. I mean, math is hard. I mean, winning a fight is even harder if you're London, who really haven't made up too much of a dent into the 26 meters that they started with.
Yeah, those 26 meters kind of are a hard point for this Reinhardt composition, this rush to be able to deal with. At least now London are going to be able to use the Blizzard, but the question is, does Backbone once again want to use this Blizzard defensively to make sure that when Valentine engages with the Blade, they can't stay in alongside that Nano? Marvel with a more defensive usage of the Meteor Strike, but this entire time, Lemon, Timothy was pushing that barricade long, and Boston Uprising, their objective play is inching them closer and closer to a victory here on Colosseo.
And Boston just gonna give that up. Marvel Not repositioning
What a game.
into London, but rather trying to get around the bend through coast side. Now, Boston have a nano visor, and it's about getting into position as Hottie gets bioed. He's fine. Shield is nice and healthy. London back on the cart. And now Sparker has somehow won the 1v1 versus Striker, removing the maybe win condition for now of the nano visor as Backbone lifts up his team to take control of Bridge. Now Boston at range. It's going to be Landon with the window. And Matrix sprays through Marvel, but Boston engaged with their old ultimates, but lethal. So lethal is London at close range because of Backbone, who drops the Blizzard throughout that fight. London have a chance to maybe tie, and not only that, but take a lead back.
Now London know they've got to try and prioritize the objective here, while Boston Uprising are low on players, but now all 5 have returned and 3 of them are laden with ultimates, Lemon. Timmy is beginning to leave. TS1 has left the building, even as London Spitfire are disengaging under the auspices of the Blade.
What an engage from Valentine, but the slows from Backbone actually do a lot of damage. They're gonna remove the freeze. Well, sure as heck gonna get some kills. Striker is even gonna invest a visor here when there was only the May left. So thinking maybe there was gonna be reinforcements, but Boston trying to get back on this card.
And now, with so few seconds remaining, London Spitfire, a perfect game is demanded of them to try and bring this distance forth. Yes, the bot shall move, but Boston Uprising have a sound barrier to try and stem the tide, to cauterize the bleeding. Hardy punched back and now has one of his famous LAN Earth Shatters good to go. Does Hardy hit these on LAN?
Oh, Backbone is also swapped to the Sombra, trying to assassinate the backline, potentially, maybe cancel Fate's sound barrier if you're lucky. Fate drops the sound barrier, MCD is hacked. Sparker unleashes the tactical visor as Hottie paves the way, as London need to remain in control of the bot. It is now overtime, and Marvel is the only one that really remains as Striker heads for the hills. Sparker wants to chase that down. Marvel distracts everyone, doesn't even have a chance to reposition with the Meteor Strike as Faith skates away back to safety. As London, they're about to get back to their barricade, and they're about 20 meters off from a lead.
Yes, it is beginning to push, and now the yellow box of victory has been found. This needs to be touched by Boston Uprising. Backbone has managed to ping MCD, has been seen. Your window is no longer safe. The unknown shooter has been discovered. The FBI is breaking down the door, Lemon.
And the Amp Matrix is up, spraying everyone down. That is on the bridge side, but only 3 remain of Boston. And Faith has killed 2. Marvel has turned things around. And London, 3 meters short of the win, will not be enough. Boston will take map 1.
Overall, an overarching strategy from Boston Uprising, prioritizing the objective and managing to negotiate their way around the London Spitfire counterplay that allowed them to win out several of those fights. Most importantly, learning that they could bait out that Blizzard by using the Nano on Valentine as if there was going to be a Nano Blade, and simply having Valentine force out the Blizzard and then not use the Blade afterwards. Boston Uprising, Lemon, like an AI, they are learning, they are evolving, and they have the technology to continue pounding into London Spitfire. Can this tailspin be turned around? Our audience will find out after this break.
still going to get blown a bit. Meeting 4, now the Nano Blade comes through, and there's no counterplay to it. The damage is done. Valentine with 4, you've got to be kidding me.
Done it! Unbelievable! The Boston Uprising snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
But now Victoria's popping up, making 5 heads. Victoria's going absolutely insane.
About to go into game 2 versus blue team, and guess what? One blue team is currently winning. It's the Boston Uprising, who took Colosseo by only 3 meters. I think that was one of the closest maps we've seen so far, but we're going to Route 66 next.
Yeah, and Route 66 is one of a few maps, Lemon, where we've seen London decide to abandon the old trusty Crusader that is Reinhardt and move over onto the tank du jour of the day at the moment. Winston has been sort of allocated the auspicious position of the meta tank right now, and Hardy is by no means an inept Winston. Is actually quite good at it, but as you can see from our lineup of cameras right here, there is a new face on the London Spitfire, or rather an older face, but I'm very excited to see. This week, as the Watchpoint desk talked about, we've seen a major uptick in the play rate of Tracer. And London have kind of had the secret nuclear option of the Shaxx Tracer sitting on the bench for a while now, and now that the meta has begun to shift, they have the chance to bring out Shaxx as a DPS torpedo to try and ruin Boston Uprising's day.
Yeah, the last time we saw London go to Route 66, like you said, they played the dive, but it was against Vancouver, and even if it was Vancouver, Backbone still had some issues kind of leveling up on the Genji, and speaking to a lot of EU players that got promoted to the Overwatch League, Genji is not a common hero you see when it comes to European meta, so it's like Backbone, Psycho, and others are still adjusting to that, trying to level that up. So in the meantime, I like that London know their weaknesses are either adapting towards the Mei or this time actually substituting in Shaxx. Now, Boston also have their own aces up their sleeve. They brought in not only Victoria, but Punk instead of Marvel. Now, we've talked about Punk in the pre-show, about how his flexibility, Sigma, Zarya, Winston, Doomfist, the guy can play it all. But Victoria, when he has been subbed in, has only been on circuit for some Widow gameplay. Now, I might be expecting that as well for Route 66.
Yeah, Route 66 has some pretty good sightlines for a Widowmaker to try and take advantage of. But the question is, will they be able to stay alive long enough against Shaxx, and how is Punk going to try and keep that Widowmaker alive as the sub-in off-tank who we usually see? Of course, Punk, like you said, they've had a pretty varied approach so far. Almost every tank possible we've seen Punk pick up and play, including a little bit of Doomfist on a previous Midtown, if I remember correctly. But of course, Marvel will be on call if Boston Uprising wish to have a primarily Doomfist-based composition. And this is where we begin to look upon Boston Uprising as a 9-person roster and wonder where they're going to settle in terms of the long-term choices that need to be made, like MCD versus Crimzo. In my opinion, Crimzo had a very good week 1, who was going pretty close with Shu in the Boston Uprising battle against Gladiators, getting so many amazing sleeps on both Padapan and Kevster. And MCD was brought in week 1 mostly to play the Zen on Circuit Royale, but has sort of been shunted into this position where Boston Uprising appear to think that they've got the Ana for the job.
Yeah, I agree. MCD has mostly been brought in for Brig Zen kind of metas, and that was on Circuit, where you kind of have this more of a poke phase. But Boston, with the dive, Punk and Valentine going to work together. Victoria on the Soldier, so not locking the Widow as we thought. We really weren't sure. We've seen Widow on Route 66 before. Now Punk is just kind of zoning off the cave side. He sees Hadi on the other side. London also matching the dive in some ways, but the Shaxx Tracer that you expected. Now he's already being marked by Victoria. Can use that healing pad, or maybe not even needing it. Shaxx holding on to mini controls, Sparker on top of big orals. Now it's really just about pulling the trigger if you're Boston, getting as much cart space as possible, and then diving on top of big orals. Or they see Landon on the back left, and that could be a good dive target if you can get through cave or even go through main. Now Victoria has somehow been found by Shaxx, who snuck through mini pack's side while Boston were distracted, so more time for the defense.
Yeah, Shaxx's first showing in 2022 gets the first final blow of the match. Appropriate. And Shax also playing on this corner is making it incredibly hard for Boston Uprising to put their backline on the card. Spark has gone a little bit too far there, and Punk's exploited that. Hardy desperately needs some healing, and so backs off to Landon. And now there's been an exchange of Winstons.
So now it's Boston that really don't have an engage tool. You got to be careful of how much poke you're taking, and MCD has the nano first. And we've seen a lot of nanos be given to Genjis without the blade, so you don't have to wait on that. Valentine is quite far away. Shax is still going for Mini, and I'm wondering at what point does Victoria or Valentine want to go and pressure the Mini pack on the right side, because that's where kind of Shax's route of flanking goes through. Punk has already received the nano from MCD and has pounced and Goomba stuff landed an Admiral, but Shax is double pulse Faith and MCD. The counter guys have traded out heals. Now all damage is permanent as the Primal lets loose for Hadi.
Alright, I told you that he's the nuclear option, and the fallout is now beginning to settle. Shax with a triple in that, including the double pulse bomb. All of your support lines belong to us, and Hadi doing a great job there of just dragging everyone together with the Primal Rage. Reinhardt one trick. Not so much, mate.
Yeah, I think Victoria will just have to mark Shax a little bit better. Even just any type of poke at all is enough for a Tracer to maybe recall out. Faith has to drop the sound barrier. Valentine is reinforced, but he's also slept, frustrated against Landon as Sparker is down. Shax is finished off by the dash reset of Valentine, and Boston can finally see light at the end of the tunnel.
Maybe a little bit of a premature awakening there for Valentine. Got slept perfectly by Landon. I don't think that London Spitfire could really array the materiel necessary to execute that Genji midway through their blade. Spark could be thinking of doing something a little bit hee-hee-hoo-hoo funny here, and Shax actually gets the tap at the end with less than a meter remaining between Boston Uprising and the cap.
Oh, a great visor spot. The bubble from Hadi blocks some line of sight, and they can't seem to find where Landon has gone. He's gone through the other tunnel, and all of London maybe have given up at this point. It was going to be a miracle if they could pull off this fight, especially with the 3-man biotic grenade that MCD splashed on the wall as London came through the left side. So Hadi might have gotten a kill, but it's the only one they got through that whole fight. So more ult charge for Boston, and hey, a point A cap 2.
Not the fastest cap of A, but hey, it's better than nothing, Lemon. Now 3 minutes remain for B. And this is a fight where London Spitfire may want to try and throw the kitchen sink at Boston Uprising to try and make sure they can guarantee defensive positions on point B, which force Boston Uprising to engage through some very narrow choke points. Because at the moment, Boston Uprising have all the space they need to be able to execute on a nano Winston dive.
Yep, MCD has the nano. They know Hadi is on top of Saloon. Hadi has now identified MCD, and he emergency gives the nano over to Punk, who goes after Landon, who received the sound bear of Admiral. And really, that's only buying so much time. Landon hasn't been finished off up until the DPS of Boston have stepped up. Punk fades into the shadows and now re-emerges as London are down in Ana and are down on hope. But Boston, they go back to the cart. Now they can pressure top right and maybe make the most out of point B.
And one of the things that Boston have really seemingly improved on in this map is having a second phase to their dives. Punk forces out so many cooldowns, and then Valentine moves in to clear them up. And now, because Admiral had to respond to that Nano Winston with the sound barrier, there is going to be very little to answer Valentine and the Blade bar a mega sleep from Landon.
So Hadi's going in, diving a soldier on and set up from Boston. Meanwhile, Valentine keeps the pressure up into the top right, is now racing Admiral. And doesn't catch up. Meanwhile, more of an impact has been felt from Punk's dive during the start of this. Squashes Hadi, Sparker, Landon is barely alive, and Boston really just have to finish off what they started. And now this is momentum. They'll be adding a lot of time here, going into C with 3 minutes.
No miracles this time, but Landon somehow was instantly executed by Valentine Lemon, and that meant the Nano Boost could not be arrayed against the attackers of Boston Uprising to stop that push right in its tracks. And now Victoria, who's already made a vicious claim to this high ground to continue making sure London Spitfire are suffering damage in order to even keep what should be their territory secure.
Ooh! What? Faith said, hey, who dropped this? And picks up the pulse. And now Hadi gets to finish off the rest. He's nanoed, but he's also slept. Thanks, MCD. XOXO, Gossip Girl. Now Boston are back in spawn, and all of that tempo's gone.
Nice rebound leap there as well from Hadi to make sure they could deliver the leap damage in very short order. And that was a fairly cheap fight, all things considered, for London Spitfire. The Nano and the Pulse Bomb as well, which builds up incredibly quickly when Shax can try and farm off the punk.
Oh, Victoria's already pressured the Nano Visor, and as the supports in London stepped up to help Hottie, they got blasted by Victoria. And meanwhile, you don't forget about Hottie. He got slept, and he woke up just in time to get demolished. So Boston really just had to wait for the defense to come to them.
Shax is all the way back in spawn as well. Sure, this might give access to a backline, but it does mean that Shax might have to invest several blinks in their engagement here, Lemon, and that will leave them less able to dodge around the cart and keep it contested while the rest of London are busy diving into backlines.
See how patient Faith is going to be with the sound bird. It has to happen now. That was a biotic grenade that landed from Landon, and Boston reacted so well. They not only conserve MCD's life, but have taken out Landon. Admiral uses the sound bear in London. You have to do something with it now, but Hottie uses the primal rage, could be aggressive with this. Punk is going to stop the DPS back in spawn and give him a left and right hook, as Boston only have a few more meters to go and 1 minute to do it. Landon is dead again off respawn. London barely have any heals, and Valentine gets to finish this one off with the cherry on top. Hottie reemerges with the Reinhardt, better at close range and just as good at dying, as Boston are now getting seconds shaven away down to 45, but most importantly, a map finish.
Sparker at the end there, bringing up the visor, but Lemon, I'm afraid all that was in his sights was this fat L. Boston Uprising.
I'm trying to drink here.
I'm sorry, I'll let you hydrate and do some analysis like a real colorcaster. Boston Uprising there, they managed their momentum so well, but also the call there from whoever was leading the overall dive of Boston Uprising, the penultimate fight, was so important. It was either Valentine or Punk, but they identified that, hey, Admiral and Landon, they moved into Mega Room, which means that they need to disengage through an area which has very little cover. And so Victoria gets given the nano boost for the visor, and both Admiral and Landon have no recourse to try and dodge away from Victoria because Hottie is so deep in the Boston midlines that that shield cannot be deployed in time. A really good read and a really good timing from Boston Uprising, which was hideously exploited. And Landon has become public enemy number one. Boston Uprising execute him again and again and again.
I'm a sip for tanks leg day, but I really got to give credit where credit is due. Punk was like a diva main back in contenders and has now grown up to now match Hottie, who is like this Winston European connoisseur. And I would say Punk is actually doing better, but there's more to that when it comes to dodging the sleeps, which Hottie seems to be struggling to doing so, and MCD diffing Landon in that category. Now London are back on the attack. You got the Tracer versus Tracer Soldier versus the Soldier Genji. Now Shax took so much time away from Boston's attack from how his impact was felt into that backline. Shax needs to do the same thing. Might be a bit trickier on the attack.
Yeah, Shax is moving into Boston's zone of influence now, and Victorious is very wide and very deadly with how that soldier doesn't suffer too much from damage drop-off while playing on top of Big L, stays within the magical 30 meters. And you can see that Victoria is continuously pinged because they know that that's the main source of damage that needs to be counter-rotated.
And Hottie jumps immediately onto Big Girls where 4 people are waiting for him, so it's a little bit tough for Hottie. But maybe this is more of a nano generation phase where Landon versus MCD, that is the big race that could be kicking off this fight. Now you have DPS being exchanged, you're left with a 4v4. Now at what point does Hottie want to go and pressure MCD back here, who's been kind of, as you could say, American and all free? And that if MCD is left alone for too long, he could get free biotic grenades onto someone like Sparker and Landon, who are sitting down in main.
Now I know why MCD immigrated to the United States, because he's so freaking free, Lemon. Free casting in the back with Diana. Now has a nano boost good to go, but the same can be said of Landon. Might be given to Hottie here on the landing, but no. Landon holds their tongue, and that's a beautiful sleep from Landon. Night, night, sweet Gorilla Prince.
Punk is awake, and he angry. Admiral was just checking if he still had a pulse, and Punk is going to confirm that he is alive and well. Hottie counter-dove, and it's kind of chilling out. He does have the primal, though, so I think Hottie can get a lot more buck wild, and Sparker's going to help hype him up. Boston heading for the hills and into Hack Visor. man, is explosive for Sparker. They have big Earl's control. Valentine's getting staggered, and that's going to be painful for any type of re-engage, which isn't existent. That will be a capture for London Spitfire.
You checking for the punk pulse, Lemon, but the only pulse I care about is the one in the back pocket of Shax right now. We've seen these go big before, and Landon. Oh, Baptiste specialist? Nah, man. Just a flex support with some grit and determination. Shax is ready around the back, still with the pulse in the back pocket, and no real way to save anyone who gets stuck. However, it's a miss, Lemon.
Careful of Punk, though. He's diving into the back, and he's immediately slept, and Valentine just holding himself down, trying to get an LOS of MCD, who I think is playing in main. And this has been so tough for Boston. But they've warded them away. Primal Rage. Punk he wakes up eventually, and then he does something.
Victoria just did the heavy arms version of shoulder checking Shax. Just like, get out of the way, I'm disengaging here. London Spitfire now they can match the sound barrier, but the question is, can Valentine force this out with their blade without Faith having to use their own sound barrier? So there's an advantage later on in the fight where Faith can reinforce the numbers of Boston.
Okay, we got a sound barrier being exchanged, and Valentine is just resetting on them. A great blade, and I think there was also a big bionic grenade. I was not expecting the engagement to go there, but Boston have really good scouting. They keep their eyes on main, and they're looking through the left cave, which is where Sparker would want to land from. So Boston, really great map awareness.
Yeah, this fight is one that I said that London should have gone for broke on when it came to winning it, because now you have to move through these tiny, narrow corridors, Lemon. And that means easy bios every single time. And now Victoria doesn't have too much that can answer this tactical visor unless some kind of nano Hadi or potentially a nano Shax gets up in their face, because trust me, a nano Tracer will tear through a soldier.
Well, Victoria's farming a visor. Sparker about to have his 2 nano visor fight coming up, and it's London who have the trickier time finding out, do they want to go through main, the left cave, the other cave, and it's Boston that have to be ready at all times. Sparker shows his face, a nano visor, the trigger pulled first from the attack. London needs this, and MCD says, get down, Mr. President. W keying into Sparker as Punk gets nanoed from MCD, and it's Punk getting a 3K out of it, so a lot of value from Boston's counter dive. And at the end, London are left with nothing.
I think about the risk assessment there from MCD as well. MCD literally just fed into a nano visor just so that they could find themselves a long sight line through the top of that saloon and over to a Punk who was on the other side of the map so they could deliver that nano. It was by no means safe, and it will make MCD look worse in the stats, but it in the end resulted in a fight win, and that's what's most important, Lemon. Now Punk almost has a primal rage, which means their dives can be so much more reckless.
Shax still has the pulse. It's Hadi that makes space with the primal rage, really separating the front to the back. Punk has slept during his primal rage, so we get to watch some real action, and it's Hadi beating the heck out of Valentine, but he's dangerously low, hoping his supports are still alive, and Landon is. But for how much longer when Victoria is coming for your backline with a visor, and Boston win yet another defensive fight, leaving London Spitfire with less than a minute at this point.
And problems upon problems, Lemon. Almost another nano blade ready to go, and Admiral simply is not keeping pace when it comes to the generation of that sound barrier, because it was used to counter Faith's previous engagement where Boston Uprising had a sound barrier engaged simply to try and force out a couple of resources from Spitfire. Now Shax needs to hit the pulse bomb of a lifetime to try and open this one up as he moves up the stairs with targets in his sights.
Oh, but the sound bear Faith could smell the presence of Shax. The pulse thrown right into the sound bear, not gonna do much, and Boston already start off with a kill. The nano from MCD given to Victoria. As soon as London shows their face, Hadi is present, but there's no space for London to push up safely. Now you're left with one fight for London to cap B.
MCD decided to use the nano there to give Victoria 50% damage reduction so they could survive being stuck while the sound barrier wore off. But now there's nothing to reinforce this blade from Valentine. Admiral can freely use the sound barrier to defend their team, and Valentine's going to try and force it out early.
The initiative from Boston, are you kidding me? Valentine and Punk through the front line, but through the fire and the flames, Sparker is alive! The visor, not even needing or with the visor and the nano, of course, but London, okay, we're stable on the cart, but we still have some precious meters to go. Valentine staggers himself out, so we wonder how healthy is Boston's re-engage.
Yeah, Boston forced out all 3 major ultimates there from London Spitfire in order to keep their dreams alive here on Route 66. The cart will begin to pull in towards third point, but if Punk can survive for just a little bit longer with MCD at their back, the Primal Rage will be good to go, and then Valentine can move much more freely on the Tracer to try and find that back line. Look how aggressive Punk's gone. They've gone up top, Lemon.
Hadi, but Hadi is going towards the soldier, but Landon is dead. And Hadi, he really has to trade that out with MCD, and he's hesitating. He doesn't know whether to go back or not. And London also have to stay on the cart. Communication has to be perfect as Hadi gets left on Primal, and he's not going to be woken up. Boston, meanwhile, are killing the rest of Hadi's team, as Spitfire are really only left with Shax and Hadi to buy time for reinforcements, and it's looking impossible. But Hadi never gives up. He's going after Valentine. He's going after Victoria. Shax has killed 3 as the Tracer. He was 2v5. Boston fall and London cap B.
Excuse me, sir, I'm here to deliver your Tracer diff. Yeah, if you could just sign for that, please. Boston Shax is coming up big. This is why he was kept on the roster. The old Tracer magic that has been seen throughout the league has finally been caught up with by London, who are running more of an archaic meta. But this is far from over, Lemon. Boston Uprising are guaranteed a larger time bank if London can complete this area at all. But now MCD and Victoria, they have their own heaven on top of that lorry.
London can't afford to lose any fight. Shax maybe even wanting to pulse Punk if he gets below half health, but Punk receives the nano and dives the backline. But we see Shax and Hadi really work together, but they haven't really gotten value as quickly as Punk did with his nano. Landon has already been removed, and without that healing, London are going to struggle to hold any space at all or have the resources to fight, as Admiral has a sound rear, but he's been patient with it. Boston are warded away, and London survive for now.
Valentine was taken down, but it doesn't really matter. Already back in the frame with a pulse bomb to boot. Shax looking for a delivery at the moment following MCD. Everyone's given the overshield. Some of the stick is delivered, but it's onto Punk, and he's got too much health.
Oh, MCD is surrounded and Landon is dead. London need this trade. They're about to get it. It's guaranteed if Shax is on your team. Admiral gone too. Faith now holding Boston together. Really what's left of it. A 4v2 in favor of the defense as Hadi and Shax work together to make the miracle happen, just like they did on point B. Punk is slept and he's bionic grenaded, but he fades into the shadows. London have to stay on the court, and Landon and Admiral will do just that. Sparker and Hadi now head for the spawn room doors. Boston will be coming back soon. London needs a cap, or else Boston will go to series point. And that's a huge bionic grenade from Landon, getting Victoria and Valentine, who were immediately killed. What a reaction from London, and what a push from them as they capture the point.
That bionic grenade from Landon was everything, Lemon. If that health pack could have been picked up by Victoria, they could have set themselves up on top of a truck and had an absolutely free reign to try and get rid of those vulnerable supports. A beautiful play from Landon, and Hadi knew that the chase had to be done, meleeing down that soldier and stealing the health pack out from under them as it so temptingly flashed against the purple despair that was inflicted upon Victoria. And Boston Uprising, yes, they do have themselves a slightly better time bank here, Lemon. But if I compare how the point A's went down, I think that Boston Uprising had a tougher time getting through London's point A defense.
Yeah, it was tough from both sides. I think Shax took a lot of time away when he would double pulse the supports, but yeah, that was a nasty bionic grenade from Landon. Everyone coming through the left door. Just also major credit to London. Just the fact that they finished the map. Remember, it was almost overtime for point B. All of their time got exhausted on point B, and Boston's really good map awareness and scouting to stuff every single choke London wanted to come through. And then the wins now look a lot more equal. Punk is getting slept a lot more from Landon. Punk is getting a lot more nano love than Hadi is. I think, London opting for more Sparker nanos, but the fact that London capped it all is very impressive.
No sweepies, they say. We want this to be a series, and I know you and I feel the same way, Lemon. We'd love another 5 mapper here. As Boston Uprising, they took some advanced positions here to get some early poke, trying to grab an early advantage when it comes to Assault economy, because both of these teams know eventually this is going to come down to just one fight. This ends in overtime whether they like it or not, and every single inch this cart moves is gold for Spitfire.
Yeah, I like Victoria's positioning already, sticking next to MCD, and it's going to be even harder to dive just due to distance as well. But look how Hottie is going to bottom left cave. That'll make that distance a lot shorter. Now it's about really when are you wanting to pull that trigger, because MCD is much further ahead on the nano game. Boston Uprising can wait on that, but Hottie has dove that backline. MCD is still alive, and now through all of the damage and the lack of resources, both tanks fall. You're left with the 4v4. It's the DPS that have to shine. Boston are playing safe at the end of the point. They don't want London to get too much tempo, but a bionic grenade from Landon hits MCD, Faith, and others as Boston's backline crumble.
Oh, this is very bad news for Boston. They had so much trouble on point A. If London Spitfire can complete this, Boston Uprising are suddenly up against the wall, and they know on the side of Boston that a recontest here might even doom point B as well. Leaning back on the expertise of their flex support, MCD can end this all with the Nano of Damocles that sits ready and damning above London Spitfire. But on the other side, the Nano Visor could change everything.
Victoria with the Nano, but he got bubbled off from because of Hottie, and MCD couldn't heal up. Sparker's tap visor is even stronger. It's the 4K! The sparks fly, and Boston fall, and London continue their journey.
And now as you move out of these tiny chokes to try and contest B-Lemon, Shax is going to be there waiting with a pulse bomb, a smile, and a notice for you to go on home. Boston Uprising are gonna lose more and more distance as they begin to move forward. Look at Shax lying ready in wait. There's the stick. Goodbye to Victoria. The sun may set on the British Empire, but it does not set on London Spitfire.
London's cards are on the table, and the ace has come alive. Shax with a massive pulse. Victoria will be able to get back pretty quickly though, but that is free space for London, free meters. Now they get to put Boston's backs against the wall and maybe even on the ground. It all comes down to Valentine's Blade or maybe Punk's Primal, but Hottie is already ready to be aggro as Faith has shown his face on the left side, and they pounce on the Landon immediately. London are in trouble. The Soundbearer keeps MCD alive, and Valentine will strike gold, but London strike point B and capture in front of Boston's eyes.
Admiral got the boot though. That means a point as Catlemon, and the spawn is just so close, but Hardy is kept at bay. Faith gatekeeps with the boop. However, with only a minute on the clock, London Spitfire have achieved 2 completed points. And when it came to their defense, they were all about A anyway. Boston Uprising should be sweating.
I'm sweating. London not
Me too,
only
man.
went from, it looked like they were going to lose point B in the last round, to taking 1 minute, which a lot of teams struggle just to do something at point A with. That is not a lot of time. To going all the way to point B. They are improving every step of the way, and now I know why you were baby raging over Shax, because they look incredible with Shax on this Tracer.
Yeah, when Lemon and I were prepping for this game, I was having a nightmare, as my mum would say, over Shax being on the bench. I was like, dude, everyone's playing Tracer now. You have like one of the best Tracers in the world on your team. Please, please play Shax. And well, I'm feeling pretty vindicated right now, Lemon. Shax also has, I'm not sure if we've got stats in Overwatch League for it, but when I was casting Shax in Contenders, had one of the best pulse bomb attach rates that I had ever seen. This guy's a menace when it comes to getting those ultimates and getting value off them, and I think that's proven true here on Route 66 as well. Boston Uprising, how do they change things up on their point A offense to not once again languish in the swamp where they previously drowned?
Boston already seeing Hottie show his face. Now Winston is a poke character, by the way, with the new right click, but Punk is going to stuff him through that choke. Now keep in mind on the Ana positioning, Landon is all the way at the back left, not with the soldier this time, so might be more vulnerable to Punk. But of course, repositioning can happen. Now, Admiral is being a lot more eager than I remember him being. He's usually kind of this speed bot around for his Soldier or even his Winston, but now getting in some free poke. We know the Sound Barrier game is just as important as the Nano game, as meanwhile, we got kind of a poke phase to see really who's going to make the first mistake, or really what bionic grenade can kick off these fights.
Oh, Valentine the first to drop right there. No bio grenade required. It's Victoria who was actually the recipient of that one, and Spark outdoes their compatriot. A Soldier differential as London Spitfire continue to just lay on the pressure. One of the things I really want you to watch here is how Shaxx manages cart touches again and again to drain the Boston Uprising time bank while not allowing this objective to progress forward. Shaxx is a master of timing their blinks to make themselves unchaseable and easily able to escape these scenarios.
Well, great segue, Legday. Speaking of time, Boston only had a 45-second advantage, and they're left with only 20 seconds to cap A. Now, you've wasted all of that time to at least get a Nano, but who's going to be the recipient? Is it Victoria or Punk? It's all going to depend on positioning. Shaxx is very low, connects with Landon. Now the dive may start. MCD has delivered the Nano to Punk, who is in the backline. Sparker receives the Nano from Landon. He's on top of it, girls, but can't find a target. Boston hide under the building, and that really denies precious seconds from Sparker's attack. Speaking of which, London's backs are against the wall. Boston are missing too. Someone has to touch. Valentine makes his presence known. MCD expose himself into the backline. Shaxx dives after him, doesn't even need the pulse, and there was really nothing that Faith could do. He didn't have sound barrier in time. He was 20% away, and London spit in the faces of Boston and take a map and tie the series 1-1.
A little bit of variety. The Winston comes out, the Reinhardt left by the wayside. The Tracer British representation is brought to the field, and London Spitfire show that the nuclear option is still on the table by bringing Shaxx to bear. And I think Sparker's Nano Visor, even though that last one we saw didn't result in many kills, was the most important part of that previous fight, Lemon, because like you said, everyone hid under Big Earls, but because they were hiding there was no way to support the dive that Punk was trying to pull off in the back, and so they lost out on their Winston. The Scientist fell, and they regressed to a Stone Age and a granite-paced attack. We will see you after this break.
Are your Preds in the toilet? Well, maybe they're not, but Overwatch League pick'ems are back. And if you got your Preds right or wrong, well, you can maybe win some Overwatch League tokens or maybe some new prizes. And now, that is new, is Overwatch League mobile app. So you can do it on your phone while you're in bed, taking L's or taking dubs, because the desk was pretty split on their Preds for Spitfire versus Uprising. I gotta agree with them.
Now your Preds don't have to be in the toilet, but you can do them in the toilet when you have your mobile. Thank you, Overwatch League pick'ems.
Not inside of it.
Yes, do not submerge your hand or your phone in there. Lemon, the Owl Stats guys, our wonderful Noah and Jess, got back to me about the stick rate of Shax, who has the #1 pulse on attach rate of all time going into 2022 with 52%, which is why it just breaks my little British heart and makes me really angry that he's kind of been subbed out for Midtown. Sag.
Oh, I didn't know that the British had hearts. That's weird.
It's a recent firmware update.
Well, we do have substitutes, so we can start talking about that. Marvel is back in, and Shax is out. I had to put Leg Day to bed in terms of his temper tantrums over the Shax.
I had to sit me on the naughty step.
Yeah, he had to cool off. We had a few minutes to do that.
And Marvel coming back in as well. Given what we saw on Colosseo, I mean, we are led to believe that this is going to be for a Doomfist. And it seems like both of our teams now are subbing away from their primary Winston playstyles that we saw on Route 66, where we have Punk come in weirdly to play Winston. Like, that's something we didn't really get to talk about during the game, but bringing Punk in to play Winston is super weird, because they have a Winston specialist in Itzal, who had a very good season over on Uprising Academy, leading dive in North American contenders as a Winston, and Marvel, who's been in Overwatch League forever as a main tank playing both a high-tier Winston, a high-tier Reinhardt, and very confusingly last year, a high-tier Diva as well. So I was thinking that with Punk in, maybe we'd see something a bit more specialized, like a Zarya or a Diva, or maybe even a little bit of Doomfist. And at the moment, Boston Uprising seems to be a bit of a Boston roulette of who's going to be playing and for what reason. But there is some reason for Boston Uprising fans to smile, because Strike is back.
Striker is back. And Victoria, you know, we originally thought maybe that was like a Widow specialist angle, but now it turns out that you can give Striker a break on the Soldier. And yeah, we get to go into this next map, which is Midtown. And I'm wondering, are London, they looked real good on the dive, even though they lost, or no, they did actually win. But are they going to go back to Rush, or are they going to go back to dive? That is the real question. Backbone usually only plays the May.
Well, London we haven't seen on Midtown yet, but it feels like Midtown has proven one of the most powerful areas, Lemon, that we have for a Winston, which is why it concerned me so that London Spitfire moved away from what was a winning formula on Route 66. And we'll see if it does end up burning them, as Boston Uprising have changed once again towards the Doomfist. And to be fair to London, I say that it's proven a very good area for Winston, but just as many Winstons have lost as have won, and we haven't really seen any Reinhardts here yet, so this could be London Spitfire doing a bit of pioneering.
I like the Doomfist better on the defense. You don't have to go as far. Really, the attack has to come to you, and then Marvel can really displace them. Whether London want to go under through Car Wash, Marvel can jump on top of them, even go on top of the Metro if he's feeling very get quaked on today. And I'm wondering how London are going to react to that. Now, they kind of struggled on Colosseo when they ran the rush against the Marvel Doomfist, so we'll see how this matches up, especially how the Blizzard from Backbone doesn't have as much value with so much mobility from Boston's comp.
I think the London win condition here is to go straight to point, but they appear to want to go through the Metro instead, which makes sense, of course, because Hardy can do so much cleave damage. Oh, is that a legal maneuver? Someone grab the rules lawyers, alert Sean Miller, there are shenanigans afoot.
That is some rat behavior from you. I don't know. I'm kind of judging you. I didn't blow the whistle, chat. It was him. But yeah, Hottie can also go through Metro and bait people out with the charge, which still does a lot of damage. Not the insta-kill as it was before, but yeah, London are just going to go straight to the point. Striker's going to reposition and create as much distance between himself and the other team. You know, range character and all. Now London have secured themselves the left side. Marvel and Striker on the right. First tick about to be acquired from London. Maybe even a second, as Boston got to figure out when the time to engage as the Maywall from Backbone stops Marvel from getting out, but Marvel still heals up. Now, Boston know that the Maywall is out. This could be a window to attack.
Howdy can be almost completely free healed here, and how does someone try and contest this point? It's got to be... Oh no, Marvel doesn't even bother to go. Faith was lost elsewhere, and I think that Boston Uprising there, they had one chance to defend that, and that was when Marvel tried to dive in on Landon alongside Valentine, and they managed to get out the immortality field, but they could not stay long enough in that zone of influence away from where MCD could heal them without dying, and that meant that Marvel would then have to try and play on the point instead, where they could be easily destroyed by the long-range damage that Baptiste brings to the table.
I think Boston also chose where the better fight is going to be. Now they have high ground control. Give up the points, so what? You can hold them for here. Now, I don't know for how many minutes. Nano Visor at the ready. Striker on the high ground with those supports. Could even take a left side cut as Hottie is kind of distanced away from his supports. And I wonder if London know this Visor is coming because they are very split apart. And I don't think there's going to be much protecting Admiral or Landon unless the immortality field comes up. The Nano is actually given to Valentine to maybe help generate the blade and bait out the immortality field, which I don't think it did. It did bait out the Amp Matrix though, so we'll see what Boston's plan B is.
I think that Marvel there might have got pinned while using the power block. Remember, it makes you so slow. You're an easy target for things like sleeps and pins, which a lot of players aren't used to playing against in the Overwatch League, because guess what? It's basically just Haddy who brings out the Rhine. Marvel weighs up their options here, really wants to charged up Fist, but unfortunately all you're going to get is a disengagement here as Backbone tries to domineer the high ground.
Oh, Visor right on the card from Sparker, just quite literally paving the red carpet towards point B. This card has been pretty much unstoppable. What a bionic grenade from MCD, hitting Admiral and Landon as both sound barriers are exchanged. London getting a bit of more of a buff because they use their barrier later. As they go through subway, they're going to reemerge on the high ground. Now, this is a great position for Sparker to lay down some damage into the backline of Boston, who have 3 ultimates, by the way. When is Striker going to use this Visor?
Ideally, when Admirals got themselves a little bit too frisky. It's very good. Oh my goodness, there's an early Blade Lemon, but no Nano with it.
Yeah, Boston are just trying to bait out Immortality Field, so Valentine got it out, so I'm wondering if this is when Striker wants to go wild, and so he does. He's actually gotten walled off. The door has been shut. The key is thrown away. Hottie's getting free space on the card. He just has to make sure Marvel stops contesting it. Marvel can be as aggro as he wants. He has a Meteor Strike, as Hottie might want to save the Shatter for him specifically if he really cares about isolating him, but London are taking a break.
Backbone takes no solicitors, slams that door. No, I don't need an extended warranty on my Reinhardt shield. Thank you very much. Hadi has a Earth Shatter good to go. Do you solo slam Marvel here is the question. That's a yeet and a half on the Blizzard right there. What is that, Lemon?
But it was to get Marvel, and they thought he was out of cooldowns, but the punch is on a, what, 2 or 3 second cooldown, so Marvel can easily reposition out of that, including having the Meteor Strike, which maybe that was London's plan, was to bait out the Doomfist ultimate. Now the high ground is being battled for both teams. Nano advantage for MCD, but they've lost Striker, probably their favorite target for that. Valentine is the recipient to the Nano, but they just don't have the firepower to remove London from this high ground, who are so lethal at close range. Now Sparker is going to stagger out Boston even more as London look to cap point B.
The cart continues to move forward, but Boston should have an easy time recontesting this. Already Striker's in a good position, but Sparker has the oversight of the high ground, and if this isn't challenged, they will reign supreme. Oh, they don't even touch Lemon. No, they weren't touching the cart. They were too scared of Hardy and his big hammer.
I'm scared of Hardy's big hammer.
I am scared of Hardy's big hammer. Someone hold me.
And everyone's scared of Backbone like it's Overwatch 1 Sombra. So, you know, sometimes you break the glass and Backbone Sombra comes out. It's enough to cap you point B sometimes. And he's back to May. There we go.
It seems like Backbone very much is a fan of using the Sombra for one-off fights. We saw at the end of Colosseo as well to try and scout out the MCD position and get an assassination there. So maybe that's something that we're going to have to continuously note for London Spitfire to see if this is a Backbone-specific habit. Hadi getting quite aggressive over here, might try to charge someone back into their own team. As once again, the blade is available for Valentine, and ideally here, Faith wants to try and do a sound barrier engage to force out Admirals before that blade is used.
from the striker. Visor first. Will Admiral be forced to use a sound barrier? No, it's Faith actually, as the defense is reinvigorated and Faith is getting stunned up. And really, Boston are left with high ground control and London are just trying to survive, and it's so difficult. Hadi got hit with a biotic grenade from MCD, but it's Backbone that snuck up and killed the supports, and Boston are left with no one.
Oh, Lemon, that's a monumentally fumbled bag. Unbelievable. Both the visor and the sound barrier there are answered with only an amplification matrix, ultimate which in my opinion is getting increasingly less useful as the game becomes more mobile as Overwatch 2 comes to bear. Nanoblade's still available, and guess what? Admiral's ready to answer it unless they somehow die during beat.
It's tough. One wrong move and a right click from Soldier will end it all. And there's the blade from Valentine with the nano boots, but it's countered by the Admiral sound barrier, and he couldn't dash far away enough. The response of the visor from Sparker is so smart. Once you see the deflect, there's nothing stopping it at that point. Speaking of which, can London be stopped at all? And minute 11 left as Boston's respawns are short. The wall is tall for Backbone, forcing Boston through these tiny chokes. Marvel is contesting the cart, and he's the only one with an ultimate. And Hadi, he's gonna shatter on the other side of the cart. He's gonna pin Valentine. It's a 5 versus 4, and Boston need kills, but they can't get any.
Got to slam back down instantly on top of the cart. Marvel does get the overshield here and does avoid the charge as well. So Marvel remains alive at the hands of MCD. So many bardic darts being thrown around now. And there's the blizzard. None shall come to my winter wonderland. And everyone gets frozen out as Boston Uprising find their defense flummoxed by London Spitfire's rush. And though there was a little bit of a pause on B where Winston is usually at his best, London Spitfire domineered on both point A and point C. Although, to be fair, it was over a legendary bag fumble from Boston Uprising at the beginning of point C.
Yeah, I mean, Sparker diffing Striker. We saw that kind of off screen. I know a lot of soldiers going towards those two mirroring high grounds at the C gate. And, you know, one wrong move and a right click comes from Soldier and it's enough burst to kill you before, you know, your healing pad comes down or before you find any shelter. So, yeah, kind of a fumble from whatever happened with Striker there. And then London, it's a really important response that they had. When you know you have a 5 versus 4, the tempo, the momentum that they carried to the Boston spawn was incredible. Backbone's May walls are very valuable. Now, you know, the blizzards, it's tough to get any value from that with the mobility that we've already pointed out, but he even zoned off reinforcements if there were to be any.
Look at that. Oh, no way!
Oh,
no way!
So unlucky.
Buy a lottery ticket, Hadi, because the odds of that are astronomically low. I think, Lemon, that's just a rush diff right there. Like, Genji bad, Reinhardt good, stop your weebery and return to Crusader.
Now, I wonder how Marvel's going to do on the Doomfist when it comes to the attack. Now, their defense was kind of inexistent. To be fair, they went for more of the holding outside of the point for the high ground. And even that, they took a lot of time away from London. But now London want to take time away from them. Look at Hadi already be aggressive through this underpass. And Boston are not allowed really any space to maneuver.
All right, average Backbone doubters. Tell me about the accuracy today, huh? It's been a pretty good May game from Backbone, I think it's fair to say. Even on Colosseo where they lost, Backbone was doing quite a bit of damage with those May right clicks. A wall there, I believe, to try and save Hadi after a touch more aggression than maybe they were comfortable with. And London Spitfire have to cede some ground away here until Hadi returns, which he has, but in more of an isolated position.
Yeah, Marvel is just trying to keep everyone away from his team. There's more kind of defensive style punches, and displacing Orion isn't really gonna do much. The shield is quite healthy. Now Hadi wants to get a couple of swings in, and Marvel has somehow gotten behind Hadi. Now this is a dangerous position. Along with the ice block that's been forced from Backbone, is Hadi gonna want to peel for that? Backbone has lived for now. The London climb up the staircase as Boston might have a free road to the point, but as they do, the Matrix from Landon is summoned, and Boston really have to dodge all of that damage because, by the way, it's amplified.
Yeah, the healing's amplified as well. I mean, each of his little globs doing double healing to Hadi to get them back up to full health in short order. Boston Uprising, though, didn't invest any of their major tools, whereas Landon had to use that Matrix. And now there's going to be less to try and answer the pressure that will come out of maybe a Naked Visor followed up by a Nano Blade. The thing is, that Visor itself can be cut off by the Maywall, which is why I don't want to really see it nanoed.
And look how Boston have already climbed through the left side, so they're not as worried about Backbone's Maywall, which was maybe a winning condition that London were setting as they were seeing Boston go through underpass. Now you have a visor from Sparker that's off to the left side to maybe catch Boston on transition. Now the Nano is from MCD is given to Marvel. He wasn't repositioned to the back line, and the visor from Striker is helping out a lot too. Now you got a couple of kills from Boston, a 5 versus 3. The objective is currently being captured by MCD. Now it's Marvel ready to finish the job.
All right, the London Hell in the Cell claims Valentine, so no Blade just yet, but the respawn is quick and it's not far to go for the Genji. Slow onto multiple members for Marvel, but the mutual stun from the charge means that Marvel's out of luck. And London, they can simply liaise on over to this point, and Boston Uprising, if they get into a close quarters battle with London here, Lemon, they can't win against the chatty damage. Speaking of which, he's earned himself an Earth Shatter here. And generally, you're going to be looking to either solo shatter Marvel or MCD. And we know that Marvel can avoid those very well with the upward seismic slams, but Hadi loves a good main tank slam.
Hadi also loves chewing gum. He looks unbothered, glossed, and bossed, and he's ready for his approach.
In his lane.
Oh, exactly. We love a queen in their lane, but Hadi, now the sound barrier comes out. The shatter comes through. It only gets MCD, and he already had the sound barrier to begin with. But Fate getting a little too aggro. Almost took that punch to the jaw, and Hadi got too aggressive. He's finally punished. The Reaper damage so lethal close range as Valentine finishes off the kills with the blade. Sparker might outrun him, but Boston finally get to see this point fully captured. It did take the majority of their time, though.
Call me a nitpicking Nigel, Lemon, but I don't believe that blade was particularly necessary from Valentine. Already a lot of damage had been done to London Spitfire, and I think that a nano blade to try and take control of the high ground here at the beginning of B would have been much more valuable in like the macro gameplay of Boston Uprising. Now they're going to be relying on a vanilla nano onto someone who doesn't have any ultimate abilities. Maybe you could give it to Marvel or to Striker to try and do more damage to Hadi, and Boston here have made the decision to swap over to Reaper to try and get more damage onto this menace of a main tank.
Hadi was taking a lot of poke. I like the response of the Ant Matrix in case you thought Boston were pushing up through the left side, and sometimes you just get accidental picks with an Ant Matrix. Meanwhile, Backbone is on the right side. Striker has been nano. He goes forward to dismantle Hadi. The immortality from Landon is summoned. Hadi is bio-grenaded. How is Hadi alive? Sparker shows his face with the tactical visor and takes care of MCD. Boston were distracted, never even got the Hadi kill.
Well, you know the mantra of the Doomfist, and it works out just as well for the Reinhardt. The best defense is a good offense, and a good offense was certainly proffered there by Sparker with the visor, breaking down multiple members of Boston Uprising so that no one could reinforce the push onto Hadi nor break that shield. And now with only a minute 30 left, Boston Uprising have to begin to worry, and you can see why London Spitfire want to invest. So what is this? No way!
You can't be going through the right side, Boston. Not with Hadi there. He has charge. It's an open lane. Valentine, that mistake will cost him. Oh, and Maywall, the Striker, forces him to engage. And the Icicle to the brain will sit that Reaper down. Boston are left with 1 minute.
Well, let's talk about that positioning as well, Lemon, because this is the London game plan. They wanted to engage on B as soon as possible as that door that the fire engine moves through has closed. And now you have to go through 2 tiny zones in order to access this car. One of them is gate-kept by Hadi, the other by Backbone, so you can't go in there. There's no way you're escaping a Maywall in that tiny room. Valentine here is gonna, get peeled.
Dodge. MCD, good dodge. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Hadi shatter, that's for sure. Now Striker, he's allowed to go through the right side, and London have done a good job of stopping that flank. And speaking of that flank, Sparker holds it down. Striker is gone, and so is Valentine. At what point are Boston gonna change this up? Even this lethal close range damage from Striker is not enough to stop Hadi.
And now if you do overwhelm Hadi in that tiny area, there can be a yeet of a blizzard. Hadi's actually held back over here. Maybe with a speed boost they could try and out-rotate people as they move on through and catch MCD off guard. But no, Hadi once again plays the doorman. This gate is going to be kept, and you shall not pass.
Amp Matrix, though, from Landon. It's not enough to cut Boston down before they're engaged. The sound barrier, the nano, and Striker strikes again. Finally, Boston get to see some light, some signs of hope. London are not even fully removed yet. And at this point, there's not really much time remaining for Boston, as they gotta not only yeah, they'll win this fight now, but they're in overtime territory and they still have one fight yet to go for point B.
Basically, all of B to be negotiated here means that London Spitfire can luxuriously set up for this fight wherever they wish it, Lemon. And plenty of ultimates to speak of as we move on through. The Blizzard to force everyone off a cart in overtime, where it's most imperative that you stay on there. And the Tactical Visor to grab anyone who dares to run away. All we need to see is Valentine somehow negotiate their way around Admiral's sound barrier.
Oh, Striker almost got caught. And that's really dangerous. I mean, Striker is only good close range, and Sparker has the versatility. The visor catches fate. The car is not big enough, and the deflect from Valentine wasn't there. And they all converge onto the Blizzard, the Soundbear, and the leftover ultimates. London stop busting and go to series point.
Okay, rushed outers like me having a bit of a sweat right now, Lemon. Things aren't right. Something's afoot. There's shenaniganery going on here in the Overwatch League. London Spitfire have identified the geometry of the new maps, and they know exactly how to play it with the old classic EU style. The Reinhardt locks down the doors, and the mini room belongs to the May. London Spitfire have began to pull ahead, and while this was a match that was going to be hotly contested in all of the pick'ems, I don't know if anyone expected London to be winning Midtown. Can they take it all the way? You'll find out after this break.
Hey everyone, we're back. We're going into the next map. I look like I'm dressed like a nun, and this is a homeless guy I picked off the street. I don't even know which way I have to point myself, but hey, let's see if your pick'ems are still in order. We got London versus Boston. Even a desk, we're kind of split on it. And London's Rush, kind of nice.
Turns out if you're the only team that plays Rush, we don't really have a benchmark, but you're winning maps, hey, Rush is going pretty well. And you know what, Lemon? London 3-0'd Vancouver Titans by making Vancouver Titans look like they didn't know how to play against the Rush. And in my opinion, London might be entering a sort of singularity of the Chengdu zone, which is just the London zone, where no one else scrims Rush, so no one's used to playing against it, and then London come up against you in an official and they're like, okay, deal with this, dummy. And the dummies sometimes do not deal. We're heading over next, of course, to our control map, 4th in a series, which is a little bit of a departure from where Overwatch League usually puts it. But this now means that things are going to swap up a little bit, Lemon. As we head over to Lijiang Tower, obviously Control Center is going to be where London really have their power spike with the Reinhardt, but Marvel's Doomfist is going to be super powerful over on the other maps.
So we were talking during the break about really who looks better on Lijiang Tower, and it really depends on the round. Now, if we go to Control Center, I would favor London's Rush on that. It's a very horizontal map, and that's where there's not a lot of high ground, so great for Rush in terms of rotations and, of course, the chokes that they can control. And when it comes to Night Market, if Marvel's going to continue his Doomfist shenanigans, or what he was attempting to do, then I would say the close-range quarters of the point of Night Market would favor more of the Doomfist from Boston. If we go to Gardens, now I think that could be a hybrid of both, where if you want to run Rush, you can go through White Room, and if you want to run some Doomfist, Dive, whatever Boston are feeling, then you can go through middle of the map. So kind of RNG on who could be taking the first round. And if Boston somehow pull this out, New Queen St is a lot better for Doomfist and Dive than it is for Rush.
Now, speaking of Dive, that usually is determined by a couple of DPS alongside it, Lemon, and Boston Uprising have made their 3rd DPS swap in 4 maps. They now have Striker and Valentine. I was about that Striker and Valentine last time. I forget. I was... Striker got subbed out, which made me a little bit upset on map number 2. I would have loved to have seen the Tracer versus Tracer between Shax and Striker. But we also saw the choice for Boston Uprising to go over to the Reaper, which means that they're pretty scared of Hardy. And question is, will this Reaper shenanigan continue?
Yeah, that was I think, a choice from Boston. They were stuck at a choke, very close range. They brought out the Reaper to shred Hadi's shield. Hadi is just alpha. He never moved due to the Reaper, and I think Striker also decided to go more on a kind of a flanky Reaper play style of going through the right side of Midtown, and they kind of got stopped every single time from Sparker, who's been playing out of his mind. But of course, Soldier's going to look better than Reaper when Soldier has access to just all of this range that Striker has a harder time getting to. So I'm really wondering, is Striker going to still opt for the Reaper to deal with Hadi's shield, and how is he going to play that Reaper versus do we just go back to what was winning, which was the Soldier?
Valentine Junkrat? Could it be? Ah, I could dream. Junkrat, even though OBS Junkrat is fantastic, Junkrat themselves is not an ideal character in the Overwatch 2 PvP beta, I think it's fair to say. So Boston Uprising seem to be sticking to old reliable here. But think about how tightly designed Control Center is. Backbone's walls here are going to be very difficult to circumnavigate, and also if you think about the micro aspects of a fight on the point, having that central pillar makes kiting a Doomfist much easier when he's using a lateral punch mechanic to try and do damage to you.
And just Valentine and Marvel are also trying to assassinate, and it's kind of annoying to go up against Backbone, who can ice block, and Hadi, who's just not going to die immediately. So Admiral can boop you away as well, and what an engage from London, who have already walled off the competition and charges into them. Marvel is going to be not able to play Doomfist soon.
Going somewhere, chum? No, you ain't. There has been a rotation here from Boston Uprising that has got them the outside, but look at this. Valentine can't deflect the ice beam, turned into a slush puppy, and I'm afraid gets put down at the pound. Backbone now continues to be a menace, which needs to be dealt with and needs to be somewhat factored into the Boston Uprising game plan, but as I alluded to before, how much May have Boston scrimmed against in Overwatch 2? I would bet probably none.
but you scrimmed London a ton of it because that's all they really play. So Striker is on the Tracer. Now your prayers have been answered. Leg day, you can get off from your knees, but really, Valentine is going to struggle against the May, just like it would in Overwatch 1, but now there's more damage to May's primary fire. They have walled off Marvel, and London don't seem too alerted with whoever is back here, which is Valentine, who almost gets booped off the map. His dash has been used, and Boston have lost Striker. Now they're getting staggered.
Dude, Hardy is surviving a really long time as like an isolated frontline, even while Backbone looks elsewhere to try and distract Valentine. Marvel's in deep trouble once again, forced to run away, but that will... Oh, bloody hell.
Let Striker play Overwatch. Do I have to do some kind of change petition? By the way, Faith and Valentine actually rotated all the way to the point, seeing if just starting to capture the point would draw attention, draw pressure off of the main choke, which turns out Backbone can headshot. So Striker's not having fun right now.
Yeah, Striker is not having a great time. Their third hero of the first few fights. There's the Immortality, perfectly timed by Landon. Surely they don't survive this, and no, they are going to be claimed by Valentine. But it's already 80% for London Spitfire, and Boston are only just about to touch the point, and Chatty still hasn't arrived yet.
Chatty, I love that. Sparker, he's gonna head for those. He got bioed, and it's just not a fight that London can take right now, but they prefer the range right now anyway. They have Landon's Ant Matrix, they got a Visor. We'll see if that even gets comboed. Can start with one, then go into the other. Backbone's fighting for server. He's actually ice blocking, and Striker got nanoed. He's in the back line, and he's coming for you. Hottie doesn't know what the shield. He keeps his shield up for the front line, and now you got the Sparker clapback. I kind of combined their names. It's really cute. Attack Visor gives him control of server. Striker's trying to sneak up to Sparker, who disengages, tries to create as much distance as he can between him and Striker, uses the Ant Matrix to spray down not only Striker, but the backline of Boston. And meanwhile, this point has gone down into Flash, 95+%. Boston, are they there to touch?
Oh, he's Spiker now, Lemon. He is throwing out some impaling rods from that heavy pulse rifle. Backbone starts a little bit of parkour. Out comes the blade, but can it stand up against the pressure that London bring to bear? The cryo beam is just too much, and as we expected, Control Center is a power area for London Spitfire.
Yeah, I gotta say, Boston were playing a bit of mystery heroes, trying to figure out kind of what DPS was going to work out, and Striker's Reaper again, he's trying to close the gap. It's not working out, and also as soon as Valentine even got close to the May does a lot of damage, so unless Valentine gets her, you know, below 50% HP, gets some kind of dash going, maybe has to also mark the ice block cooldown. There's a lot of like checklist things that Boston have to get through, on top of trying not to get Maywalled from each other and shooting that down and not getting staggered, which is Boston were getting staggered through half of that round, so we kind of expected Control Center to go London's way though.
Will the Valentine Farah be real and have London Spitfire plan for this in advance? They could actually just roll over onto MCD and overwhelm him, because remember, MCD won't have a speed boost here. With Faith over... Oh, yeah, there we go. Boston Uprising have seen this and are like, no, wait, we're going back to the Reggie. Bring back Reggie.
I was thinking, you know, when it comes to Night Market that Boston would have the upper hand, but they're not really racing to the point where I feel like that geometry would favor Marvel, but this is another place that's very close range. London jumped right in, Backbone's on the Reaper, and might change off as quick as he brought it out, but either way, Boston will have, it's actually 4 versus 4, so no clear fight winner yet. As you see, Valentine hoping to maintain Mega Pack control. There's also a flank from Valentine onto these supports, and man, this is dicey.
Valentine here could be in trouble though if Hattie turns their attention. Sparker, only body shot. There aren't any headshots to be delivered, so the execution doesn't come through, as there is some patience here for Landon to return. Hattie will keep this contested, and so too will Backbone with their engagement here, avoiding the much maligned Genji that would usually go with this composition, Lemon.
Well, I'm glad that Boston are finally playing the point. This would be much better for Marvel if he was alive to say so. It's Sparker versus Striker. This is going to be the battle you have to keep an eye on now that is range versus range. 30% for London, flipped back over to Boston. And without supports, London are gone.
And when we were theory drafting this map during the break, Lemon, we said that Control Center would be London's and Night Market should be Boston's, because attacking this area up against the Doomfist is so difficult because you're you're forced to pick your poison. You can either suffer environmental death going around the outside to try and access the point, or have a very close area.
How about just climbing into the back line and delivering a good old kiss on the forehead? This nano attack by Wait, and Sparker doing the same thing! They survive, only to clap back even harder. The absolute blow-up. That is the London Spitfire right now. It's looking so good. Now they can just pound Marvel and go to the point and flip it, and that'll give the lead back over to London.
Ah, yes, the patented Christopher Coach techniques. The Know You Nanovisor. Charging in so far, well, it would be a shame if someone were to also Nanovisor you. And now Admiral has a slight advantage when it comes to this tactical, when it comes to this sound barrier, but Striker falling down early means that Boston Uprising are, of course, going to have to wait for this respawn. Down now only to 8 seconds instead of 10 in Overwatch 2, so it won't take long for Striker to return to the fray, especially with that sprint as well.
Marvel's just kind of checking out Hottie. You're looking good. Boston connecting. MCD is all the way to the right. Marvel is going to go to point and draw the attention of London. And it looks like Sparker isn't moving. He's kind of dueling Striker in the middle of the map, and Marvel isn't successful at really drawing any attention except Admiral. And meanwhile, Hottie has started his dive towards MCD, which brings back Marvel's attention. But now we have the point. All of Boston are now rotating for the objective. They gotta be so worried. If Admiral gets a boop here, that could be sketchy for anyone playing on coast side. Sounders being engaged. Death Blossom from backbone. Helicopters on top of the back line of Boston. As Valentine is blading with 1 HP. You didn't see it because it was so R-rated. Blood on the floor. Valentine is dead, and Marvel is relocating to spot.
It had to be done, Lemon. That could have been the fight that made London Spitfire 2-1. Who expected this? Your power rankings are terrible. You are silly. Boston Uprising are slain on Lijiang Tower 2-0. Where's your god now?
My praise! They're actually in the toilet this time. I know we were talking about in or out of the toilet, but yeah, Boston, I really thought they were going to have the handle on Night Market. I think they kind of... Marvel kept going to the point to draw attention, wasn't successful, and then Hottie and friends just dove the backline, and Boston were very, very disconnected on their Doomfist dives. And then, wow, London came out ahead.
Once again, Hottie was correct in their interview when they said, Predding against London, that's pretty cringe, bro. And London, they are looking stronger and stronger, even when they're playing the Baptiste. They're moving away from the Ana meta sometimes when it's required, but the real difference maker here was the young gun, the DPS that only got to play a few matches on a languishing London last year. It's Sparker, Lemon, and this guy was a real difference maker, especially in that final fight there where we saw the Know You Nanovisor.
Yeah, Sparker just looked better and better as the series went on, diffing Striker at moments during the Soldier, utilizing Hottie's bubbles really well. I think he had a replay, he got like 4 or 5K, and it's doomed to Hottie's bubble placement. So it's not only Sparker's mechanics that shine bright, and we knew this young star was going to make a splash coming into the league, but the way he synergizes with a tank he's played for with years looked incredible for London today. Now you might think, okay, London are looking one-dimensional with the rush, but today I think was one of their best showings on things other than the rush. The dive looked good as well, just needing to clean up Colosseo or just their push gameplay in general, and London are not at the bottom.
Yeah, no matter where London decides to hang their hat when it comes to comps, be it rush or dive, it's always Sparker on the Soldier 76, who is the all-reliable. That hero damage done per 10 minutes is quite obscene, almost 11k per 10 minutes. Pretty damn good, Lemon, and the deaths are so low as well, being very evasive with that sprint and allowing themselves a little bit of additional wiggle room, as well as making sure that Landon and Admiral aren't overly stressed with good usage of the biotic field to keep everyone healed up, and that's also really good for allowing your Ana and Baptiste a touch of additional survival as well by putting that down for them instead.
And we've seen a lot of Reaper showings, this time from Striker, but the close range kind of box that you're stuck in really proves that the hero lacks versatility, and as there's so much mobility in Overwatch, it's been hard for all of Reapers to show up. But maybe that'll be an important lesson that Boston has to learn with time. Speaking of our next match, Dallas Fuel versus the LA Gladiators. That's going to be a banger. We'll see you after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello? 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 Sparker? Hi, this is Danny. Hello. Yeah, I think so. I got it. Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here joined now by Sparker from the London Spitfire. Sparker, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling so good after that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys had a great match. Congratulations on the big W. Now, you guys are also coming into today's match. You guys also, beat the Vancouver Titans last week, and today against the Boston Uprising as well. What were your did you guys have any specific game plans coming into today's match against the Boston Uprising?
No, we just kept to what we did in Scrim, and I think it's because, I just think we're the better team overall in terms of how much we prepared for this match.
Right. The first map did go to the Boston Uprising. After that, you guys, focused up and you guys did get the W for the match. Were there any adjustments that you guys made after the first map?
Not really. I think it's just because it's the only push map. It's a bit weird. So I think we just screwed up our play, and in the end, push map is like kind of small timer, so we just ended up losing it.
Right. Okay. Well, you guys did lose that map, but like I said, you guys did win the match as well. So, I also want to ask you about your team composition. I guess London Spitfire is sort of the only team that really heavily relies or utilizes the rush composition. Sparker, do you feel like using rush? You guys are the only team that sort of uses that rush composition. Do you think that gives you guys an edge over the rest of the other Overwatch League teams currently?
Yeah, I think people hate playing us because they can't scrim against us. Like, they can't practice against rush. So whenever we play an official, it's like people don't know what to expect from us, and we just end up on top.
All right. I have one final question for you, Sparker. What do you think about this? Do you think it's kind of weird not picking London over Boston Uprising?
Yeah, it's kind of weird actually. Kind of weird. I don't know why people would do that.
Kind of weird.
Don't think people should.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I totally agree with you. All right, Sparker, that is it. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, thank you. Kind of weird.
It is kind of weird. It's funny because it's true. My baby's kicking up a storm. I don't know if it was lunch or if it's angry at Boston Uprising, but something's going on.
Both, probably.
Probably a little bit of both. I'm a little mad. I'm not gonna lie. Reinforce, you were with me, as well as, of course, the majority of our audience in their pickings with our Boston picks. I'm not disappointed. I'm angry, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, no, that's that. I have a lot of feelings. I'm just not a fan of the musical chairs we're seeing out of Boston Uprising. I understand this season you have a lot of players. That doesn't mean you have to field all your players constantly. Also, I don't know. I want to say something positive.
It's overwhelming, Zoe.
So Reinforce. Let's talk about London, Reinforce. They showed a great rush again, which Boston clearly didn't have a real answer for, but also a competent dive, which is great to see them being able to pull that one out as well. What impressed you the most?
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I was pretty high on the London Spitfire going into the season. Now, I'm not trying to like flip flop here and be like take credit, because obviously I didn't predict them, and I was wrong in that regard. So I'll be completely honest about that. But going into the season, one of the reasons why I was like, hey, London Spitfire, I don't think they're automatically going to be 20th, is because, for example, they showcase that they can play some Soldier Tracer compositions with Sparker on the Soldier and Shax on the Tracer, and in many ways they outplayed the Boston Uprising on, for example, Route 66, right? So this is an London Spitfire team that is showcasing that they can play the Brawl composition, that I think that Sparker made a good point that it's so hard to practice against them because they're the only teams playing it, but also, even if they have to dive, like they do here on Route 66, they have competent players to actually play these kind of compositions, right? So it's not a one-trick pony team as much. And I think one underrated factor, as we're watching them play here on Midtown as well, is that the map pool is actually kind of not favoring Brawl compositions, but it's certainly viable, because if you look at some of the maps that we're playing here in the Kickoff Clash, when it comes to hybrid map, for example, it's going to be Midtown, like we're seeing here. It's going to be King's Row and Eichenwalde. All those maps, they kind of favor this kind of close range, brawly style where you can speed boost your round around, clear off high grounds, etc., and get into the face of the opponent. So I think that this London Spitfire brawl composition, it is a bit underrated in that regard, and we're seeing some of these lower ranked teams actually struggle against a team like the London Spitfire, who are known, by the way, the European region, known for playing these brawl compositions, like playing this composition at such a high level.
Yeah, Boston could have done some more homework there, and I mean, Marvel's Doom.
He didn't have fun.
Yeah, no, he did not have fun. I didn't have fun watching him playing that Doom and insta-dying literally every turn he took as well. What do you think Boston should have done to adapt to that style from the London Spitfire Reinforce?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't love the Doom either. I can kind of see of why it would be so effective against the brawl composition, but I think there were many times throughout the series, actually, that we saw that Hadi's Winston bubble actually was what made the difference to some of these dive compositions coming out from the London Spitfire and the Boston Uprising. So, for example, you would see that the non-advisors would come out, and just having the Winston bubble in between your non-advisor and the enemy non-advisor, that kind of mitigation is going to make the difference from Striker getting a 4K and winning one of those series, and also like the London Spitfire instead making a comeback and racking up the kills instead. I also think that the Valentine Genji, I mean, it's so like no value whatsoever. It was a bit discombobulated, he didn't dive in at the same time as Marvel, and it just looks like, again, like Sparker mentioned during the interview, like Boston Uprising, they hadn't had enough time to practice against these high-level brawl compositions, and as such, it did at times look a bit messy and like they didn't have any kind of team chemistry whatsoever.
No, yeah, they played this as a solo adventure on the Boston side. Speaking of solo adventure, though, you had a great old time watching Shax. He just came in for one map, popping off, doing his tracer thing, and
I fell in love.
Time. Yeah, again.
I even love London even more now. And I think they put it the right way. I think he said London zone now, not Chengdu zone, but in the West we have London zone now.
Yeah, no, everyone needs a zone, and we're definitely in it. And I guess I have to predict London in the next game. I don't know. Today we learned. Now, of course, our predictions didn't quite go all of our ways, but you live and learn, and that's just how this works here on the desk. We do have another game coming up, and once again, the predictions were actually split on that one as well. Dallas Fuel going up against the Gladiators. This is the big one of the day. This is the one match, the true test for both of those teams to really set a tone moving forward. Reinforce, why did you go with the Gladiators here?
I went with the Gladiators because I liked the compositions more that I've seen from the LA Gladiators. I think when you look at both of these teams, we both know they are capable of very high level of play, but I like what I've seen from the LA Gladiators in that they recognize that Soldier Genji is the meta, and we're going to stick to playing the Winston most of the time, and we can also flex over to play some Sigma Widowmaker if need be. So in that way, I think that the Gladiators have a better read on the meta, whereas the Dallas Fuel, I mean, they're playing a lot of Zarya compositions, and although you could argue that Zarya is good on some of these maps, for example on Midtown or Eichenwalde, I think that Dallas Fuel, they are better when they're setting the pace. What I'd like to see from the Dallas Fuel in this matchup is perhaps play a bit faster with Fearless on the Doomfist or on the Winston, and then enable Sparkle, not Sparker anymore, it's Sparkle this time around, Sparkle to play either the Genji aggressively, like we know he can do, or even flex over to the Tracer. Edison can just sit on the Soldier 76, and having that flexibility to play the Tracer as well, we've seen that be very effective this week so far, and Dallas Fuel, they are very much capable of making that adjustment.
I can't wait to get this game on the road. And for the action, we're going to hand it over to Matt and Mitch.
Right, yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Let's not waste too much time here, Matt, because the first week was an interesting one for the Dallas Fuel, right? Not the opening they would have liked. They got the fanfare, the lights, camera, action, but it was mostly an Outlaws fan. They were outnumbered, and they ended up obviously losing in that live match. They bounced back really well at the end of the week, making it a little bit hard to truly evaluate where the Dallas Fuel are at.
And the Gladiators looked really good last week. I believe they have the second best map differential really early in the season behind the Shock. I think the Shock's at like 9-1. But they didn't exactly play the strongest of competition last week, right? They played New York and they played Boston. So I'm really excited for this match because I think we're really going to get to see where these two teams are at in terms of the landscape in the West.
Yeah, really interesting to see how the Gladiators showed us, obviously, a bit of Arn's action on maps that allowed for hit scan. Heroes, we got to see Patapan as well, quite often piloting the Genji, with even a little bit of Echo mixed in there, right? It's clear to see that Kevster is still the most reliable aspect of this team, at least in terms of damage. And Reiner has really shown, right? His Winston was just, I mean, top cut, especially, on control maps, right? So there's a lot to lean on for the Gladiators. But while we discuss tanks here, Matthew, an interesting inclusion for the starting lineup for the Dallas Fuel. I think Johnny hinted at saying, okay, we need to see Dallas set the pace. Fearless leading from the front. Hanbin comes in here at tank to start off.
Well, we casted a game last week where we saw Hanbin, I believe it was on like an Eichenwalde, where he was playing the Zarya, and they were playing like a Zarya with a Reaper combination.
Yeah, Route 66.
It was really good. Yeah,
it was incredible, honestly. We noted just how good Hanbin was at setting up his Sparkle on the Genji, right?
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's probably what they're going to try and do here today, especially with push being at the beginning, where you can get really aggressive, probably use those bubbles, and have Edison on the Reaper and then Sparkle on the Genji. That seemed to work out for them when we last saw this team. I'm interested on how that works against some of the stuff that the Gladiators have been running, right? They've been running a lot of the Soldier 76. They have Ons to come in, do a long-range hit scan. We can take a look at the Gladiators starters for today here in a sec, but you'll have Funny Astro in the mix, Shu, and then they're going to start Ons today. So that tells you potentially, like, maybe they want to play a little bit further, play a little bit further back against this rush that may come in from the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, given the map pool as well, it's probably not a huge shock. We've got our push maps at the start of the series this week, right? So I know Arns can pick up that Soldier 76 and be really punishing potentially.
Yeah, and Colosseo as that first map, it's got that long sight line, right? Where the bot is. Like, that is perfect for when you're thinking like a Widowmaker, an Ashe, 76 really strong in that corridor. It'll be interesting what they decide to put Ons on, because like you mentioned, we have seen Kevster and Penifan a whole lot. I think we've seen Ons like in a handful of situations. So I think this will give you a better insight into how they want to use him. And actually, Mitch, you kind of look at some of the maps in this series with Gibraltar and Eichenwalde coming.
Oh man!
Maybe this is a series you would have just put Ons in on those.
Just leave Ons
anyway, and said, yeah, let's just leave him in. Like, let's just keep him hot, keep him fresh, and start him.
Now, this series between the Fuel, the Gladiators, has always been pretty hotly contested, right? I think the record is almost sort of equal over the years, and obviously these rosters have changed a whole lot. But as it stands, the Dallas Fuel still have a cloud of uncertainty over them after a bit of a seesaw performance last week. You see, last time these two went head-to-head, it was the Dallas Fuel that managed to win. But that June joust was definitely a higher point for them, and Dallas were conspicuously absent towards the end of the year and that Countdown Cup. So these two teams really feel like they come in at a similar level. The substitutions will be very interesting as the series goes along, right? You kind of mentioned maybe we see Arns just be a mainstay here. And I guess, Edison, how does he stand up against, Arns as a hit scan threat, right? Edison, maybe not always put in a position to thrive throughout his career, but he's extremely experienced at the Overwatch League level, and he definitely represents that hit scan answer that the Fuel were looking for last year.
And this is the Fuel composition we thought they would run. We talked a little bit out in the pregame. It's Zarya with the double bubbles with two flankers with the Reaper and the Genji in the mix. And for the Gladiators, they'll have Reiner on the Doomfist here. We've seen this, I believe, from him before on this map in particular. And they'll run the Soldier and Genji. So you'll have Ons here kick things off on the Soldier 76.
All right, so the two teams will get the measure of each other here at the start of the round. Already a bubble given over towards Sparkle as he dove in, and Edison heading in the other direction. The Dallas probe a little bit here at the Gladiators and force them back a little bit, but what's unlocked and we're about to get some clashes.
Sparkle is really low. Takes a shot there from Shu. I thought it was interesting as well. We saw there for a little bit where Reiner didn't opt to go in with his Doomfist punch. Yeah, they take out Edison. So before, Edison TP'd in and Reiner like pushed him back and forced out the Wraith form. He was using their own barrier to kind of hide behind. Because there's no real long-range damage for the Dallas Fuel, right? They have to be the team that engages here. And if you're able to force them back, cooldowns like get the dash out of the way of Genji or TP in the Wraith form of the Reaper, and a bubble or two goes down, you're in a spot where then you can get into position with that 76 and the Doomfist and start to take over.
Yeah, a lot depends on Chio's speed boost here. Hanbin's going to get the nano boost now. Reiner, power block's not going to save him. 90% damage reduction, by the way. Yeah, Edison's still able to cut through that. You might be right, Matt. His composition not well suited for the poke game, but once Dallas can get the engagement they're looking for, they're off to the races.
This fight for the Gladiators, though, coming up should be pretty good. This will be a nano attack visor.
Oh, he's dead.
Hanbin should get mowed down, yeah. You also have sound barrier, but you're probably going to save that, right? You know Sparkle is going to have that blade coming up soon. Not going to pop it now. Funny Astro with a little, with some big kills there in the feed. So.
Yeah, Lastro or Funny Astro, both of them really getting involved in a lot of these final blows, and Hans is going to have the triple threat of speed boosts to get him back into the fight as quickly as possible. Blade here for Sparkle. Chio has a sound barrier. Both teams do, in fact. So similar ult scenarios here as the Fuel again will look to try and take a fight. At least here they can get Edison fairly close, but he's spotted out, stunned briefly, and that's a bubble force from Hanbin. Here's that Sparkle Blade, and Kempster's going to reciprocate, but he's in the back line already, and it's almost like Fielder wasn't ready for him there. Kempster, though, hit with a Divided Grenade, tries to back away, but Edison's going to be able to clean him up now. The trade is there. Chio's sound barrier expiring, though, with Sparkle's taken down by a Helix Rocket. Arts is taking the reins late in the fight.
It is a trade there at the beginning, but the Gladiators keep their tank alive. Reiner stays alive on the Doomfist, and you just see how much of a nuisance he is. He ends up picking about 3 players, I think, in that fight. And with the power block and the damage reduction that causes, and obviously getting shields, 2 supports to help him out, it makes it really difficult to dispatch that Doomfist, especially when you lose a player early. Even though you trade if the Doomfist is still alive on that other team, not when the first target dead, it's pretty tough.
Graviton Surge for Hanbin there. He is doused in a bite of grenades. Kempster looks to try and finish off Chio. He'll back away. Reiner. Oh, he's able to get away. This could be bad for Edison. Yep. He's going to try and get out of there like Road running out. The Doomfist remains a threat until the Helix Rocket connects. Funny Astro also dispatched, but it's a decent lead here for the Gladiators after, so they pick up the Echo here. Sparkle switching off Genji too.
I was going to say, Kempster went over to Echo, and I was going to say probably needs to reconsider that because they switched to the Soldier and Tracer on the other side. 2 characters really good against Echo, and Kempster will match Sparkle in the Tracer battle. And you'll have Reiner go over to the Winston, so a pretty aggressive comp coming out from the Gladiators.
Nano Zarya right now. Hanbin, unclear how much energy he has. Okay, decent amount to work with here, plus a bubble in reserve. That's going to convert to even more energy now, and Arts is put to sleep during the Nano Visor. Absolutely huge connection there from Fielder, and now Hanbin looks to try and finish the job. The Soldier's in deep trouble. Another bubble dispatch. Arts is down, but he gets Fielder with a tail end.
I was going to say, he gets Fielder as soon as he gets up. It may not be the difference in terms of the barrier stopping progress. Dallas will keep it moving, but then this next fight coming up, Fielder's going to have that long spawn. You're going to be able to, Reiner's going to jump right in here. You're going to be able to start this fight pretty fast for the Gladiators, and Dallas is forced to back out a little bit.
Yeah, Fielder's being taxied back into the fray now by Chio, but losing him in that fight really takes some of the wind out of the sails for Dallas. Okay, Arns gives up the high ground. Sparkle can hear an Ana. Yeah, firing away. Spot Shu there. Probing Pulse Bomb. No stick, though. Still controlling the high ground and definitely giving Shu some cause for concern. But here's a sound barrier now for the Dallas Fuel. They lost Edison, though, already. No chance for him to go for that tack visor. And this fight's going awfully for the Fuel, despite getting a sound barrier off. Funny Astro mirrors, and now they're getting run over.
I was going to say, we haven't seen his POV a lot so far this round, but Funny Astro's played really well so far. Both beats that he's got.
He has 7 final blows!
Yeah. But I think what I was going to say is, when Sparkle is lurking up there on the high ground, Ons doesn't hear him, but Funny Astro actually I think he hears him and he starts to move up over towards Shu. And when he goes down to drop that Pulse Bomb, he actually gets booped a little bit. Funny Astro kind of dislodged him. I think it just kind of shook Sparkle a little bit. Never was able to kind of get back on track to land that Pulse Bomb on the Ana, which she wasn't really even moving that much at the time.
That is just not good for Edison there.
Yeah.
He held onto it. That tactical visor man was hoping to make the play here. No Nano to back it up, of course, and he gets absolutely crunched. The Gladiators are a fair way ahead of the Dallas Fuel right now. Not just from the eye test, but also, of course, here in terms of distance. And this bot's going to get under the bridge comfortably before Dallas can regroup.
And I also think you see the flexibility of Reiner here, where he's able to play the Doomfist and then now the Winston at the high level. For Hanbin, we've only seen the Zarya so far. Heard his Doomfist is pretty good, but haven't seen it in this map. really kind of shows you that tank role. There's not really a main tank or an off tank right now, right? It's just kind of, you have to be able to play all the tanks, and Reiner seems to be picking up most of them.
Pulse here could be dangerous. Fielder needs to keep his wits about him. Okay, maybe a bit of a non-bow. Yeah, Reiner jumps in there with a primal rage at the same time. He also gets blown up here. Far too much damage to the Bardic Grenade, making his life a little hard. Edison going to use the bot for coverage here as the Gladiators are bundled back towards their spawn.
This could be huge, though. It's going to be Reiner now going back to Doomfist. Minute 23 on the clock.
Yeah, Dallas will switch off the Tracer.
Yeah, Hanbin's got this grab. He's been sitting on it for what feels like a while now. Just really interested how they're going to try and use it, because Overwatch 2, people are spread out a little bit more. Not as much clumped together in terms of fighting. You're going to have 2 support ultimates here for the Gladiators, so when do you want to use this grab? Such a high-impact ultimate.
Okay, so tac fires are there from Edison. This, ironically, creates a bit of space, but again, he's taken down during the course of the ultimate. He needs to respect the damage output of Arns there. Harmon has no bubbles left. I repeat, 0. But he has 100 charge. So he's a little bit scary to push into right now. It's only Shu caught inside the grab. Funny Astro jumps in. Sound barrier provided now. Dallas need to follow up here, and they do. Shui, when the extra protection of the overhealth is felled by Harbin, who is beaming him down.
So charged. And this is what Zarya can do. As Hunt's actually going to get the bottom the other way, which I know buys a little bit of time. But
it's huge.
Zarya,
20 seconds.
If you're able to use your bubbles in the right way, you get so charged up, extremely tanky. It's, not much space that the fuel have to make up, but you're going to lose Edison.
Backbreaker now as Dallas have a long way to walk back. They don't have a forward spawn secured, and Fielder, rather, is going to be in trouble here. Close to a nano. Kev's is starting to pop off a little bit more, and Hanbin, he takes himself down. Overtime won't be a thing here in this map as the Gladiators spend most of the round ahead, and they finish on top.
Dallas started to pick things up towards the end, but I think the Gladiators, they had the answer for the Dallas Fuel compositions at every turn. I think you saw really the versatility of Kepser being able to play multiple different heroes there, the Genji, the Tracer, Echo, and then Reiner being able to go from Doomfist to Winston quickly, even just kind of in between spawns, feels like almost all the time, to counter what the Fuel were throwing at him.
A lot of switches in DPS, right? Pretty interesting to see how these teams try to set themselves up in a comfortable spot. But the fact is, Dallas didn't start in 1. They're going to want to hope to start map 2 off in more of a comfortable spot. So stick around for more of that, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Overwatch League. Right, I'm requesting it. Funny Astro pretending to be Lucio. I need that on repeat.
He better be getting the bag.
That's called method acting, you know what I mean? That guy might even have had an earbud in, you know what I mean?
What happened to the
sure
song?
He really nailed it. What song?
Gladiators.
Oh, come on.
Gladiators.
Wasn't that like 3 years ago?
It's just permanently in my brain.
Maybe they're busted out if we get to sort of see them at a live event. So far, I mean, they're paving the way towards showing up in Texas in a few weeks' time, Matthew. The Gladiators feel like they start off on Colosseo with a really robust composition, right? You teased it. Hey, middle part of the map, great for that hit scan. They come out the gates with it, they get an early lead, they convert it. Fearless now, coming back in for Hanbin. So, Desire, it really impressed us last week. Today, didn't quite hit the mark on Colosseo.
It also gives them a little bit more flexibility, right? I think Fearless will probably be playing the Winston on Gibraltar mostly. And then they'll have Skewed come in for Funny Astro. This is something we've seen the Gladiators do in the past. We've seen them play the Brigitte a decent amount here.
Funny Astro's like, mate, I got like 9, 11 final. I had more final blows than all my team for most of the round, and you're subbing me out. Unreal. Yeah, well.
I for a second there, I thought you were complaining about your own play. And I was like, there's no shot you ever got 9 final blows in a game. And I was like, there's no chance. But yeah, no, Funny Astro, yeah. I mean, he gets brought out here, and you bring Skewed in, but he's great on the Brig, right? He was massive for the Gladiators last year. Can come in, be like a Brig specialist on this map, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen him play the Zen in sort of Baptiste Zen compositions as well. It's like, we see Skewed get folded into quite a few looks last year from the Gladi, because everyone's like, where's Moth? Where's Moth? Well, Skewed was really able to cover all the roles that Shu couldn't.
This is where I worry about the Dallas Fuel, though. Like, Edison had a little bit of a rough go that game one. Obviously, going up against Gladiators team looks fantastic right now. And On's one of like the best hit scan players we've seen like in Overwatch League, period. Yeah. Now you kind of have to match him on the Widowmaker here. It really puts a lot of pressure on Edison, but I also think it's like around, it's a little bit responsible on the players around him, right? Like Spark and Fearless put that pressure on us as well.
I think I'm glad you brought that up, because this map either allows you to showcase your hit scan talent on your team, or it can expose a deficiency in that area, right? So we've seen teams. Yeah, okay.
Winston is sick. Yeah, okay, so he's not even going to try and do it. So they're going to play the Tracer out through it.
Again, we've seen teams just opt to not try and deal with the Widow v Widow. I mean, Boston, I think they had Victoria playing the most obscure angles to try and avoid the 1v1. It doesn't mean they're playing double dive here. They are going to be doing this into Brig, but of course, Shield Bash doesn't have a stunning component anymore, so you maybe feel a little more comfortable about diving in. It is all in, though, for the Fuel here, so see if they can execute a dive. One of the dives I was so well known for, Matt, last year.
It's just always tough, because you have to track where Once is on the map at all times, right? It forces you to play a little bit more passive than
he's out of his bubble.
Fearless gets slept. Oh, he gets hit with a biotic grenade as well. He's going to have to back up.
Oh, now, inside his bubble, it's one thing. But the bubble dropped down below him, so his head was peeking out. I thought Arns could have just ripped it off there if he managed to scope up in time. A ton of damage on Fearless. Takes a headshot there. My guy's getting put in the power washer.
But look at this. You can move the payload, and I think this is a good idea here from Edison to try and get the payload a little bit underneath this bridge, give themselves some more space, because right now they don't have any space to operate.
Sparkle hit with a bionic grenade here. Okay. There's a bubble for some safety. He'll get packed. Bit of a Girl Scout cookie and send him on his way. Still right as an issue. Slept. Oh, Sparkle thinking about it. Okay, line up the burst damage. It's
That's
there.
huge.
They get rid of Ryan, but there's a nano boost on Kempsney here, Matt. He's working towards a blade.
Yeah, but what? He's really in like a 1-on-4 situation. I mean, I guess he takes out Fearless, but Edison does a nice job on the payload.
Have you met my friend Teru from the Vancouver Titans? That's kind of dank, actually. Yeah, a bit of a deep cut. Again, I guess, look, he built his blade there, Matt, but he's able to take Fearless away. And in 1v4, he trades for a Winston. Not terrible.
The Gladiator's going to be able to hold here, you think, though. It'll be a rally invested here from the Dallas Fuel, but you have the Primal Rage for Reiner if you need to use it, and you're going to have your own rally.
Keep an eye on Shu. Yeah, if he can get out of this one scot-free, he can do a lot in this fight. Sparkle's trying to find Iana, but Gio's going to find it first.
they weren't able to contest the Gladiators. Even with the Primal and the Rally, they got pushed back a little bit. And they're going to give up that first point. So, yeah, good first point attack there from the Dallas Fuel is really on Edison being able to move that payload as the Tracer that gave them that space to operate, because before that, they weren't getting none. The Widowmaker Avant's really cutting off all sightlines.
And there's the case for not taking a Widow duel, right? Use a flexible play that can reposition quickly to force fights in areas where Dallas feel advantage. Speaking of which, high ground play. They can drop Fearless off the top of the shuttle here. Fielder tries to find the angle to keep him topped up. Nano available now. Okay, slept initially, but he's fine. Fielder is going to give up his life for having dropped off the top of the shuttle here, but he set Fearless up to really cause some problems. And Chio getting rid of Shu, little snipey from Fearless. Okay, I see you.
Vision players off with that, all right. As we've seen that a little bit more from our pro players than I think just kind of people playing the beta, being able to use that Winston alternate fire as the Fuel just roll past Gladiators into the second checkpoint. You really see what Fearless brings to the table as a main tank. Just absolutely tremendous on the Winston.
And what a test this is for Reiner, obviously who's looked amazing so far this season, to match the impact of the very seasoned Fearless, who just loves to play that aggressive style. Okay, fired a grenade there on Reiner, he can't get away, Edison chased him down. That's a big blow now for the Gladiators. They lack the structure here to put a stop to the Fuel for the moment. This car might round the bend.
And the Gladiators have no answer right now. I mean, while you have a Nano, you're going to have to wait for Reiner to get back. Kempster nowhere close to a Blade as well. Edison takes some shots there from Ons from behind. Has to back out.
Fearless is almost deadlifting his team on the Winston. All right, now, give you a bit of a stat. Big impact for the man. He's going to try and back away, grab that Mega. Reiner knows he cannot leave the safety of his bubble. And over his head, does the other tank go? They'll look to play a bit more defensively here and back away as the Gladiators try and get maybe ready for attack. Primal, few key ultimates coming online soon as Fearless goes for his now.
Yeah, he had the Primal, he got slept, so it gets like really not a ton out of it as Shu will be able to finish him off.
Sparkle almost has that. Yeah, he tries to save Fearless there.
Yeah, I mean, it was even, but there was no shot of them pushing up, yeah.
Okay, nice little Kobe there from Shu. Yeah, Sparkle almost has Shu dead to rights there. I think he just misses a shuriken. A repair pack quickly sails in from Skewed. So we saw Primal, saw a bit sort of used there. Edison now going over to the Soldier 76, facing down a lot of big ultimates from the Gladiators here. So this is a little scary for Dallas.
You also just need some more, you know, damage and long-range damage, specifically, to really kind of get Ons out of that position up on that high ground, right? He's able to play up on the bridge.
Already in for a penny and for a pound. Ons eviscerated. Shu fares a little better. Skewed has to head for the heals, but in the meantime, Reiner's dived the Gladiators backline here, and Kempster's gone in with the Blade, so this has prevented any real follow-up from Dallas, despite Sparkle's big impact. I mean, he left a crater, for God's sake. The cart still sailing underneath the bridge now, as Sparkle getting pressured down by the Winston. Tax visor coming out now from Arms. Can he push far enough forward to actually find some purchase here? The answer is yes. Kempster cleans up after the damage comes in.
But like you mentioned, even though we were on with Sparkle, Reiner uses Primal Rage, gets into the backline.
Oh dear.
And then Kempster's able to get two of his own.
Love that from Arns. He feels like he probably has to at least trade, get the Ana out of the picture there. He knew he was biotic grenaded standing on his own biotic field. Still able to get a lot considering how dicey that was for him.
Just putting so much damage into Fearless as he's got to go back to that Mega Health Pack and finally get healed here. So it goes back to the spawn, get some healing from Fielder, but playing around this Nano boost onto probably Fearless, maybe save it to try and put it on Edison with Attack Visor, but the payload, since it's gotten to this corner, has not moved very far.
Nano for Fearless. Shu trying to do the dance. Link Dart looks like he got expended there, so now it's a green light for Fearless to take a couple more steps forward. Looks like he's happy enough to create some space and deny the high ground play. He needs to be a little careful. Yeah, bubble thrown down. He's deep behind enemy lines. Can they get Fielder out of here? Fearless rather in one piece. Attack visor. That'll force Reiner away. Even claim that life. Beautiful finish here for the Dallas Field. Now they're getting a little bit closer. No key ultimates really on the horizon here, but you can say the same for the Gladiators, Matt. Kempster from all angles will be assailed, and Dallas can sail it home.
It's a good offense there from the Dallas Fuel. Really big impact from Fearless there at the end. Jumps in as the Nano dodges, getting slept, puts enough pressure, then gets the Primal to then just dislodge Ans. They even have to use their nano boost onto Ans to try and keep him alive, but he doesn't get much with it. And really, Fearless occupying 3 members of the LA Gladiators at that time allows his team to just kind of clean up the rest.
Look, I mean, Fielder comes into this week as the top healing Ana in the Overwatch League so far. We talk so much about the utility that she provides, right? Body Grenade, Sleep Dart, like I think we talked about Sir Margit yesterday and how that was so important in his performances. Fielder basically has the combined healing of Shu and Skewed right now. So he's really been dishing that out. It's a big part of what allows Fearless to be 7-2 in terms of final blows deaths, really play that extra aggressive approach. And that's another weapon in Dallas's arsenal. You know, Ana, yeah, right. I know that support healing's been toned down a little bit here in the PvP beta, but still, if you can dish it out, you're going to set your tanks up for success.
Dallas will go with Genji Tracer on defense as well. We'll see what the Gladiators decide to opt into once they see this. So it's really a pretty aggressive setup. No long-range damage. Maybe the Gladiators decide to stay on the Widowmaker. Maybe they decide to bring in the 76. Well, we saw Ans play some Tracer, like, you know, when he was on the Shock, but not in ages. So yeah, I fully expect him to either be on this Widow or go to the 76.
Ans to the skies. It's very little. Yeah, the Fuel are just not even bothering. Again, such a hallmark for them to sort of go without that long-range hit scan. Basically a defining trait at this point. Bit of body shot damage there. Ans, Fielder definitely needs to keep his wits about him. He does realize where he was positioned there. However, problems for Edison. Removed by Kevster, who's causing all sorts of problems for Dallas. As we watched Ans just whiff.
I mean, he hit it. He hit a few shots, right? And he was just putting some pressure. Lands a headshot on the Fearless. And the supports are forced to back up out of that position. They can't really move up to heal other players because they know that Ans has them in his sights.
They're very susceptible to Kevster dashing through that narrow hallway right by the bridge, which is probably how it went down. Gio just got smoked.
Yes, Kevster picked up another one. This payload is moving out a lot of defense coming in from the Fuel as Fearless is a nice shot, picks up 1. They should have backed up this in. Edison's so low. Like, yeah, they're not even. Yep, they're gonna get it right across. Looks like Fearless actually using Primal, try and like go into the server room and make a play, but.
I mean, that's all well and good, but you leave what your Tracer, I think, on the card.
I mean, you're gonna get staggered here like crazy too, right?
And now you have to deal with sort of Widow having decent angles here. I think the Gladiators probably want to push up and create a better staging ground for Ans to use. But I mean, he's going to come into this fight with infra sight, so we can just peek around the corner and have an instant pick potentially. Very dangerous for Dallas. Oh, this is, I don't like this at all.
No, Dallas is going to like grouping up inside of the plane.
Sleep on Reiner. No follow-up as of yet here. Okay, that turns around pretty well. They control Reiner inside that shuttle. They're able to drop to the low ground and to stay out of line of sight of Ans as well.
Yeah, Fielder hit a big biotic grenade. I believe connected with Skewed and Shu there. So no point to pop the rally in that position. The Sleep Dart also prevents Reiner from using the Primal, which he probably would have liked to do in that position. 15. Just the fact that you're willing to keep that is just kind of silly.
Yep.
And then they get the kill out of it. Yeah, I mean, he actually got the shot onto Sparkle, got him really low.
Yeah, really forced him away. That's what allows that kill to be claimed eventually. Shu hit with a pulse bomb. Reiner, what's the plan here? Okay, pressure down Fielder if you can. Kevster Blade to follow up that damage onto the back line. Both supports take him, but Kevster doesn't get that health pack by the looks. He's able to take to the high ground, but he has to get out.
Yeah, so, you know, you're not going to be able to get anything with that Blade. So Ans moves away from Widow, goes over to 76. This will be a little bit easier for him to kind of control that high ground, consistent pressure coming on in. We'll see if the Gladiators opt to use Rally here. You know, Dallas Fuel has some big ultimates that they don't necessarily have to spend.
Sparkle Blade, okay, he pulls that. He trusts that he's going to get enough healing. He exposes himself briefly to Ans, who switched to the Soldier here, and then puts himself in a position where he can't really compete in the rest of this fight. I like the follow-up though. He sees Fearless drop into the back line now. A big Vita Grenade going to connect on the Fielder and Chio. That's pretty bad if you've got Rally active for the Brig, but they're going to be able to survive this anyway. Fearless with the Primal Rage inside his close quarters makes mincemeat of the Glads.
Is Chio had a rally as well. Primal Rage from Fearless inside by the Mega Health Pack as defense for the Dallas Fuel starting to get going here. So the Gladiators, you probably don't really even hate that push, if I'm honest. You were down heavy in terms of ultimates. You got them to use, what was that, like 3 there? So I feel like you're kind of putting yourself in a better position.
Edison not happy with that one, doesn't connect the pulse, and Arns hits him with a face full of burst damage. Fortunately, can't say no to that one. Fearless again, continue to be topped up here to the high ground, dropping down again. Biotic Grenade connecting on Kevster, allows Fearless just to tickle him to death. But Reiner is able to get rid of the enemy Ana. Now where do we go? Towards the Brigitte, I guess. Get rid of the other support. Chio can't do too much either. He's forced to succumb.
Yeah, Fearless is going to be able to make it out, it looks like, with his life, which is huge. But this is what the Gladiators are playing for. Now, they end up losing that fight, where Dallas had all of those ultimates. They come back this next one. Look at this. You're going to have 4 out of the 5, but probably just Primal coming up here. Well, not anymore, as he gets mowed down by a Nanovisor.
Yeah, and that's just the perfect timing. Not only do you have Primal to deny Dallas the ability to contest, but also to knock Fearless outside of the safety of his bubble, subject him to Arns' onslaught. That's a pretty comfortable fight win there for the Gladiators, and they maintain the blade heading into this next one.
And now you'll have Edison going over to 76. I think you need to have some type of hit scan here, being able to control some of that high ground. You see where Anta set up? It's massive. So trying to see Edison maybe trying to get set up on the high ground like that bridge that Reiner was just taking space on.
Edison definitely being put to the test so far in this map. Arns knocked out of position. Can there be capitalization on Fearless's attempts to displace? No. Defensive Biotic Grenade, and Fearless is forced to back up.
The blade here for the Gladiators. Can you consider using it? Yeah, Kev's just going to pop it.
Now, Edison pops down that Biotic field, but the healing doesn't come quickly enough. And with Shu dealing with Sparkle now, Dallas de-toothed, as it were. And that card's going to come up just around the corner here. Kev still wants to prevent Fielder from having a decent look in here. And yep, we've got 2 Doormen here, Matthew. This is quite the club.
Dallas should be able to come out of the spawn though and fight this. Rally from one side, you have Nano, you're going to have a Blade as well. This is a fight that is very winnable for the Dallas Fuel.
And I think the Gladiators know that. Looks like they're giving a bit of spacing here to Sparkle as he tries to come in with a blade. That's the trade. It might actually be the start of pistol. An opportunity here for the Gladiators, perhaps, as Fearless isn't able to secure Shu because Skewed has Inspire, just ticking constantly. Kempster's forced to back away there as Fearless is on the card on that Winston. Chio gets healed up now, realizes that staying close to Reiner is a death sentence after the Biotic Grenade connects from Shu. Reiner takes a breather here, knows he's close to Primal, wants to set this up for some environmental kills. None of those opportunities present themselves, but Chio lingers a little bit too low.
Yeah, you know, the Dallas Fuel end up using a lot of those ultimates and didn't really get much out of it. Reiner just does a fantastic job just using some of the cover on the side there, some healing from his teammates, being able to stay alive in the back line of the Fuel for a very long time, get that Primal Rage. And it pushes them over the line. Both teams about even though here on Gibraltar, right? Just 1 second separating them.
Yeah, real close, and you know, we asked for nothing less for what is easily considered our match of the week on the face of it.
Yeah, after the game we cast yesterday, we deserve a close one.
I want to point it out here that Fearless currently leads his team. I'm going to gloss over that in damage and final blows. So Fearless really demanding a lot of respect right now from the Gladiators here. He's 13-6, Reiner 8-7. Fearless definitely putting in the reps. Arns has a ridiculous amount of damage here. He's definitely having an outsized impact, but low on final blows. Kevster has 16.
I do think that the Dallas Fuel, if you're not going to play the Widow, they've done a really nice job of being able to kind of circumvent what the Widowmaker does, just the presence of that hero on the map. They're just kind of like taking away sightlines, taking away space. They've done a really nice job using the Edison pushing the payload to make that difference. This is towards the end. Final fight there is Kevster just does Kevster things, right? It's almost like he's been so good, I feel like, for obviously a very long time now on so many different heroes that I feel like it's just like kind of expected at this point, right? Like it's like he's able to come in and play. He can play projectile, he can play hit scan, he literally just play anything and just be fantastic on it. He's just made it look so routine at this point that like almost doesn't feel as special anymore. But man, he's sick.
And he really unleashes his other DPS player, right, to just be positional, more intentional, play that Widowmaker, just look to secure picks. Don't need to have, you know, this gigantic impact when you've got Kevs just like doubling everyone else's final blows.
Fielder bad. Fielder was really low and then got hit with a biotic grenade, but Reiner opted not to push around the corner, try and take him out. I think it's the right call in the end, but man was he low.
Chance for Sparkle here to pressure, and they are able to force Reiner away. The server room is definitely going to be hotly contested in this upcoming fight. Sparkle catches a glimpse of Arns there.
It just ducks his head, yeah.
That self-preservation instinct kicking in big time. Poison Mine deployed. Oh, he's hit with a biotic grenade as well. Dangerous. He's going to be topped up, Matt. Sparkle trying to get again out of Arns' purview. This man generates so much threat just from being there. Can't get close to the server room now. Arns getting Doidbot, he's able to stay alive there, but Reiner starting to deal a little bit of damage here when it's Edison to fall now. Fielder has been forced away from the rest of his team, but Fearless has been able to get the nano boost beforehand. And that's going to allow him to do work in here, but the cart needs to be attended to. And Dallas have Fielder forced away.
A good defense here from the Gladiators, but very winnable for the Dallas Fuel. You know, we'll see them now on defense. Let's see what they decide to do. I think they're going to go with that Tracer combination again. They can play pretty aggressive, right? You can kind of play up on the high ground. You don't have to chase Ons here. You can kind of force, you know, one player to push the cart. You can force some fights down there. So it's definitely winnable for the Dallas Fuel. So minute and 4 is not, I mean, we just saw minute and 3. Minute 4 is just, it's not a lot of time. I mean, it's what, 2-3 fights in terms of, you know, Overwatch, where teams will just posture for a bit and then come out and fight. So see if the Dallas Fuel can make it happen with this Tracer Genji setup on D.
Right, so the question for me is, how do you avoid that sort of Damocles sword of Arns finding a key pick? Even last round, he didn't find a key pick, but he forces everyone to play inside that small room there, just in the middle of your screen, which kind of sets Kevster up here.
It's so feast or famine, right?
Yeah.
If Arns, if he comes out of the spawn and grapples, gets a headshot, like...
But what I mean, it doesn't have to, right? I mean, he didn't on the last attacking side. I think everyone just respected him so much that they lined themselves up like bowling pins for, you know, that AoE damage for Reiner and Kevster to really hit hard.
Yeah. It looks like the Ons Widow again coming out.
This is a very sharp angle.
Yeah.
Maybe like, or maybe wondering if they play like a weird comp to set up an early pick here, but the margin for error is so slim for Dallas.
And you see where Dallas wants to play. They want to play this high ground, right? They want to wait for the Gladiators to, you know, dive up. And as I was mentioned, Edison, like somebody needs to put pressure on the cart, right? Because otherwise, they'll just keep continuing to move this cart and get it under that bridge, and then you have an even better area for Ons to shoot from.
Dallas likely wants to make
forcing them to.
Yeah, I mean, they want to make use of the server room here.
Yeah.
That natural cover from the Widowmaker is good, but eventually someone needs to contest the card. So making use of the high ground there that Sparkle's trying to contest is really important. Don't let Widow just set up and just aim down at you. Sparkle, who's on the card? Just Arns. Okay. The Gladiators lose a player. I guess they tried to sneak him over the line, but it ends up being Tracer lost Fearless.
Too.
Their secret weapon is down. Yep. 3 seconds remain. It's going to be a close one in this round. Sparkle looking for Kevster, but he's going to be knocked away. Looks like Skewed was able to find the whip shot to clear him away from the cart here. Sparkle, though, how close can he get? Not very. Trying to approach here, but it cannot be done. Dallas Fuel forced away. A lot of displacement effects. Guarantee the win there for the Gladiators. A very close map, though.
Yeah, and, you know, you lose Ons first for the Gladiators, but losing Fearless there is really tough because you still have the Brigitte on the payload at that time. Reiner is still alive on the Winston. And I think Skew did a really nice job, you know, knocking Sparkle away, putting down some damage for the players jumping in to try and contest this. I know his break definitely paid off on that one, but man, close series between these two. Could have gone either way.
That may be the case, but it's the Fuel who are running out of rope, Matthew. Stick around, everybody, because the Dallas Fuel need to win this next map to stay in the series in this clash of Titans. So the question, of course, on everybody's lips, how do your art skills stack up with those of Matthew Morello? You can share your fan art celebrating the teams you think will take home the win in the Kickoff Clash for a chance to be featured in our fan art gallery. Goes without saying, we've got some incredible artists out there in the community. Shout out, Angie.
Yeah.
And so I'd love to see you.
Shout out.
Well, you want to shout out? Fine. Shout out, Matt.
Yeah.
Yep. Great art, this guy. This is what happens when you bathe in milk. It really just gets those creative juices going, right? That's your secret.
Yeah, bathing in milk, right? That's not something I do.
Well, I mean, you know.
I think Hex brought it up as our producer just started laughing. There was on the show Barry, there was one where they were like a player in the background. Oh yeah, by the way, Hanbin's in. They're bringing him in for Eichenwalde, but there was a milk joke on the show Barry. It's pretty funny. You guys should go watch it. But Hanbin comes in on Eichenwalde. This is something we saw them do in our previous series that we casted of them. And Funny Asher comes in for Skewed. This is where we really saw Dallas like turn up with that Reaper Genji combination with the Zarya and really do work. It just seemed like the Gladiators had some answers for when we saw it come up on Colosseo, but maybe Eichenwalde, different story.
Well, right. On Colosseo, it was a little bit telegraphed when Edison was teleporting forward. And I mean, the Gladiators had Funny Astro there just to kick it up to 11 and get them out of dodge, right? You can disengage on a dime pretty easily when you've got a particularly aware Lucio player on your team. So the Gladiators, seeing these substitutions from Dallas and thinking, okay, we probably have a feel for what kind of flavor this is going to be. Gladiators are the ones with the plethora of possibilities available to them, right, based on their sort of DPS players in here. You know, they could have that Echo on defense, right? Kevster can use the clock tower to break line of sight and still sort of put some burst pressure down, force a switch to Tracer maybe. A lot of options here.
That's what you're kind of looking at, right? If you can play the Echo, play the 76, just consistent damage from range, you can force them onto the Tracer. But what if the Dallas Fuel come out with the Tracer at the start? So potentially looking like Tracer Genji here for the Dallas Fuel to kick things off.
Yeah, just to see how this sort of plays out again. All right, so yeah, maybe not a shock to see the Reaper. Again, Edison can make decent use of teleport here. One way or another, though, it's very unlikely that he's able to reposition, you know, unbeknownst to the Gladiators. He'll definitely have tabs kept on him. So it's a matter of, you know, making it so it doesn't matter if the Gladiators know he's coming. Making it so they can't do anything about it anyway. Early damage here. Spark will take a little low. Harbin, though, gets some decent charge to work with.
Yeah, it's just with the constant damage from 76 and then Echo, can you fly in, finish one of those players off quite quickly? Can you get through this choke? This composition seemed to work on Colosseo, but now they get onto the point and Hanbin's charged up. He can be a beast.
A lot of pressure here, but Kevster was able to pick Sparkle out of the bunch here with the focusing beam elimination. Hanbin's still a problem, and he's not going to lose that charge anytime soon, so still a lot of respect needs to be paid towards Azaya, and the impetus there from the Dallas Fuel, the thrust of their spear is Edison and Hanbin, forcing them inside the hunting lodge.
Once they push them inside and you have Hanbin that charged up, even if you lose that first player, whereas Kevster taking out Sparkle, doesn't matter. You have that Zarya and the Reaper alive, and that type of fight in that area of the map, that is more than enough to get it done. It's the Dallas Fuel able to take that first point, their first push.
What do you make of this, though? How did Dallas get Hanbin in position to have high impact when they're dealing with the verticality issue?
Yeah, this is what we thought was going to be their main issue, right? Being able to try and take this high ground. They were able to use like the Reaper TPs and you know, the Genji getting to the high ground. Yeah, with a bubble.
Another one? No. All right, attack visor is there. Edison got given 2 bubbles though. Didn't quite work out. So very much the brute force approach for Dallas is repelled.
We'll see how they keep going with it. I imagine they stick with it, use those bubbles on Genji and Reaper. They can both get to the high ground, and that's how you move them. You try and, let's say Dallas, some of those players get low, they drop to the cart, the Gladiators follow, the Zarya is charged up, you have both supports there, then maybe you can win that fight.
All right, another very telegraphed TP, but again, it doesn't matter. They know he's coming. The bubble was deployed instantly. Ryan takes a licking, forced to head skyward. Edison maybe TP in the direction of that Ana. Again, bubble. We're off to the races once more. Again, subtle as a sledgehammer for plastic surgery, man, but it doesn't have to be anything special. Kevster, though, again, picks off Sparkle.
You probably don't have to, I was going to say you don't have to use anything, but he duplicates to get that little bit of a invulnerability to live through that, so.
Yeah, and then Wakewalk,
nice
right? He just strikes off the damage. I mean, very clever. It's a shame he doesn't get away with that. Nice work by the Dallas Fuel to pivot quickly back at him, but pretty impressive mechanics from Kevster, smashing that Q button.
Yeah, and he's killed Sparkle a few times early, Kevster, with the focusing beam. Is this going to be a bubble that comes in, a blade, but sound barrier from Funny Astro is Sparkle gets fast, yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal for him. Again, with the soldier serpentining and the sound barrier timing, you have no idea what you're going into there as Sparkle. It goes horribly for him. But here's a Graviton Surge for Hanbin. They held on to that for quite a while, Matt. They were able to clean up Reiner and Arndt, put Funny Astro in a position where he really just has to shepherd his teammates away or suffer the wrath of Edison.
So they should be able to take out Shu here as well, so that's both supports you're going to lose. We'll see if the Gladiators can come out and fight this again. You still have Kevster left. I see like he's so far out, but can anybody even get a touch? It'll be Reiner on the Doomfist.
Yeah, Power Block doesn't really have the block that he needs there. Apparently 90%, not enough. That gets fixed later on. 4 minutes and 12 on the clock here, and Dallas have managed to get through that tougher part of the map with the Zarya. Now I feel like, she's back to shining in this position.
Oh, I completely agree. This is where the Zarya, the Reaper, with the speed boost of the Lucio should be even more impactful, as Gladiators need a fight win. They've been getting rolled here thus far.
Reiner, again, just tries to stake his claim to that corner. Not allowed Dallas to sneak around it too far. Renan's is a pretty comfortable spot, albeit slightly sharp angle. Still very well positioned to do work here. Who's he looking for? Hanbin was very low, so he switches targets midway through this tack, and this is a good way to force Dallas to batten the hatches, but they will be back with a vengeance.
Yeah, it looked like Dallas thought about getting aggressive going around that corner, but as soon as the attack came in, decided not to, as they have to use the nano boost on Hanbin to keep him alive.
Yeah, but he's charged up. He can actually make good use of this now. Legitimate damage dealing dynamo. Funny Astro just gets absolutely posterized there as he tries to climb the wall, and that's 2 down for Hanbin with a grab in their back pocket. Everything coming up Millhouse for the Dallas Fuel here, Matt, and they'll get it home with 3 minutes and 9 seconds to spare.
They absolutely rolled the Gladiators here on Eichenwalde. Make really good use of this comp on this map, and it's one where you kind of look at the setup, and they're trying to attack the castle where they have high ground in 76 with how good he is in the current state of balance that we're playing here. It looks really difficult, but man, Dallas Fuel, they do this to perfection with this composition. Set a really fast time, 3:09 in the bank.
It's so funny. We talked about, how telegraphed their composition is on like multiple levels, right? The Zarya obviously has to get, in a position to have impact, so probably push the high ground. The Reaper's going to teleport forward, obviously. But that extra Zarya bubble, I mean, makes it pretty hard to do anything about it. Kevster, I think, was able to find a couple of key picks as that echo here, but they're kind of too far between, and Hanbin can always quickly respond to a teammate that's been gooed, for lack of a better term, by the sticky bombs, and and prolong their lifespan here. This is probably Dallas's signature and best look.
Let's take a look here from Fielder's POV. This is where, he nanos Hanbin as he was
the turnaround is just absurd. He's 1 HP. There you go.
He's so charged. I mean, he's already doing tons of damage because he's charged up, but then he's also nanoed on top of it, and you see how much charge he gains off those bubbles, whether it's onto the Reaper or the Genji. You see Reaper 76 here. As interesting that they'll have Sparkle play the 76, and they'll put Edison on the Reaper, but I guess we've seen Edison play a ton of Reaper. We know that Sparkle's capable of playing hit scan.
Yeah, obviously Edison's important as he's the device with which Hanbin gets a lot of his charge. Does on to 76 though, I mean, this is a decent part of the map to play those longer. I guess Hanbin is capital D dead if he's not careful here.
I even think if he was careful, he'd be dead. Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, the rest of his team gets kind of wiped behind him.
So that was Dallas Fuel's point A defense.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it kind of speaks to like some of the stuff we've seen. Like, this series has been really close, and I think the Dallas Fuel just like key moments sometimes, like they just kind of aren't coming through right now in this series. I think obviously we've seen so much from this team in the past where they do, but
no, I mean the same happened on Gibraltar then, man. It's a great point. They look really good, and then they just lose their grip on the situation. They were very close to Gibraltar, and then that last moment just didn't play out in their favor. But Eddie now on the Tracer once more. Rhino taking a beating here, but going to be able to break line of sight with the payload. Hanbin, though, getting right around him and straight into arms in the back line. Even with Biotic Field available, he's hitting hard.
Yeah, Reiner's still trying to make a play here, though. He's got the power block. Going to have all his abilities back up in a second. Loads of a punch, decides not to go for it. They lose Funny Astro. Now he's going to go as he gets a stun on the Hanbin. Hanbin's got a bubble, big seismic slam. Now he's going to ult.
The Fielder, so they want to avoid the damage from that. I don't know how we got away with that. I mean, Hanbin able to stand tall here, and Reiner did a heck of a lot of work in that last fight. From our perspective, it seems like he was a little on his lonesome there. Somehow that Meteor Strike, maybe just because of the way the card is set up and how line of sight breaking works with those angles, he doesn't blow up Fielder.
Yeah, you also had a nano-boosted Hanbin in your backline, taking people out as you're going to use the grab here. It was just Funny Astro, and Astro does not want to burn Sound Barrier on that. We're going to have Aunts now with attack visor, a pulse bomb thrown out, and everybody's just dumping everything into this fight to try and get the payload moving for the Gladiators, but they're not able to do so.
Yeah, this is good money after bad being thrown now. Dallas try and double down and say, hey, okay, we actually have a really nice spawn camp scenario here. Good for Tracer, good for Azaya. Sound Barrier Blade has to be used, and Kevster, he's almost in the PvP.
Fight here, yeah.
No, he's almost in the PvE part of the map. You know, the one that's probably like a walled garden somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Killing Omnix.
Oh man, it's yeah, he's gone real far back. We'll see. Check out.
He went to Stuttgart, Matt.
Ooh.
Well,
that's
Chio. Went to rock bottom.
Sick play from Shu though.
Yeah, great way. And not easy, because it's not as if, you know, Chio's making a misplay by jumping off a really high ledge and then using the goal. You have a really short window to interrupt him there. Shu's just a little cracked. Alright, the move there by Edison, who's able to push really deep. Sleep dart there from Fielder, crucial now. Spend that time just top and sparkle back up. Dallas can stabilize here, but they lost a pretty large amount of progress here after they put up a pretty successful spawn camp. I wonder if someone sort of snuck the back, you know, the cart behind them.
Yeah, and this will allow the Dallas Fuel to get in a position where they'll be able to hold that high ground. They'll have Sparkle up there on the 76, and then if they want to jump up, you also have that Reaper in position to do some damage.
All right, Fielder with the nano. Edison.
He's in.
Yeah. All right, finds Arns here. Obviously not in a position to get bubbles, so he's a little bit afraid of that. Even with the damage reduction the nano provides. I'm sorry, that ain't it, Chief.
Well, they did nano Ons, and he did force like Ons and Shu out of the fight for a very long time.
Rhino over the primal rage is able to come back in, and oh my! Turning him into pancakes. He will have to give up his life for that. And the question is it really worth it for the Glads? They only have 2 players here.
And I think he probably can contest this. Sparkle goes over to Symmetra
you
here just to get a TP. And that gets taken out right away. So Edison or Wraith form, just get on the point.
Oh, really?
No, Chia gets back.
The card. Okay, Arts is in position to do damage though now. Graviton Surge, this is interesting. Will there be a tactical visor to try and win the fight? Harvey might come to the rescue for the Dallas Fuel, and the Gladiators will let it slip. Oh, you hate to see it. Harvin gives a bubble over. Ryder very, very low. And with tails between legs, the Gladiators slink off home. For shame.
Yeah, Chia gets back. He's able to touch. They get Hanbin back in the mix. He grabs. So they're just standing on that payload. Don't want anybody to potentially back out. So
it's like the plot of every bad Michael Bay movie where like an asteroid almost collides with the Earth, blowing it up, but just averted it.
You've also kept the sound barrier here for Dallas Fuel, which is huge.
All right, here's that tactical visor. Sound barrier immediately from Chio. Time the disco dance. And Edison can't find a dance party because they're all dead. They are deceased.
Is the payload, somebody was on it here. I believe it was Kevster, but not going to back cap here on the Fuel. So
45.
I thought Edison was thinking about maybe making a change, but decides to stay on Reaper. They'll have Reaper Tracer here. They still have this nano. They've held on to that. The Gladiators, this will be probably their last opportunity to take this point.
Dragon Blade here for Kevster, but no guarantees there's value derived from that. Edison, I wonder how much scouting was done here, how much info he had about where the Gladiators were. This will buy some time though. Kevster with a blade, Chio just slaps him.
But look at what this Nano Reaper does. This Nano Reaper has taken up the time of Funny Astro, Shu, and Aunts. Maybe you're not getting the most out of it in terms of like big flashy plays and kills, but just occupying 3 members of the other team with just one of your players is a trade you'll take every single time. It's the Dallas Fuel with a strong defense here on Eichenwalde. Pick up a map.
Deep breaths, Dallas fans. Your team stays in the fight, and on the upside, they look extremely good there, right? We see that Zarya comp again taken for a ride here on Eichenwalde. This time looks really good. And again, Edison, very impactful on that Reaper. 17 final blows, 7 deaths. The next closest player in the server is Hanbin at 15 and 4. After that, it's Kevster at 10. Really nice work here from the Zarya Reaper combo. They really do hit diff with double bubble out there. And the Dallas Fuel stamp their sigil on that 3rd map. Stick around, more to come in the series. Maybe even 5 maps if you're lucky. Don't give right, despite the closeness of this match initially, I know a lot of people would have been disappointed to see Dallas fall on Eichenwalde and cede the series over to the Gladiators. The good news for those people is they're still in it, and they look pretty darn good on Eichenwalde here, a map that we kind of felt that, you know, the Gladiators with their sort of heavy lean towards answers, hit scan pressure would look good. Dallas make that Zarya, Reaper setup, work for them again. It's quickly becoming, again, like I said before, the hallmark of their trade here in Season 5.
Yes, no subs, it looks like, for either team going into the next map, which will be Ilios. So depending on what kind of stage of Ilios we get could really determine, or at least early on, how kind of this game goes, right? Do we see Ruins and Ons be able to play that Widowmaker? And what is the answer from the Dallas Fuel? Is it to play like the Zarya, the Tracer, Genji combination on maps other than that? Like, Ons playing the 76, there's not a lot of area and high ground to really hide behind, so maybe a little bit easier of a dive target, which then starts to favor the Dallas Fuel. So I think which maps we get here will be quite interesting at the start.
It's a great point. This is the kind of map here, where, Reiner's Winston play definitely got highlighted in the last time we saw the Gladiators take to this particular field. Very, very good at sort of being everywhere at once and applying pressure where it needed to be. Now, for the Fuel, outside of the Symmetra TP to set them, at a brisk walk towards the point, expect to see more of the same with Harbin remaining in the roster. Now, I know, yeah, like in the preseason, Harbin was playing a decent amount of Doomfist, right? And, when I talked to Hazma, he was like, you wait till you see Harbin on Doomfist, man. So, definitely had my interest peaked there. But this Zarya look is such that I don't really need to see too much variety from him. I'm quite happy to see that. Dallas are one of the few teams that are really pushing this look, and so far, they're making it their own.
So it'll be the Genji with Reaper combination for the Dallas Fuel. So Kepster will pull out the Echo. So when we've seen this, Dallas has opted to go for the Tracer, right? There might be something that we see them go towards, on another spawn, but I think you're really looking at Ons. How can he maneuver around the map and stay away from some of these players? Yeah, you see the TP come right in. And they do this every time, Mitch. They TP, and then they also have the bubble on Edison. Once he gets in there, he's able to use the Wraith form to stay alive a little bit longer. And you don't know if he's going to come out of that or stay in it, whatnot. And it makes it really difficult for Ons, because then he also has players coming from the opposite side to attack him, as this will be the Dallas Fuel taking the point.
Yeah, there's no way to stop that Reaper from coming because he TPs with a bubble applied to him. Because obviously now, before he materializes, he's eligible to receive the projected barrier from Zarya. So it's like, what, do you blow your cooldowns on him and he just immediately goes into Wraith Walk and sort of cancels those out with the immortality.
And then by the time that happens, there's another bubble in the mix.
Yep.
And the Tracer's also down your throat as well. And then a fully charged Zarya.
Like I said, early detection really the only cure for that, or to pressure him out of positions, or put him to sleep. That's also fine there as well. Still results in a trade as Field is able to snipe Shu down across the map. But the Gladiators have the positional advantage here as Harbin is forced into that corner, so they lose control of the point here.
And are they going to be able to flip it back? Because we got a Sparkle versus Ons matchup here on the side. Here come the Zarya bubbles. Yeah, Gio coming over the top. They're able to deal with Sparkle, so maybe we get a flip back now as you have 3 players here for the Gladiators.
Edison will just dip his toes in for a while up on that side. The boop. Okay, sound barrier to follow up there for Chio. Arn's already gone down. Dallas with the numbers and a pretty substantial lead in this fight now. Need to keep Harbin standing though. Kevster bursts him down, but loses so many teammates in doing so. Sparkle able to get rid of Reiner, and Dallas stay in the hot seat.
She has really started to pick it up nicely in this series on the Lucio. So picking up some big kills. Funny, Astro's still doing the same for the Gladiators. So Gladiators with some ultimates, probably their best chance to actually flip this point when you kind of think about it, where we are in terms of this round.
Good looking out there from Sparkle. Great to get Arts out of the fight early on here. Edison currently is just the lightning rod, Matt. 0 final blows, 2 deaths now, as he draws out a lot of this attention here, but hasn't found a ton of kills himself. Sleep there for Kempster on the duplicate. Chio is in trouble.
Yeah, can Hanbin contest this for a little bit longer? You're going to have Sparkle come back. He's going to jump on. So can you get this to 90 if you're the Dallas Fuel? It looks like, maybe even a little bit higher. Edison going to jump down into the
Let the man touch
well.
the ground at the very least. Great
so
predictive
94.
grenade there.
So they get up to 94. If you're the Gladiators, you have to know Hanbin has this grab. So you have to be spread out a little bit. You don't have a sound barrier to deal with it. Like, you're almost like, do we sacrifice a player, right? Like, you know, if Reiner gets grabbed or something like that, could we nano him and maybe try and
You try and get Shu or Arns.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Try and catch out the 76.
That's best value scenario here, considering how distributed the Gladiators are. A lot of damage on Kepster there, and I think right now Shu is occupied, so can't be healed. Edison with the Death Blossom comes up well. Arndt goes down here, and Reiner can't do too much either. Again, nothing subtle about this. Edison gets in your face, gives you no choice.
They don't even need the graph. You still have a Pulse Bomb as well. Maybe they'll want to combo these ultimates, but Sparkle with the Tracer pressure on the Kepster. He's not able to get in there, finish players off. But it's really, you know, Edison with the TP in, getting the bubble, and then speed boosting the Zarya in there as well, because now the Zarya comes in all charged up, more bubbles for herself, for the Reaper.
You never used grab in that previous fight. That is absurd. I mean, you know that your back is absolutely broken there. Very nasty. And like Edison didn't do much at the start of the round, right? Didn't have to. Comes out with 2 final blows, which is honestly more than enough here.
Yeah, because it really, like, it neutralizes, like, what they're trying to do with the 76. Where I almost would love to see them play the Widow here and just try and force them off of this. Like, Vance can get a pick or two, right? Maybe that kind of forces Edison onto the Tracer, and then Sparkle, you know, playing Genji, and you can kind of go back to running this 76. But it seems like really with this combination that they found out with, you know, and really it's something they tried early on, but it wasn't successful.
Keep an eye out.
Maybe just because of the map of Colosseo, but yeah.
Keep an eye out here for just how much Edison occupies Shu by filling up his field of view by teleporting right into his face when that happens. Really hard for Shu to keep someone like Kevster standing when he's busy with you know, being jump scared every 3 seconds. Nice dive to the backline there for Reiner. Follow-up, though, needs to be forthcoming. Arndt's able to deal with Edison there, who maybe overextends a little bit. He had the Zarya at his back, so he was feeling confident, but there were no bubbles.
You know, though, I like how the Gladiators, like, adapted there, as they had Arndt's on, like, an off angle. He's not really kind of playing with the supports and, you know, a little bit more clumped up. So we got Reiner shooting some bodies here. Not playing super clumped up with the supports, right? So where the TP comes in, you know, maybe he doesn't have the help of the Lucio or the Ana, but at least they're able to kind of exist on the other side. That is sweet there, yeah.
Yeah, that was sick. Glad we get to catch that from Reiner.
Right, he can play to the side here, and if they want to use the Reaper TP to go after the 76, that's fine. Let him make a decision on where he's going to go, not just into, you know, the belly of 3 players on your team and occupy all of them.
Tough for Reiner. He is able to respond to Edison TPing into his backline, right? Play reactively there, but is ultimately punished. Kevster's going to be able to deal a lot of damage here, especially with Arns commanding so much of the attention out of this tactical visor, and the Gladiators will extend their lead now. Just make sure.
Just play with more space if you're the Gladiators, right? Reiner with sick mobility, he'll be able to kind of get back. We've seen him on numerous times now, being able to like turn around, punch Edison, dislodge him, get him out of the way. But don't allow Edison to just TP into 3 players. So, you know, maybe he has to pick whether, you know, to go over towards Shu. He gets a boot by Funny Ash Show or whatnot, and then he's also getting peppered down with damage from the side. Force him to make a decision. That's what I think you need him to do.
1-2.
Oh, yeah.
That'll get rid of Chio.
So you so here's the thing. You may win this round if you're the Gladiators, right? It's looking really good. You worry about Lighthouse, though. Like, you know, this map kind of favors, like, that hit scan and, like, gives you that space. A map like Lighthouse, though, doesn't do that at all. Like, how close quarter that point is, I think, you know, once we get there, providing, you know, not a miraculous comeback here by the Fuel, you're really looking at how the Gladiators want to play that. I think they need to play high ground for picks early on.
All right, we are looking ahead because Dallas are in a very tough spot here. No grab built by Harmon in this round. Sparkle already down. Sound barrier from both sides, except the Gladiators get it on 5. Reiner. Okay, sees a sleep on Fielder, and yeah, really doesn't need to do anything fancy there. Just a bit of damage will be enough. And it's just a matter of time until this round is over. And if you'll think ahead, right, think about how they get value out of Edison on a map whose topography differs a little bit. Sparkle can jump in, but he won't touch.
Think about how large the gulf is between the teams here. in terms of space on the map, and you can't exactly just speed boost the Zarya in across the point. Like, that is such a large area to do so, and you're just taking damage, and if you're kind of playing on these off angles, if you're aunts, you're able to put in really good damage. As we go to Lighthouse now, does Dallas move away from this? I almost feel like this would be like the prime opportunity you'd want to play what they were running.
I mean, yes, but also, you know, it might be harder to see the Reaper coming. It can also be harder to give him bubbles as well, especially if he's playing, like, you know, on an extremity of the map, right? You know, you're not obviously going to be there with him necessarily as the Zarya. Harder maybe to give him that support with line of sight that you need. So it's a tender balance, Matthew, and we're going to have Hanbin on the D.Va.
We have a D.Va and an Echo Mercy, so putting a lot of resources here into Sparkle. Going up against Aunts, right? Because Aunts trying to take that high ground. The D.Va can get up into that position as well. We haven't seen a ton of D.Va thus far.
I mean, you don't get much more than that in Overwatch 2 for Peel than Fielder got there. Hanbin tried to protect him. He's rezzed as well. Okay, nice work. Shu not able to get any value out of that Sleep Dart. He's in trouble. Hanbin finds his target, but at what cost, Matt?
I don't know, man. I feel like this would have been the time to run that Zarya comp. Like, all right, so you're gonna have Chu go to a Lucio, a Sparkle now will play Tracer. We're gonna see a D.Va swap. It looks like we're still gonna stay on the D.Va. So, interesting that they go here with no Genji. So no Genji here for the Dallas Fuel.
I mean,
trying off of that high ground. You're gonna lose Geo right away.
I don't hate that theory you're developing. I don't. But if you're Zarya and your Ana's left up on the high ground, you cannot do anything for her. You can't do a thing. Like, there's just too much. There's too much transition between high and low around this point to play Zarya, and then just like your backline gets ruined.
But we have seen Anas be able to, like, think about like Sir Majid when we were talking like the other day watching that game. Like, you know, sometimes like he's you know, defending himself against like, you know, two players, and he's able to, you know, biotic speed.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should have to, right? Like, you're asking a lot. You got Kepster up in your grill. This is no garden variety pressure in your back line.
Yeah. I mean, what are your options, right? Now you have like, you have a Hanbin in who's a fantastic player, but like he's not like your Winston player on this team, right?
No. Well, I think they're running out of options. I think that, you know, like, if you want to play Zarya, then just forget about ever going upstairs. Just don't go to the high ground.
Well, so they use the Genji now. So they use the Genji now. That can kind of close the gap a little bit more towards that high ground, put some pressure on. As Gladiators, they pretty much get 71%. It almost feel like for free, Mitch, right? Like, it didn't really feel like there was a ton going on.
Well, Dallas were having an existential crisis of listening to My Chemical Romance. They just got 71% of their capture points. Brutal stuff. Hanbin nano, but slept. He's out of this one. Attack now. Edison forced to try and get away. Hanbin takes a little bit of damage there. Everyone really trying to break line of sight from this soldier, but eventually they have to stand and deliver. Arns, plenty of damage to work with here. Now, mind you, Dallas had the point, right? So this is the Gladiators just putting themselves in a position to try to accrue some of that points, and Hanbin,
this is big, though.
Kevster.
This is big. If Dallas can hold on, you know, here towards the end of this fight and take it. This is Sparkle getting knocked all over the place. You still have Hanbin on the point.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Hanbin is cleaning up. That is
massive down to Hanbin.
That is so many ultimates thrown in there by the Glads. And that was one where it was like, oh, well, you know, the Gladiators use some ultimates, come on back. And now it's looking like Dallas may be in control, because look, they're building up a little bit of a war chest of ultimates.
I have Whiplash. Yeah, you said it. Not the primary Winston player for the Dallas Fuel here, but Hanbin is posting them
perfectly fine, yeah.
Primal here, just in case he's at risk of dying. Clearly no fear. Didn't even need that to finish off the other, and now the Gladiators are in a compromising spot themselves.
Funny Asher, you sound barrier there.
For
it didn't connect with anybody.
Joe, and the Gladiators are dropping the spaghetti, Matthew.
So now you're going to have a blade for Sparkle that's going to come in. You're going to have a nano blade potentially and a sound barrier of yourself, and nothing for the Gladiators to use to defend against it.
All right, clear the airway. Get those paddles ready. The Gladiators at risk of choking this in a big way, and Sparkle's going to find the blade connection. Not a funny Astro. Not a lot Reiner can do here, but try and punch away. Sparkle doesn't have the dash reset, but it doesn't matter. It had to be Kevster to try and keep the round alive until Reiner finally gets to the point to Pack Visor Nano Boost here for Edison, and eventually you know he's going to have to succumb. Reiner has Meteor Strike here. Edison can use the bubble to get away from the radiating damage from the middle of that AoE, and so he does. Another power block for Reiner here, but Edison is still standing. He doesn't have a biotic field, though he needs the healing from his teammates, and the bubble thrown down by Harbin is good. Now it's going to be Kestra on the point again, trying to keep it going, but it's not going to be enough. The Gladiators have let it go, and Dallas come up with Harbin on the Winston with the goods.
Oh man, Dallas pulls it out of their bag there, man. That is one where the Gladiators going to watch his back, and they're gonna be kicking themselves. As, you know, he had an advantage in terms of ultimates, and Hanbin played really strong there. We talked a little bit about it. You know, obviously he was playing the Zarya, playing the D.Va for a bit. Two heroes he feels comfortable on, more comfortable on. Goes over to the Winston though, when they absolutely needed to play lights out.
Now we have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen. It's an even ledger heading into map number 5, and Dallas might be in a position to sweep this array. Unreal scenes, everybody. You best be sticking around. This is incredible Overwatch. You could hear a pin drop in this lobby right now. Not a word exchange between the Fuel and Gladiators as the latter now have to dig their heels in to avert a reverse sweep, Matthew.
Yeah, it could be a really tough loss here for the Gladiators, but the fuel came on strong here in the second half of the series. It really kind of started on like Gibraltar, like they looked better, and then started to put it together when you put Hanbin back in. For these last two maps, Hanbin will stay in the game here, so we go into a game 5. This is also like really the first time this Gladiators team as a unit has faced really any adversity, right? Like it obviously super early into the season, like a new team pretty much, right? You know, Hans, Reiner, Funny Astro in the mix, right? It just kind of, I think this is a good learning experience even for them. Obviously, you would not want to be on the end of a reverse sweep, but still.
Yeah, you'd rather learn and still win, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a side that I hate when they say like, you know, losing is learning. It's like, well, you also learn when you win. And you don't have to lose. I mean,
it's gigacopium for the previous generation.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people are saying that these days. You know what I mean? It's like those bot accounts on Twitter, just like with the spitting out the quotes every day, like CoachBot or whatever it is. I don't know if any of us really live by that concept anymore. I'm trying to win. So are the Fuel and Gladiators here, though. And
yeah.
If we recall, last time we saw Push, Matthew, not inspiring from Dallas, right? They tried the Zarya Reaper look, and they got mulched.
But Colosseo has those really long sight lines, right where the bot is. There's a lot of different like flanking routes and close quarter areas here on New Queen Street that it may not be as punishing if you are the Dallas Fuel to go up against that. So Dallas, I fully expect some kind of variation of this comp really built around the Zarya with the Reaper, being able to TP with those bubbles. It's been really effective. The Gladiators, they'll come out, they'll play the Doomfist Soldier 76 Echo with Ana Lucio, which seems to be the kind of the supports of choice for just about every map.
Arns has remained in this whole series, interestingly. Gladiators definitely leaning on him for these longer sidelines. That's a fat bio.
Yep, and that forces them back into this corner. And look at this. This is a great spot you'd want to fight with a Zarya and a Reaper, and forces the Gladiators back a little bit, gonna kind of cycle back to their own barrier, trying to fight from the low ground.
Kepster here, ready to take flight at a moment's notice if he starts to suffer some pressure. Sparkle gets beamed on down though. Edison unsuccessful in his first foray to enemy territory with that teleport forward, and Harmon is going to lose that charge.
And Reiner has done a really nice job throughout this series, when we've seen him on the Doomfist against this type of comp, and I think that's kind of what they're going for, is that whenever the Reaper TP's in, he is there with a punch to, knock the Reaper away. You also have Funny Astro there with a boop, and when you keep that Reaper away from Ons for just that long, there's no bubbles alive, that is the easy pickings for Ons, as he's able to take out Edison straight away. And you see Dallas, they move off of it right away, as they see this adjustment that come out from the Gladiators.
And they want to make use of these longer sightlines if they possibly can. Sparkle successful on his trip behind enemy lines. Shu won't be in the fight anytime soon, and apparently nor will the Gladiators.
So we'll see Sparkle now. So the bot kind of gets back to almost the area where it starts. So Reiner with a power block, just trying to see if he can load up a punch, get around the corner, but that's going to be Kepster picking up one, but it's going to get traded out pretty quick.
That barrier comes out here now. Kepster, that Bionate a little bit too late to keep Kepster alive. Funny Astro commands the heights for now. Harmon is looking pretty dangerous though, well charged up, and with Reiner out of the picture here, nobody's durable enough to stand up to him in a face-to-face. You can see Arns makes himself rather scarce.
Hanbin not been able to get as much charge with this setup, right? Don't have that Reaper going in as a big charge battery for the Zarya, but still able to make it work this far. I have to adjust the playstyle just a little bit around this Tracer.
Yeah, tough for Reiner, obviously, to catch this Tracer, right? Sparkle can keep tabs on Reiner comfortably.
Right. The Tracer just can't get in as safely, right, as the Reaper can, because the Reaper can TP. The Tracer's use some of the blinks, which if you get caught out, could have to go backwards. This will be a lot of ultimates invested here. That's a grab you to get Reiner out early, but both teams throwing some big ultimates into this one, as this will be a nano visor as Ons picks up 2 straight away.
I think we missed something really interesting there, Matthew. Kepster jumped into the grab and duplicated Hanbin as Zarya, ladled out some bubbles, created enough time for Ants to get 2 kills with that tactical visor. And they're going to be able to win the fight. That was fascinating.
And Kevster is he's just so big-brained. He's able to just make plays like that just on the fly. Like even before, what was it? He duplicated the Ana in like a previous map, right? And slept, I think it was like Chio right away. Was able to use a biotic grenade. So just knows in every situation how to do it. So the Gladiators are actually going to mirror this. They're going to have Kevster move away from Echo, go over to Tracer. Tracer's definitely good against the Echo, so you want to get away from that if you're Kevster, and we know how good Kevster is on the Tracer.
A lot of pressure on Sparkle here as Arns is nipping at the heels of Sparkle. Shu play on the top of the tram there. Pulse, no connection from Sparkle, though. Another recall after having pretty minimal impact here. Tough for him to get in, like you said.
You're going to get Edison, though. It's going to be the Meteor Strike that's going to come down from Reiner. We'll see where he decides to drop that right on top of the barrier. His nice punch there on the Chio. Going to get some shots on the Hanbin to finish him off. So this is going to be the Gladiators moving the barrier yet again. They're going to be in the spot where they're going to take the lead. And I was also wondering, Mitch, in this kind of variation of comps that we've seen from the Gladiators, they haven't played the Doom, they played the Winston. And I wonder if that's something now that we see Sparkle on Genji they're going to go to. I thought they were maybe holding on to the Meteor Strike just to get that usage off and then go over to the Winston. So keep an eye on the next time that we see Reiner drop what he decides to do.
But now the Gladiators just don't really fancy this fight, right? They get the lead and that's enough for them for the time being. Play back a little bit here and try and take a fight in a more advantageous position. Looks like they want to use the high ground for that, so they're not going to let Dallas move up. Yes, a stick! Nicely done by Kevster.
You want to fight in space, right? You have the attack visor. Kevster may not even matter. He may end up picking 2. His Ant's on a little bit of a side flank. Ends up using the visor. Doesn't really get much with it, but still, it's kind of we were talking about a little bit where I was saying New Queen Street has like all these like flanking angles and whatnot. You thought it'd potentially be good for the Reaper in certain situations, but definitely proves out to be effective for the Soldier 76 as well, taking these off angles.
See Reiner there just creating a bit of extra spacing between him and Hanbin, knowing that obviously the primary fire from Zaya is a little bit of range. Okay, attack visor. Yeah, looks like it's going to be the case here from Edison. Reiner going to be taken down by Sparkle, but Gladiators, most of them able to get out here. So nice foresight there by Funny Astro, speeds them away to safety. And Edison just goes a little bit too far. The Gladiators, are they in a position to do something here? Ants is traded out and a sound barrier is forced from Dallas.
I like this though. You use a sound barrier here for the Gladiators, that's going to force it out of the Dallas Fuel. You start to dwindle down some of these ultimates because you have a pretty big lead in terms of progress of your barrier. So it's going to be harder to get that back towards the end. You're also, Dallas Fuel, going to have to throw some more ultimates into these fights to keep this barrier going in your favor. Dallas will have a grab coming in this next one.
Denying the front spawn, Dallas are able to get back to parity in the middle of the map, but they are still behind. And remember, the bot will take quite a break at this checkpoint if Dallas get it. Here's a blade. Yeah. Oh, it's going to be tough to get away from this. I love the Meteor Strike here to punish Sparkle. Edison was able to find Kevster though, so only 1 DPS up for the Gladiators right now. Shu, bit of skeet shooting from him as he picks Sparkle out of mid-air. And it's a really brawl of a fight, but Hanbin is still standing at the end.
We are in Sparkle's POV, and just think about how many things the Gladiators were throwing at him to try and kill him, and he lived for so long, man. Just tremendous help with the bubbles, Fielder obviously healing him at range, and like I mentioned, the Gladiators are going to move away from the Doomfist. They're going to go over to Winston now. I think this is the right call.
Front spawn for Dallas. They want to take a fight so that they're not stuck in overtime if they were to lose it. They want 2 fights here minimum. So it's either quick or not at all, and the latter seems to be the pick. Poor bot getting a bit of whiplash.
Yeah, he's got no idea what's going on.
Some conflicting directives there. Sparkle, no blade here. This doesn't force any defensive ultimates because there aren't any for the Gladiators. Biotic grenade comes down. Sparkle still wants to try and mess with Funny Astro there.
He deflected the sleep back at Shu. Yeah,
stunning. And again, Bessie gets a trade there, but Reiner is down. That might be the
Dallas is taking the lead, Mitch.
18 seconds left in the round. Now Dallas able to sneak out in front there. The nano on the Sparkle creates enough space for them to go to work. And now the Gladiators, not only, Matt, do they have to win this fight, they have to exceed Dallas's previous progress. This is it. The locus of activity now is about to go down as we're into overtime on New Queen Street. Hanbin is a grab. That could be it. It's what he's looking for. He gets 3 pretty much straight away. Going to be defensive by the grenade from Shu, but it's not going to be enough. Fielder drops a bio in of his own. And Dallas spend the entire round behind a New Queen St, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. What a reverse sweep from the Dallas Fuel. Haters be silenced. Incredible comeback.
Oh, and you can see just the Gladiators. That one hits them tough. So they looked great early on. No answers for what the Dallas Fuel had, though, in the second half of the series. And even then, they were up on New Queen St for like most of the game. It was like the last, like, what, a minute and 30, a minute 45, where Dallas starts to move the barrier in the opposite direction and passes them by like 20 meters. It's a tremendous comeback from the Dallas Fuel, and those are the type of series that like spur you on to then go and win and try and really like push together towards like a stage final. As they looked really strong. That's something that they can definitely look back on as a confidence builder. And for the Gladiators, Mitch, they beat New York and Boston last week. Here against Dallas, they looked quite good at the beginning, but you got to be able to put these teams away at the top if you're the Gladiators.
It was one fight, Matt. You called it out when they just got into the lead, right? It was Sparkle who got nanoed without a blade. He's able to deflect his sleep dart, create enough space, make it hard for the healing to go towards Reiner, allows him to get picked off, and then that was it. They had a grab. They were ready to go and win it all there.
Yeah, and he got Ons as well up on the high ground, which was massive. Because he's out there putting down damage, just Soldier 76. That barrier is just kind of like at that corner where you're joking, like he's just going back and forth, back and forth. Like, you're up in that high ground on the window, you're pumping out tons of damage on the 76. Would have been difficult to, that was really the only way they could have dislodged him at that time, because, right, they have a Zarya, they're not playing a Winston, so they can't kind of send the tank up there. So, big play by Sparkle.
Really exciting end to that push map. We're starting to see what these teams are capable of on this new game type. Let's talk about, though, our player of the match here, Matthew. Someone that showed a level of flexibility that we really didn't expect from them. We know how adaptable they are, but this was something else. Hanbin brings that Zarya in. Now, we knew how incredible this was last week, right? And we were impressed, but it was this switch to Winston eventually. I mean, sealing the deal for Dallas, and I think the Gladiators were just shell-shocked after this.
Yeah, being able to play this Winston here. On Lighthouse also, we saw him on Diva for a little bit. For me, Zarya is like the difference in this series. The amount of damage output he's able to do, clutch grabs like this one here at the end, but just really his bubbles to enable Edison, to enable Sparkle to go in and make plays, but then also follow it up with damage for himself. They showed a lot of teams today how strong that composition can be.
Yeah, all hail maybe the new Monkey King, but Hanbin obviously keeping an impressive amount of charge. And again, when it came to, the concert between, him and Edison on that Reaper, we said at the start of this game, right? Edison will be tested in this game. This is where we need to see him come alive. Now, we thought that might have been in like a, playing a Widowmaker in traditional hit scan role, but it was the Reaper, that Zarya composition. Really impressive stuff. This team's coming together in a huge way. And we got the reverse sweep. We got our match of the week that really delivered, Matt.
I would not be surprised if at the end of the kickoff clash, this is like a rematch, on land, right? In Dallas, like a big time game that we see these two teams again, because they look at the upper echelon of the West right now.
No doubt about it. We've still got another game to come here, of course, today on your Saturday of the Overwatch League, so stick around, everybody. Match 3 just around the corner. Not one to be missed. We've had a great day so far, and we're far from done. See you soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here now, joined by Hanbin from Dallas Fuel. Yeah, Hanbin, how are you feeling?
Good. 너무 좋아요.
Good. I'm sorry. I totally forgot to translate to Korean. I was just too excited that Dallas Fuel won. 제가 통역을 해야 된다고 깜빡했는데요. 너무 달랐어요. 오늘 승리한 거에 너무 기뻐서. 네, 죄송합니다. I will do my job now. 네, 똑바로 하도록 하겠습니다. Alright, let's talk about today's win. Actually, you guys, this was the very first reverse sweep that we had this season. How'd you guys get the win? Were there any adjustments that you guys made after map 2 that led you guys to win the match today? 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리에 대해서 제가 조금 더 여쭤보고 싶어요. 오늘 이제 지금 달라스의 승리 이번 경기가 이번 시즌의 첫 역스윕이었는데 맵 2 이제 두 번째 맵을 진 다음에 좀 어떤 얘기가 오고 갔고 어떻게 해서 오늘 경기를 승리로 이끌 수 있었나요?
일단 첫 경기 끝나고는 제가 자리하고 나서 살짝 좀 아쉬운 플레이들이 많아가지고 뭐 콜적이나 아니면 상대 기세에 조금 눌리는 게 있었는데 제가 그 1세트 때 딱 느끼고 나서 2세트 이후부터는 그냥 3세트부터는 그냥 제가 원하는 대로 그냥 살짝 흥분도 하고 그냥 박았어요. 일단은 그냥 상대방한테 그냥 좀 돌진 저희만의 템포 살려가지고 잘 이긴 것 같아요. 장점 이용해서.
All right, so I think in map 1 in Colosseo, actually, I wasn't really happy with the way I played. I think it was the Gladiators that they were really oppressive, and that really affected how our team were playing against them. So overall, my play as a Zarya, as a tank for the team, I wasn't really happy with it. So I kept that in mind up until map 2. But going into map 3, I just went all out. I played how I felt like I should play, how I wanted to play, and I really wanted to bring the tempo back to our team, and I think that is what led to our team's victory today against the Los Angeles Gladiators. All right, and I also want to ask you, Hanbin, about your subbing strategies as well, because I mean today, of course, you had fantastic performance on not only Zarya D.Va but also Winston as well. But your team also has a great Winston player named Fearless. So how does that work? Is it more like map specific, or how do you and Fearless sort of how does that subbing strategy work between the two of you guys? 두 번째 질문은 이제 오늘 한빈 선수 당연히 오늘 되게 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬고 거기다 또 윈스턴도 너무나도 좋은 모습을 보여줬는데 또 달라스 하면 또 피어레스 선수가 또 윈스턴으로 굉장히 유명한데 이 한빈 선수와 피어레스 선수의 이 선수 교체 이런 게 좀 어떻게 이루어지나요?
맵에 따라서 뭐 2층 맵 많은 구간이나 살짝 이제 자리아를 플레이하기 힘든 맵은 윈스턴을 사용하고 나머지는 그냥 다 자리아 1층 그냥 힘싸움 저희가 이제 갖다 박다 보니까 윈스턴보다 자리아가 힘싸움이 세니까 그냥 좀 더 1층 맵에서 자리아를 선호하고 2층 맵에서는 윈스턴을 좀 더 사용하는 것 같아요. 맵마다 뭐 딱히 누가 못해서 안 나온다기보다는 그냥 맵마다 쓰는 게 다르기 때문에 그런 식으로 선발을 꾸리는 것 같아요.
Alright, it's not really who's better Winston or who's better at certain heroes. It's more sort of map based. If the map pool has more, or if the map that we're going into has more high grounds, more second floors, where Winston's more favorable, then we would pick Winston. Other than that, if it's just one floor, and if it's more, go head in against the enemy team where Zarya is more favorable than Winston, then we will pick Zarya over Winston. So yeah, bottom line, it really is dependent on how the map is shaped, not how our players or me and Fearless, how we perform. All right, Hanbin, that is it for the questions. Thank you so much for amazing answers, and again, congratulations on the win. 오늘 다시 승리 한번 너무나 축하드리고 오늘 너무나 좋은 답변 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Happy Hanbin and a happy Dallas Fuel and an even happier Danny, and I'm pretty sure Costa is celebrating.
Costa!
Meanwhile, Jonathan and I, what are we even doing on this desk, Johnny? Like what?
I'm so boomed. I'm indescribably boomed. I was so boomed that I almost forgot to be back for the show. I'm not kidding.
You could have literally faked like tech difficulties and just did that. I would have probably done that if I were in your situation.
I got some mental technicalities right now. I'm just not in a good state, so this is tough.
No, but you're not alone. And you know what? The Pick'ems were with us as well. So at least our audience can't fault us for being the voice of the people, you know, Reinforce. That's what we do.
Exactly. We can't beat ourselves down too much, Zoe.
Exactly. And there's still so many more games to come. So, you know, even a blind chicken finds a corn every once in a while. Now, however, it was a close match, at least in the earlier stages, up until the Gladiators just starting to crumble pretty badly towards that end. I do feel like map 4 and 5, they were rotted Dallas Fuel favored. However, I do think the Gladiators had a good start. There were a lot of highlights, individual highlights from each of those teams. Which players in particular stood out to you, Reinforce?
Honestly, there weren't any players that stood out specifically to me, but I think both teams put on like a great team showing. I think that this Gibraltar map specifically was really entertaining to watch. It reminded me a little bit of Dallas Fuel Washington Justice in the first stage of last year, actually, when you saw two very high-level teams going against each other and playing a really good kind of brawl, I guess not the brawl composition, but like, you know, a good neutral battle. But as we enter Eichenwalde, this is really where the Zarya and the Reaper composition took over. I think that Mitch and Matt did a very good job of explaining it during the commentary itself as well. Dallas Fuel being able to apply these Zarya bubbles onto Edison on the Reaper to sort of act as their dive, okay? So even though that Zarya is the tank of this composition, Reaper almost becomes the tank because he's so sustainable with the Wraith form and also being able to apply Zarya bubbles on top of him when he teleports in and makes the space for the rest of his team. It has to be said though, the LA Gladiators, they definitely had a chance to close this series out, both on Ilios. They were ahead on Lighthouse 71% to nothing, and they had a good ult bank here as well on New Queen Street. They had 72 meters capped for themselves, so they had a big advantage against the Dallas Fuel. Now, the Dallas Fuel, this is what they're known for. They're known for being able to clutch out some of these series, and you have to give them so much credit in that regard for being able to close this series out, being able to reverse sweep. Because in my mind, the Gladiators played a really good game, and I think that the Gladiators, had they had a bit more composure, perhaps a bit more discipline with their ultimates, they should have been able to win this series in the end.
I do think this was a really good match, though.
I know it was a great match, and there were a lot of situations which could have gone either way, where it was really small mistakes which cost them. With the Gladiators, I do think it really just came down to a few, maybe too liberally used ults or abilities, where Dallas Fuel just managed to really take that opportunity. And they do have such clutch players. It was great to see Sparkle absolutely shining again on that Genji. Obviously, I, as a huge Fearless fan, have been more than thrilled to see Fearless being thrown back into the mix. I was also really, really impressed, actually, with Reiner going, toe-to-toe against Fearless in that Winston battle. Yeah. Like, I think he really held his own. So overall, great performance. It really set that Kevster guy.
That Kevster guy is just...
That Edison guy, too, though.
Yeah.
All right, so many...
Cheating.
Okay, you said it, not I. But yeah, no, definitely some highlight reels which are in the making right here. This time was the Dallas Fuel to set the tone, and Gladiators still have a rough road ahead of them, as their next opponent is going to be the San Francisco Shock. So that's not going to be an easy one for them either. Now we're headed into our third and final match of the day, and that one will be fought out between the Vancouver Titans and the New York Excelsior. Now, we do have all the same picks here. Reinforced, do you want to quickly give us some reasoning on why you made your pick for that last one?
Well, I don't want to predict the Vancouver Titans, so that's why I went with the New York Excelsior. I do think that this could generally be
they got Aspire.
A pretty close match, though, because... or not pretty... They have a chance, okay? Because New York Excelsior, they also played Kellan on the Zarya for quite some time. Yaki's been playing some Echo. And what's good against that is when you can play the soldier and kind of tracer compositions into that, right? You're able to play far away and poke some of those bubbles away. So we'll see how Titans handle it, but New York Excelsior, they should be the obvious favorite here.
I mean, I don't trust my picks anymore.
Me too.
I'm questioning. I just question everything I've done today.
It's fine. I picked New York, so it's
No, but you can't go 3-0
Yes,
today.
Danny.
Like that's ridiculous. But Danny, no. But probably.
Florayaki.
But probably.
I talked about it in the pre-show. Florayaki.
True.
That's
True.
yeah. I mean.
Yeah. I don't know.
Those guys. Well, we find out whether we're right or we're wrong. Only time can tell. We need a little bit more time, however, so we're going to head into a very quick break, and then afterwards the game will hopefully be ready, and Mitch and Matt will take over for all of the action.
Our next match on the block presents a golden opportunity to both its participants. That's right, a chance to bounce back, Freudian slip, after a bit of a tough week one. That's right, the Vancouver Titans will be taking on the NYXL. Two teams, I would say, that have had higher expectations than what they've achieved. In some cases, the bar is not that high, but still, these two teams, slow start for them, chance to recover.
Titans 0-3, NYXL 0-2. NYXL, I think it's like 1-6 in terms of map count, and the Titans are 2-9. So both teams who have like struggled here out of the gate. I would say New York, like when we look at their roster, like I expect this team to just really pick it up as the season goes on here in the West. And for the Titans, like, look, you just got to pretend yesterday's game didn't exist. I mean, that's kind of how you have to go here today. Pretend it didn't exist. Move on forward. And we'll see. So yesterday they ran, Mirror the entire game, right? He's not in here at the start. And then Skyrippa didn't see any time yesterday. He will get play today in the support role slot. So some changes already being made here for the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, look, I think that, people were calling for Shockwave, a bit more yesterday. I think Aspire really was able to show what he was capable of on Widowmaker on certain maps. But the theme for us, in that series was that it's incredible an individual as Aspire really is, and we really got to see that individual prowess showcased even more so now in a 5v5 format. It wasn't enough for the Titans overall. Wholesale, they really need to be gelling on a greater level, Matt.
Yes, 100% agree. And I also agree with Johnny's take this morning that, like, these players, like,
there was
Aspire,
a lot in that take.
Yeah, there was a lot. I mean, I only listened to, like, about, 10 seconds of it. It was just a lot. Okay. But from what I gathered, I understood what he was trying to say, and I agree. Masa and players like Shockwave and Aspire, like, they're way better than this. So take a look at the New York Excelsior roster.
Mate, talk about being way better than this. This team has one bloody map to their name. Are you kidding me?
And you have Myungbong, Gangnam Jin, Kellen, Flora, and Yaki. I mean, that is crazy to look at that roster. I believe they did play the Gladiators, so the Gladiators we know is a very tough team. Don't recall their second opponent off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, this is the team where you look at this roster, you're like, oh, this team's on one map, 1-6 in terms of the map count, 0-2. Like, what's going on? Because these are some players. You look at this, like, a lot. I mean, same on the Toronto, like Vancouver, like I was gonna say. Like, players on both these rosters, like, other teams would love to have these players. Like, they're very good. It's just whatever's going on, not being able to put it together just yet.
Right, I mean, we talked in years gone past, we've always said, when Yaki is surrounded by people that are able to also sort of rise to that level, then he's going to be unstoppable. He's going to be an absolute force of nature, if you excuse the pun, given this matchup. He hasn't quite gotten to that point yet, hasn't quite developed, at least, on this roster. It is early days yet, but realistically, the Excelsior have so many options in terms of hero pools here, right? There's not a lot of overlap. They've got good coverage, though, in general. On a map like New Queen St, a great opportunity to demonstrate that, right? They have great hit scan options. Yaki, of course, looks incredible on the Tracer. He can definitely play the Genji. He can make so many of these sort of roles work. And again, on the Vancouver Titans side of things, Matt, Skyripper comes in with a really, like a pretty strong reputation, right? Out of Romania. Yeah. When he was picked up, everyone was like, this guy is the future. This guy's genuinely, a ridiculous talent coming out of Europe here. And, they were so glad to see him have a chance to showcase that talent in the Overwatch League.
They have a lot of ridiculous talent, this team.
But the grace period is over, Matt. The grace period's done. This team is 0-3, and we need to see an improvement from them. Otherwise, we start asking ourselves, okay, what elements are not gelling here? Is it the players? Is it the coaching? Is it the philosophy? Something will have to change. No one is in this league to just to lose games and then go, oh, we'll go again. No one wants that.
Yeah, and I think sometimes you can, like, chalk up losses to, like, look, like, they just have more talent than us and whatnot, but, like, the Vancouver Titans, with some of their players and, how highly touted and, like, just, like, mechanically skilled we've seen from them even in the past, like, some of them in the Overwatch League, they're capable, right? So, both teams come out with mirror compositions here to kick things off. We get a good old Spire versus Yaki Tracer duel.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Both these players definitely known for what they can do on the Tracer. Right now, they'll just be shadowing each other as they wait for the bot to unlock. Yaki clearly displaying slightly more aggressive tendencies. He forced the Spire away. Now he can wrap a little bit and start to put extra pressure on False as Kellen's gone deep and already picked Skyripper out of the bunch.
Oh, man, and I feel like, at least for me, like, this first fight, and I mean, that's not even really a fight, right, as Skyripper drops early, is really important for the Titans, just in terms of confidence. Like, with how the series went the other day, you need to come out, get some positive vibes going early. To lose a first fight, you kind of start to think in your head, like, oh, is this going to be a similar story? So I think for the Titans, really looking to see if you can take this first fight.
False takes the high ground there. You can see this sort of slows New York down a little bit, especially with Kellen having taken as much damage as he had. Myungbong's in a very safe position, but there's too much burst damage and there's Winston bubbles in the way. There's nothing he can do for Kellen.
Yes, looks like Flora comes over to the healing station on his body. So it's not gonna do the trick here.
All right.
The Titans should be able to get the barrier moving, and they are.
Yeah, this all falls apart after they lose Kellen, I think. He just gets caught up in a forest of Winston bubbles, and you can't heal that. There's nothing you can do for it.
Yeah, you get Shockwave on the 76, takes him out early. So I think that's what a lot of people were kind of curious with yesterday is, like, Shockwave, like, is a very good hit scan player, just a good player overall. We've seen what Aspire can do on numerous different roles. Like, why not just, commit to this duo and just let them learn, right?
These are the two top, I would say, Western talent of the last 2 years. Both on the same team.
Oh, yeah, probably.
At DPS at the very least, right? This is an investment in the future, and they probably, they probably saw that and said, yeah, these are guys we can really develop into this roster.
With Shockwave, when he went to Philly, it was like, man, like this is a player that, like, you're talking about, like that franchise, like building around him, right? Like
potentially. I think they tried it with Hisu, and then Shockwave was the next in line.
And then Toronto, when they picked up Aspire last year, like he put so much life into that team. So you look at what they've done in the past. Yeah, I'm starting to see a better performance here today already.
Flora pressuring Shockwave away, who runs headlong into Yaki, who has the stopping power to get rid of the Soldier 76. Aspire trying to dodge around Flora here. Recall forced. Aspire's in trouble now as he'll be harangued by more of the NYXL. They're on the move with the bot here. They'll need to get it back in position, but they're behind by a decent amount. It's definitely advantage Titans.
Yeah, Titans hold on to their sound barrier here for the fight coming up. Don't have much of anything else, but big biotic grenade. That's gonna force the recall out early.
Pangnam looking for an opportunity to make use of this beat, and because he knows there'll be a fight on the middle of this hairpin turn, right? This is the best place for Vancouver to take a fight. It's their closest spawn location without giving up a front spawn to New York. You can see there is a contest right now on the card. Kellen just trying to harass Shockwave a little bit. Shockwave, who doesn't benefit from the sound barrier at all. He's just too far away from Masa there, and Yaki's going to be able to deal with him. Bot in favor now, in control of Vancouver, while Kellen really tries to make use of this close quarters, but he's taking too much damage. He is able to get rid of Sky Ripper, though. Flora comes to the rescue. Great recovery.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen he primals, he got biotic grenaded there. He just puts in so much work. I mean, it just knocks around. Shockwave sends him into Yaki. Yaki's able to pick it up. Occupies like 3 or 4 players in there. After it's really a huge play from Kellen, but even still, you know how good Vancouver's push it this far. The NYXL, they need to push it way further.
Yeah, they're far from done. Obviously, the bot sort of rests after getting this checkpoint for a little bit. Bolster's here with a nano boost right now. Kellen spots Sky Reaper in a great position to isolate him. That bubble does more than protect Kellen and also cuts off those Ana sight lines. Despite that, it's the DPS from the Titans that go to work and lay New York low.
Yeah, and 3 minutes and 20 on the clock. You'll get the bot going in your direction. Even if you lose this next fight, if you're the Titans, although you do have a attack visor coming online, biotic grenade on both supports happen, as we were talking about that, but you win this next fight, even if you're in a great position. If you lose, the bot still has to travel all the way back for New York.
Yaki's able to occupy the backline map, but hardly draws blood. The pulse bomb is just not connected, even though I'm pretty sure he got the drop on them there, so that'll be frustrating for the young superstar. Flora. Oh man, threw that biotic down awfully quickly. But Bolster's still going to be able to pick Flora up here as Shockwave is probing with his attack visor. Remember, you can scout with this ability as well. We'll reveal the location of enemies if they're partially obscured, so get some value out of it. But the bot, again, it's with the Titans, and they have a comfortable little lead here.
And Kellen's going to invest the Primal Rage in here because he's also here with Yaki, so maybe they feel like they're able to get the bot going in their direction, but Spire and False just keep touching it, juggling it back and forth. So since when we last talked, a minute's gone by, the bot's pretty much at the middle of the map, kind of having these fights back and forth, and if you're the Titans, this is totally fine.
Characteristically, Yaki having a very good map. 6-1 right now. Final blows to deaths. Just not quite enough to put his team ahead. We're now inside 2 minutes here, and the Titans know that, look, I mean, one fight will potentially get them to equalize it because there's none of that, the pesky checkpoints slowing down the bot after he reaches it here. So they're definitely within striking distance, and his tactical visor might get them just a little bit closer now, but there's a sound barrier immediately deployed by the Titans. And New York don't have theirs online yet. Cunningham now has it, but they've lost 2 plays, make it 3. Forget about it.
And really nice decision there from the Titans. They have control over this game. They can dictate where this next fight takes place, and they take it in an open area where Shockwave able to do some work. So you also have a great sound barrier there from Masa as the bot will go closer and closer towards the Titans barrier and try and put a little bit of a wider gap here between them and New York.
Not quite a front spawn here for Vancouver. But they're in a pretty powerful position regardless. Nano boost here just waiting to be injected. Good dive timing there. Shockwave, I mean, everyone's scrambling to try and keep him on his feet here. Kellen repelled for the time being. Shockwave forced to the low ground here. Attack visor available, but he's 63 HP. This is risky stuff, especially with a sound barrier. And Yaki comes in and slaps him upside the head for that level of audacity. And the bot will quickly lope across the map once more.
Yeah, I don't think you got any further progress there for the Titans. So, bot
sets up that last
its
fight.
way. Yeah, making its way towards this barrier. Yeah, we're going to be in last fight. Look for Kellen. If he can get this Primal Rage, it'll be huge.
Dude's Titans take an earlier fight. Looks like no Kellen. Okay, has to use Primal. Okay, in the meantime though, bot contested. It's not moving. So the Titans have sort of made sure they had this contingency in place now. Kellen's sleeping it off. Almost overtime now. Pulse has gone down though. Kellen's able to come back with a vengeance here. Aspire. Saw the line, not able to connect the Pulse Bomb though now. Winston Bubble in the way, but Flora's going to get run down eventually. And that's beautiful stuff from Shockwave, finding two in the meantime. Gangnam Jim, very low. Really no way of escaping there, and it's all on Kellen to make something happen, and he's headed home.
Yeah, and that'll be the Vancouver Titans taking map number 1. So, looking really good there with Shockwave and Aspire in as the DPS duo there at the end. And they lose False early. What happens? Shockwave with one, Aspire with another kill, taking out Flora, and then Shockwave picking up one more, turning the tide in the Titans' favor.
11 final blows, 4 deaths for Shockwave out of 22 total final blows for the Titans. I'll let you guys figure out exactly what that means. We'll come back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, as Vancouver look to try and reverse their fortunes. Not so bad, looking all right early on.
point, but WGS Phoenix winning the fight.
Saved by Aztec.
Oh, even Skyle instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the old bait and switch, huh?
Well, gas prices might be exorbitant at present, but this man be pumping the deeps instead. 11 final blows out of a total of 22. You know where I was going with that, did you, Matt? That's a flutter deadlift, Matthew.
Yeah. Sick play from Shockwave here early on. Really kind of makes you wonder, like, what went on yesterday? I know he's been playing pretty well. We know how good of a player he's been in the past. You want to see him in these games if you're a Titans fan.
They were calling for
New
him,
York. Yeah, I mean, New York, I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's looking rough here thus far. I do wonder, Mitch, I was trying to think, I was like, well, how could we have seen the Titans look like that bad yesterday? I wonder if it was like trying to incorporate Mirror, obviously, on like short notice. And then also just kind of like, you know, with Mirror and Aztec, like maybe it's just like they're not all on the same page. Like obviously language barrier can be really tough for teams to overcome. Like maybe that was hurting them like yesterday, and like maybe they need some more time to like work them into the roster and stuff. I don't know. It's just like, because for like obviously like most of this roster is kind of like the same as yesterday, but yesterday was like a drubbing.
I mean, Mira was literally playing from the Mayhem facility, right? As far as we know. So that's just how quickly, you know, that move was sort of made. And we acknowledged at the time, you know, it was tough for Mira to find his sort of niche on the roster.
Yeah, you're going to a new team playing with new people on a game that plays way different, right? It is a lot for these players to adjust to. That may not have been the best to put him in right away.
So who lost scissors paper rock here between Shockwave and Aspire? Only one of them gets to play the Widow. I mean, wow. I mean, between the two of them, it's kind of hard to choose, right? I think that's like Aspire was just when we saw a lot of like that those Sigma-based comps. You know, like Rialto, I remember quite vividly Aspire playing this sort of Widow, getting into some really good positions, and we know what Shockwave can do. It's kind of the reason why, you know, Philadelphia really valued him. So Titans, embarrassment of riches in that regard. Is that enough to win them this map and, you know, by extension the series? We'll keep an eye out for that. It's a Roadhog here for False Matt. We're going to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. Solo queue superstar Roadhog. Looks like, you know, obviously, his just body makes space. Roadhog, he just takes up so much, and he has so much HP. It also is very difficult, you know, for like a Winston and even a Genji to go in. And from what you've seen from New York this far, like they haven't really been coordinated on their dives and stuff. You feel like you have an opportunity to really make Kellen or Yaki pay for playing this Roadhog. False on the ground though, not going to get back up.
So tough for False there. The Vita Grenade obviously, you know, doesn't last that long, but it's the sleep dart that interrupts him taking a breather, which means that healing is essentially denied. I mean, you're already pretty vulnerable against like Ana setups. You know, can we play this out theoretically, right? Is it to punish the Kellen dive? Like,
I think so.
Why do you need this?
I think it is to punish some of this dive. And
great, I hate it. I hate it.
And Kellen takes a ton of damage there. Just can't really capitalize on it.
Still, like you mentioned, Matt, his immense bulk has its own gravitational repulsive field. And that's not based on his looks, that's just, I mean, you know, a lot of threat generated by the Roadhog and that hook, as we saw what it did to Kellen. Yaki happy to chase Shockwave to the end of the earth, though. Still needs to respect what Master can do to him now as well. From the low ground, Aspire is taking a couple of pot shots. Yaki keeps his head above water until the fisherman
hook
casts his line.
All right, you have Aspire here as well. Maybe you can make something happen if you're the Titans. Get the cart moving. They're going to know where False is. Is he going to go try and spawn camp Yaki maybe?
Wouldn't that be quite the sight? Take a breather back to hell? Well, he does nothing here, right? He cannot help his team. Maybe he's not needed to. I would suggest he probably would be nice, considering
This is the second time we've seen Roadhog picked on Gibraltar. Like, I thought Roadhog was going to sit at a comfortable 0% pick rate in Owl, and I think it was the Florida Mayhem who ran Roadhog on this map, and then now the Titans. But they're going to switch off the Hog. Didn't seem to be working that well. They also looked pretty good running this, so with the 76, so why not just keep going for it?
Well-known philosopher Alan Watts came up with the idea of the element of irreducible rascality, this little part of us that makes us want to just break the rules and do silly things. Vancouver do be trolling a little bit. That's the translation of that theory. Now back to the Winston. Nano boost for Kellen. Okay, he forces False away. Shockwave has infrasight right now, but tough to make use of it here, as I'm pretty sure the Titans know.
And they have their own sound barrier and nano themselves. Kellen takes a shot. Gets quite low. He's going to back out to server room. Man, this has been a weird half at Gibraltar. Did Masa not get the beat off? He got taken out before he got the beat off. Yeah.
Gangnam getting in. The card's moving. The card's moving. Oh, he's touched. 0.07. Yeah. Still being held on to, and Shockwave. He had no idea where those shurikens are coming from. Okay, what am I watching? What am I watching?
Yeah.
What is this, dude?
Yeah, they just beat New York like in a straight up like mirror, like head to head. And maybe it's a strat you practice and had good success on with the Roadhog. We haven't seen many teams do it. Really, just in the Florida Mayhem. That was it. To win that first map, come out here with Roadhog. That's a pretty risky pick.
All right, False going to get primal. Yeah, that's going to be pretty crucial. Can he do anything about Myungbong though? No, a lot of damage being taken in by False. He can't go too aggressive anymore. What a day to have eyes. What a day for it. Okay, so Shockwave taken down by Kellen there. The boop off the car was almost a backbreaker for New York. Masa doing work. But Gangnam Jim and Flora are back Yaki. They're just going to pile on right now. And Sky Reaper is but a smear upon the masonry. And Masa won't be able to touch. That was Overwatch right there. That was some Overwatch.
Yeah, didn't love that kind of choices there. I think the Titans, you played really good. You know, on that first map on New Queen Street. Didn't really need to change anything up. You kind of knew what New York was going to do, and you've already beaten it, right? Like, you've already kind of like beaten them in that like mirror. And to come out with the Roadhog, it's a bit confusing. But maybe it's working for some teams in scrims. Maybe people got you know, motivated by the Florida Mayhem. The Roadhog, maybe people think it's a little bit of a sleeper pick.
I mean, even McGravy is tweeting, please don't copy us. We're actually not that good. So if the progenitor of this composition is saying perhaps not wise to emulate us, done? So, I mean, yeah,
I also, this is going to sound crazy too.
No, not after what I've just seen.
I think the Titans can actually hold this. Like I actually think, like, you know, with Shockwave on the Widow and like Aspire on the Tracer and stuff, and now False not on Roadhog, I actually think you could see a realistic hold here from the Titans. Sure. They pretty much got it to like that first checkpoint. You know, all it takes is Shockwave to hit a few shots and start to get going, and you could easily see a hold here, which that would just be a really bizarre.
Isn't that something, right? I think that speaks more against New York, though, that you consider this a possibility, Matt. I'll leave it at that, though, as Flora will assume the normal position here on this Widow, and again, force the Titans to essentially play inside that hallway. And you better believe he's hunting for Aspire. See what the Titans can do with this dive here again. Pretty rudimentary stuff right now, and avoiding Flora will be key.
So Shockwave, you can see his little outline playing lower here. Just watching the payload, doesn't want to give up tons of free progress.
All right, Flora was really able to crack at him there. Yeah, this car is moving slowly.
Oh, that is a massive biotic grenade. Oh, connects with 3. They're able to get Myungbong, but Gangnam Jin and Kellen live.
But this is net positive for the attacker. False is traded out for that. And you gain a ton of ground. Remember, the car was already moving down through the car wash here.
They are moving.
Shockwave is... Well, it was, sorry, when that dive was happening. Yeah, they eventually had to back away. Shockwave has a really interesting position, playing down inside the car wash. Sky Reaper keeping False nice and topped up. All right, so how do you play around this? Your Brig is here, defensive biotic grenade, the rest of NYXL are filtering into this part of the map now. They're really just forcing the Titans outside of the server room. Not a problem for Vancouver if they can retake this ground without too many losses. Cart's not moving right now.
Yeah,
nice bio.
Cart is making no progress currently. Kellen's going to get primal here. Oh, he takes out Masa, and I think might have missed the sleep there. So Kellen going to get 2. Going to batter Shockwave all the way back to his spawn.
Oh, God! Kellen secures that kill. And now we get 3 on card here. This is pretty bad for the Titans. That, remember, they don't quite even need that checkpoint, right? Just a little before it.
Aspire can touch. You'll have a Nano and a Primal Rage here.
Pulse. Nothing. Comes up with nothing from no. Okay. Yep.
All right. Well, there's map number 2.
That's a map. Yep. 2 maps done in this series, and the NYXL able to make it happen here on the attacking side. They take control of server room. They convert. Pretty straightforward stuff here. Nice job by Kellen, though. I think that primal was pivotal.
Look, you take what the other team gives you, right? In New York, they'll take that second map. And I think if you're the Titans, you had an opportunity to build momentum. You looked really good on New Queen Street. Could have ran similar stuff here. Tried to come out with maybe a little pocket Roadhog pick. Did not work out, but man, that could have cost you the map.
Yeah, lost a lot of time in the attack trying to experiment with that particular pick. It doesn't pay off. Don't expect to see much more of it here. It's a tied series heading into the break, but the Excelsior have the momentum. Let's see what they can do with it on the other side of these messages. see that? What we saw before the break, that was Overwatch. That was definitely Overwatch. There's no doubt about it. You want to see some Overwatch? You want to experience some Overwatch? Get another chance for PvP beta access when you sign up for the Overwatch League newsletter. Just scan the QR code or visit overwatchleague.com/email for a chance to win. And yes, I can express my existential dread to you via Alan Watts quotes if I'm allowed to include them. Sign up for that one, get involved. Of course, as you know, we know it's only a limited time that the beta is going to be open for. I've had a blast so far, Matthew. But this matchup here has been a bit of a seesaw, I must say.
Been a blast.
Roller coaster, yeah. But I'm not wearing a seatbelt on this roller coaster.
It's just kind of like hard to figure out like kind of what's going on both sides. Like, to be fair, because both sides have talent. Both sides seem to like know how to, you know, we see them put together really good fights and execute well, and then sometimes it's just kind of like, you know, not there. Where I think really almost kind of what you're looking at from both these teams is just like some level of consistency. Like I think with the Excelsior, like you'll have that in terms of your roster, right? I think the Titans need to start progressing in that way as well.
Sure.
And you know, really kind of give players the time to, you know, play the different heroes that they're going to need to be throughout the stage. You know, it's a long season, but you kind of look across the board. It's like, yeah, these are the players that you probably should run with. Give them the time and hopefully see some better results.
Yeah, listen, I think, you know, looking at the other side of the coin here, New York looked pretty coordinated there, I think, on that attacking side. Granted, not a ton of map that they had to push through, but pretty sequential in, you know, how they moved through, and they took control of that server room there. So execution looked a lot better from them this time around. Don't expect to see the Wrecking Ball. He is available on this build of the PvP beta, but
you never know.
Like, this was a hard and fast Kellen pick for a long time. When that O2 Blast team managed to beat Talon and take Contender's career title, Kellen was on the ball all the time. So looking forward to seeing teams, you know, find a reason to sort of pick him back up and start making use of him now in a, you know, in a form of the game, Matt, where people are a little bit more dispersed. It's a little bit harder to get sort of multi-boops with that Wrecking Ball.
And I like what the Titans are going with on defense. They're going with the same comp that they had on Queen Street. Spire on the Tracer, Shockwave on the 76 when he was tremendous. For the Excelsior, you'll just have Yaki on the Genji versus seeing him on a Tracer.
All right. Definitely a pocket pick of Yaki's as well. See what he can make happen here now. As again, he's able to take a fair bit of space. The Titans let New York at least take control here of the computer shop. Both Winstons get doused in friendly biotic grenades now. New York have been allowed a bit of time to set up. Nice move though. Master knocking Kellen off course as he tries to get into the back line.
The Falls is hit with a biotic grenade, so he has to fall back, get some healing. They end up giving up some point progress, but New York doesn't go to the point. Looks like they're trying to take a fight off to the side here by their mini health pack.
Ooh, yeah, he realizes it's too late. He sort of woke up false there. I think New York just want to win the fight, right? They're not really too bothered about the point. Being on the point as attackers, it makes you a bit vulnerable to getting surrounded anyway. Not a position they'd like to play from, I'd suggest. 1.5 ticks here though now. New York have forced the Titans back. Just how far back is the question though? Spire wants to try and contest and Kellen gets ruined.
Yeah, he jumps up to the high ground and just gets destroyed. But now you have players coming back here, and you might be able to turn this if you're the Titans. Yeah.
Yeah, no word of a lie. Actually, pretty elegant rotations from Vancouver, at least towards the end there, right? Give up the point. They know they still have 5 players to work with. And then just destroy Kellen. I don't know what happened with Kellen's positioning. I don't think he was expecting Shockwave and Master to come, you know, over the top there at the top of the hunting lodge.
Yeah, so potentially, you know, a situation where New York would have been able to cap that first point. They're only going to get 87%. Now you lose Yaki, and right as you lose Yaki, you comp the Nano with the tack visor. Maybe this is enough to turn it, but you've already lost some other players.
Okay, so having Myeonbong up here is really important. Flora is able to stave off most of the pressure with that biotic field. He's knocked out of it now. Good sleep dart though. It's false slips on a banana peel. Yeah, he's down. Biotic grenade there connecting, and that will be NYXL making good on this attack.
All right, so New York, after it got a little bit dicey there, they will be able to unlock the payload, get him moving. So Titans will now have the luxury of having the high ground to be able to use here. Put Shockwave in that position to pump out some damage. So New York, what do you want to? I mean, this is very different than like the Dallas Fuel, right? You have a Winston, you have a, I know Genji. You can come up here, access this high ground, potentially, wait till you get a nano for a blade if you wanted to.
So for me, it's about how Lucio's defensively create spacing for the team on the high ground and how much pressure the Winstons can put on each other. Because, Vancouver are not going to sit here and wait for something to happen. See, False is actually diving right now. Yaki has a blade, but both teams have popped the sound barrier here, so this is weird. Packvisor comes late from Shockwave. Great timing, but Aspire's already been taken down. So Shockwave gets the trade here. It's a 3-on-3 right now. Shockwave, defensive body grenade, keep him standing. No, it's a 2v2, okay. False trying to push forward now, but Kellen has plenty of healing, and False is out of rope. He's trying to jump away. 13 health and a dream. Gangnam Jin cuts his life short.
Oh man, the payload will continue to move here for the Excelsior as you held on. Oh, Kellen actually gets hit with a biotic grenade as he's trying to push it a little bit too far. I feel like that's a few times though, right? Where like they're in a position where they just need to regroup and wait for the next action, and Kellen's like a little bit further up ahead from the squad and just gets taken out.
Gotta hand it to Sky Ripper for setting that kill up though, and that's what opens the door for the Titans to move back in and actually commence a bit of a spawn camp, which means that behind this, they can scale onto the high ground and basically assume the same position they had before that previous fight after all the ults were used. Virtually putting New York in a position where they spent all that and they have nothing to show for it.
They got nothing. Yeah, I mean, I think it also just shows the importance and just how impactful those first kills are in fights, right? You lose Kellen, then all of a sudden you're getting spawn camped.
Well, Spire fights Myeongbong there, excuse me.
But also, Mitch, the way they're playing right now, right, with this composition, and the way they played on New Queen Street, makes it even weirder that they played Roadhog on Gibraltar, right?
Absolutely.
Like,
yeah, the dive looks great. The coordination is excellent.
Yeah.
Aspire and Shockwave are on like really comfortable picks. Sky Ripper's having excellent impact, and Master defensively is doing exactly what he needs to do to make it hard for Kellen to get purchase on his backline. Hard to fault what the Titans are doing so far, Matt. This is why I have Whiplash, I swear. I cannot tell what iteration of this team we sort of get map to map here, but hey, good news for the Titans fans. This is what you want to see.
Oh, they slapped him and woke him up.
Was that false?
I don't know. They slept Kellen and then they ended up waking him up. And he's got the primal rage. That is it's not great. So yeah, you're gonna have the Excelsior with a nano boost. You'll have a tac visor here in this open area, and that may be able to just be enough to give them this second checkpoint.
False falls back at the tactical visor from the wings. It's Shockwave and Flora both popping those ultimates. Both teams with the sound barriers here. You can see exactly what these Lucios are holding onto those ultimates for. Flora won't be knocked off the map here, but needs to throw down his biotic field. Takes cover before he does so. It's a safer way to play, for sure. Yeah, not much here for the NYXL. They're going to have to back away.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like a stretch to say that, like, in this dive-y-dive matchup, the Titans have looked better than New York. Like, really just kind of Gibraltar, but I feel like the Titans have really got themselves a chance on Gibraltar. But like, here outside of that first point, they've been really strong, the Titans. New York's had moments, but...
This is quite remarkable. Last map was Vancouver versus the Titans, to be fair. Now they look like they're pretty comfortable on Eichenwalde, right? This cart is, I mean, it might be touched here, but...
It's going to be a big pole spawn.
On a Tracer.
I mean, he's not going to use it on the Tracer. Just saying. I mean, are you questioning yourself that much? That
I don't know. I feel like you were setting it up, and I'm thinking, hang about.
That he's going to pulse on the Tracer.
Oh, that's beautiful. He gets caught by that
better,
one.
Yeah.
Better than the idea of pulsing a fellow Tracer, that's for sure. Right, so Titans working with plenty right now. Myeongbong's in a bit of a dangerous position. Yaki very, very low. Needs that healing, but Myeongbong was under too much pressure, and the Titans hold outside of the castle. Look, smiles on the face of Shockwave, and so there should be. Really impressive performance from Vancouver. Not just comparatively, but objectively. Fantastic play.
Yeah. And you could be looking at this as the Titans, right? You end up being able to take, first point, push that payload. You could have been looking down at a 3-0 today. You go on to win the series, right? It's
I I think my Preds were New York 3-0, to be honest with you.
Right. I think everybody would have picked that, right? I mean,
I think that New York's roster, like, you know, maybe not on this team, but like on other rosters, definitely felt more proven. But Vancouver have a very clear game plan here on Eichenwalde, right? And they execute on that. Their defense is rock solid. Really hard to fault that right now. Now there's just the slight issue of, you know, having the teeth to back up their stalwart hold.
And they're going to play break here on defense. They're going to play the break on Eichenwalde, which we usually see break on like Gibraltar. Maybe they feel like they need to, you know, protect Myungbong a little bit more.
Just give Yaki repair packs, maybe? Against double hit scan, that is an atrocious choice, surely. I mean, I guess False can threaten, but we'll see. We'll see. Well,
I think you're going to see, yeah, I mean, we'll see what they decide to play for the Titans. Some interesting things you could do here. I mean, there's no, like, Tracer on the other side or anything. Like, you even could play the Echo here if you wanted, if you're Vancouver. I'll probably just play Tracer, though, yeah.
All right. So, again, very strong proximity healing is what Brigitte provides now, in lieu of the CC having been taken from her. Kellen goes over the top here, wants to pressure Sky Reaper, but False is there. Makes a better door than a window, to be fair. Kellen gets the pressure he was looking for. False is going to take a while before we top back up, and Flora key pick on Shockwave there. Kellen's back in.
Yes, he gets in really fast over the top. As he actually gets hit with a biotic grenade. Does not matter though. New York has put a lot of forward pressure this far.
I mean, both of these teams look pretty darn good at coordinating with this Winston dive defensively. That was very solid from NYXL. And Kellen doesn't really seem to be too bothered, despite the fact that he's surrounded 3-1. And in the meantime, like, Flora is just vomiting damage at them at range.
We'll see now. The Titans trying to move through the choke. What their approach is like. A few times that Myungbong's been able to hit these biotic grenades onto False. He's got to be able to keep himself away from those, stay alive, as he's going to have a lot of ultimates for both sides coming in here shortly.
It's going to get weird when these primals get involved, right, Matt? When people start to get displaced. No more Ana left, it's just the Brigitte healing. Yaki finds a spy, though, as the NYXL try and they're fighting on the retreat at the moment. Backing away if they can. Kellen, he has Shockwave dead to rights, and now the Titans have to get out.
Is it enough? You know, you're gonna lose Sky Grippa here, but you still have False. I believe Aspire still alive, and yeah, I mean, you're gonna have Myungbong coming back now.
They have no Lucio for Taxi though. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I've got you.
See, now it'll be the Titans going back to the spawn, regrouping.
Wow. 2 minutes left in the round.
You have a rally here. Rally if they kind of get on Myungbong and he gets low.
Again, New York have so much in the bank here off the rise. Sound barrier, False Shockwave, don't benefit from it, and Yaki will push on the pain point. The Titans, that fight's over almost before it began. Now, both support ultimates leveraged there by the Excelsior, so it will be a nano boost disparity coming into the next one. 90 seconds left.
It's teams from like, and I don't really think we see it in like tons of other matchups, but like in this matchup specifically, like one team looks like they're clearly better at like a certain style of play in one half, then all of a sudden they get blown out in the next half. Like it seems to be a little bit all over the place currently.
Map-dependent performances from these teams, it feels. Some they're more comfortable.
Not even map-dependent, like half-dependent.
Oh, no, they took the foot off the gas. They had to pull False out there, but Shockwave is able to get nanoed. He's in an amazing position. Yaki found 2 there, though. Not over, especially with the Primal Rage at play. Shockwave needs to watch out for the environmental kill potential, and Kellen just beats his brains out. Back to the point he goes. And that was in the NYXL winning with, what, 2 players? Unreal.
Yeah, just Kellen and Yaki alive. I think Yaki gets 2. Kellen picks up 2 kills as well. Aspire backs out.
That is absurd.
I like this. I like this from the Titans. I like bringing in the Echo.
They've got nothing left, ultimate-wise, Matthew, so they better hope that this is the difference maker. Shockwave gives away his position there. It was already known to Flora, apparently. Must have heard the fluttering of those wings. Master's down, Matt. Oh, no. 16 seconds remain. The Titans are going to try and regroup, but I don't think New York are going to let them. This could be an absolute massacre now. False is taken down inside 10 seconds remaining, and the Titans have to try and get someone up there to stall. They won't have a full 5 for this fight.
Shockwave has to be the one that touches. Looks like Aspire was going to get it sent into OT. Shockwave flies in, he's taken out.
Aspire, all right, can't recall away from that one. No damage dealers left for the Titans here. Let's see what False can do with the Prowl. Oh, good lord, he's sleeping it off. Martha chased down by Yaki with the nano boost. He's got a blade if he needs it here. This is all but over. Yeah, New York able to hold out on defense here. A little sly smile on the face of Yaki. He has 15 final blows and 5 deaths. Insane stuff on the Genji. And that's New York chalking up another one.
Yeah, as New York looked lights out there. Like we were talking where the Titans may have had an advantage in terms of the dive, and New York right there, that was definitely a way to make us look kind of dumb there, as they looked lights out in the second half. But like I said, there just seems to be so much variance between half to half here.
What is going on in this video game? This makes absolutely no sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a coin flip by the looks of things, but look, New York have the momentum back on their side. Let's see if they can make use of it, or if the Titans have something a little spicy for us. They're going to have to if they want to try and salvage this series. Don't go too far. This is apparently Overwatch.
Check my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
After an admittedly slow start in this series, it looks like the New York Excelsior have found another gear. Maybe not the most inspiring offense on Eichenwalde map, but they turn around on defense, and that's when things get sticky for the Titans. Now a 2-1 lead in this series as New York look to try and end things here before they get out of hand.
This series has been so bizarre. Like, right before New York has that tremendous hold, right? Like, they absolutely destroyed them on their defense. Like, New York's defense was incredible. Yaki played great. You know, Kellen making plays, you know, winning fights, players down. They were getting spawn camped for like a minute 20 seconds on offense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just kind of like there's not really a lot adding up here. Now I said as soon as we went off, I was like, man, both these teams should be like legitimately good. Like, they're like, both these teams have like enough players to legitimately be good teams. And they just got to get the consistency, I think. It's really kind of what it is. It seems like for both teams, just, you know, high variance in terms of what you're going to get round after round in terms of play. I think you get some more consistency out of either of these teams. I think you'll see them much higher in the standings.
I think it's worth pointing out as well that these two teams are able to pull off some pretty complex maneuvers and look quite clean at it. And what I mean by that is that using Winston or dive-based defenses can be quite complicated. You really, if you're going to take risks like that by giving up ground on defense, you know, and taking this aggressive line in towards an enemy backline, it requires a lot of coordination between those elements of that dive, right? Like obviously like your Tracer or your Genji and your Winston, they all need to go. So these teams have both shown that they're very capable of playing that style of Overwatch. It seems like even maybe the more fundamental brand of Overwatch can elude them at critical moments here, Matt. But I mean, this is it. The Titans really have to, you know, shore up some of those deficiencies here. They really want a clean map 4 win going into the decider.
And for the Titans, I think Sky Ripper and Shockwave both been really good today. I think it's definitely made a noticeable improvement in their play from yesterday. And I think if you're a Titans fan, I certainly want to see more of this, right? See how some of these players develop.
Shockwave going to respect Kellen's proximity there. Lightning field thrown down. Support's also benefiting from that on top of their passive regen. All right, so this aggressive posturing from New York has forced the Titans into the extremities for the time being, but look, they're going to look to try and make a dive happen now. But Kellen is tracking him across the map. He doesn't bubble dance properly, and he's hit with a biting grenade.
We've seen that a few times, as it's going to be New York getting control of the point first. I don't think it's going to be a long period of control, though, as you're going to have Youngbo die as he gets jumped up by Fall straight away, and once you lose that tank here, it's pretty tough.
And now they're in a very compromising position. They don't have control of the point. They're outnumbered. They're going to try and buy some time for the rest of their team to get here, but now they've just staggered themselves. That's Gangnam Jin and Flora that I'm referring to. A bit ugly there.
So I was going to say, like, once you kind of lose some players back there, like, you may as well just get off the side, right? You're going to give up probably an extra, like, 4 or 5% here just off of that.
Keeping Kellen alive is so important here, or at least trading him for another sort of, you know, high-value target. New York didn't do that last fight. Pulse Bomb, no good. Flora taken down here. Kellen is giving a Travolta impression, a confused one, but Yaki's...
I had the same reaction as Aspire. He was just like, what? Like, where was Yaki that he's able to kill him?
Left-click shurikens just multi-headshotting maybe?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. All right, so point currently being captured or attempted to be by New York here, but there's no one to protect them from this tactical visor. Vancouver have this one down to a T so far.
And I like how Vancouver played that. Yaki was on the point trying to drag them back, and they just didn't care. Just kill the players over here in the courtyard. And there's nothing that the solo Genji is going to be able to do to make that big of a play. Laura now with Tag Visor. We'll see what he decides to do it. Sky Ripper playing really aggressive here.
Such odd positioning. Maybe trying to go for an aggressive biotic grenade, but that just blows up in his face there. Very, very odd to see him sort of go in that direction. I'd love to know what he's thinking, but Shockwave won't be allowed to touch the ground. Oh, well.
Ugh. Yeah, I think he got pooped, yeah.
Yeah, in midair. Nice job by Masa. Still, numbers favor New York, and Massa is solo onto the point there, just trying to stall things out a little bit longer for the Titans. They go to 85-13.
So for New York, you end up getting the point back, and you end up keeping all these ultimates. So see if they can cycle them properly. Be able to take this first round. So, no need for a visor. Massa ends up using the sound barrier, just gonna dance in the corner as he knows, regardless of what he's gonna do, not gonna make the difference here. Is
that might have been a there might have been a Bionade follow-up, Matt.
Yeah, maybe.
There, I think
all they had to do was use Nano, right? In New York, I mean, you're able to hold on to sound barrier, you're able to hold on to blade, you're able to hold on to attack visor, and they invest their sound barrier into it. You're only going to be able to get
this blade is going to be devastating.
Get it back.
Oh, there's no sound barrier for this. Yaki goes in, and he gets himself to Sushi Chef at work. And there's not much left for the Titans after that one. Guess what? They're walking into attack visor, so real chance for New York to just even up now. Massa is a long way away from sound barrier, and this attack visor will be hitting hard.
He might not get it the rest of the game.
That's likely. Yep.
You lose the barrier, and that's a position. False has actually jumped onto the point here, but their support's probably gonna get doped pretty aggressively, you'd imagine. They let them take the point.
Okay, so
I mean, the point.
I don't know how they managed to do this now. Spire's going to stay on the point here. New York had sound barrier, and they just leave the point. It was only Flora, and I can understand he didn't get a sound barrier, right? So he respects what False can do to him, but I mean, New York have just opened the door for the Titans now. They need to kick them out.
That's a Nano on the False, and it's going to be a Biotic Grenade on the floor. Are they going to be able to win this off the back of like a back cap type of scenario?
Kellen with the Primal here. Tough for Sky Reaper. He's sent careening off the edge of the map, and the Titans say, okay, we got enough. We forced out key ultimate there from Kellen. Nano Boost will be there soon, but Massa, like you said, won't have that sound barrier now. It'll still be one fight, Matt.
Shockwave will have attack visor though, as Florida's going to switch over to the Reaper here towards the end. Probably just to extra damage that close quarter scenario by the point.
Yaki's with a Biotic Grenade right now. There is attack visor there for Shockwave. He needs to find a line of sight to get value out of it. Kellen tries to get out for now, but that Soldier will be pumping those legs to get in position to do damage. Myeonbong forced off the point, don't get booped away. Biotic Grenade at his feet, but False, there's no follow-up damage on him there. Arnas are traded out. Pulse Bomb in hand for Aspire. Flora, he knows now can't escape, but if he gets the stick, but the Titans will settle for taking the point now. New York have to come up with a response.
Yeah, they chase Colosseo off of the point, and Massa's going to make his way back. As New York maybe give this one up, as that'll be the Titans taking our first point. As dude, New York was bouncing that comeback. They had it, dude.
This is the toilet bowl. This is the new toilet bowl. Sorry. That was just insane.
Nah, dude, New York, they were like...
No, I'm legitimately tilted. Okay, all right. I'm 30 plus now. You know, this high blood pressure stuff, apparently that's an issue at this age group. Okay. So, the Titans, look, I think Yaki tries to go to touch the point, keep overtime going on his own, and is overwhelmed by just the positioning of the Titans. They're all playing so close together, and the pulse bomb from Aspire doesn't even need to connect.
Aspire did a really nice job. One back cap in that one time, but then also keeping OT going, and then Skyripa being able to get that nano boost on the False, which was able to keep him alive. Big Biotic Grenade there from Myeonbong at the start, gonna force the Wraith Bomb out from Shockwave, as you'll have the Reaper plus Tracer here for the Titans.
They're really a different flavor for these teams on this map, which is just by necessity, right? Shockwave's able to pick Flora out of the bunch there, and he's in a great spot to further pressure Kellen down. Yeah, this is question time right now. Do New York have the chops to make this comp work and keep themselves alive in this map and prevent and avert a potential map 5?
I mean, you're going to be able to hold the door now if you're the Titans, right? You got the Reaper in the mix. You can brawl a little bit here. Seen how good Reaper is paired with the Zarya, but the Reaper has really good just personal survivability, right, with the lifesteal. So play a little bit more aggressive, but it looks like the Titans are totally fine with giving New York the space.
Oh, okay. Force a defensive Biotic Grenade there. That's going to allow New York to maybe play a little bit more further forward. Breakwalk used there. Note that Titans still have control of the point here, which is quite crucial. They're running out of defensive cooldowns though, except for that one. That's a big one, the sound barrier. Myeonbong taken down by Shockwave while he has an extra durability. Aspire knows now he doesn't really need to make use of this pulse bomb. This is very good looks from the Titans.
And New York actually ended up investing their nano into this fight as well. And they're going to use a pulse bomb. Do they still feel like they can win this?
Yaki's doing the Yaki thing, right? Or he just clenches his jaw and tries to hard carry the game.
Maybe they feel like coming back off the spawn. Yeah, maybe.
He's in deadlift position right now. He's 10 of 20 final blows right now as Yaki. New York still haven't had control at this point. Shockwave has been causing them issues. I think they're just not really used to his cadence right now on this Reaper. Sound barrier used by New York. They must get the point from this. Yaki has to convert all this pressure into the back line. It looks much better as Flora is able to get rid of False.
You still have Aspire here, juking around on the point. That'll be a headshot from Flora, taking him out. So New York able to flip. You'll have a Death Blossom here, and you'll have your Primal Rage. So False with his Primal Rage, and I believe you had Aspire there. Good enough to add another 15% or so on top of the Titans score. I think you're just looking at these Death Blossoms. Can anyone actually get something with it?
Yeah, both those Lucios must be on high alert here. If they can, reposition those enemy Reapers away from the back line, or their Arna specifically, that can really reduce the effectiveness of that ability.
You know Sleep Dart's out.
You know it's coming. Oh man, Shockwave played that perfectly. Knew that key defensive cooldown was no longer available for Myeonbong, and he punishes.
As soon as the Sleep Dart came out, you saw him it kind of registered oh wait, Sleep Dart's got it. He just made it. Yeah. He just went right towards him, just charged him down as he knew he was going to be able to take him out with the Death Blossom. Is relatively painless fight here for the Vancouver Titans to take this back. So still some ultimates online for New York.
Yeah, Nano so crucial here for False. It is New York that are trying to take the initiative, but they're pressing the back.
New York.
Pulse bomb connected for Yaki. Vancouver back to the point. They're down 2 players now. Just the 3 of them to work with. False is going to get blown up here. He needs to run. Yeah. Just give up the point. No need to give further roll percentage over. False is taken down though.
Yeah, you can give that up if you're the Titans, right? You built a huge advantage in terms of percentage. You come back now, you have your Pulse Bomb. You'll probably end up with a Sound Barrier, Primal Rage. You should be able to flip this and potentially send us to a 5th map.
99 to 47 and counting here. 5th map. Definitely up for grabs right now. Now from Myeonbong sends it straight towards Kellen, and Kellen goes FedEx into the back line. Sky Reaper taken down. The sound barrier comes a little late in the day. The Titans, okay, without their runner, they want to commit.
I was shocked they ended up doing that, as that's going to be the pulse bomb. And ended up taking Yaki.
What? You can't be serious. Okay.
Yaki maybe the walk over it or something, yeah.
But if he didn't have recall, he can't escape it anyway. Look, I'm not sure about what happened there, but still, it was enough for the Titans to get a huge advantage in this fight. Kellen's going to get brought down now. Reaching octaves we never thought possible. Hang on, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to parts unseen now. As New York have to use a sound barrier with only 3 players to benefit from it. Gangnam Jim getting pressured in the middle of the map, and Yaki has a pulse bomb. Where does this go? It has to be good. It's not quite there. Myeonbong's hit with a biotic grenade, but Shockwave is taken down. Ana on Ana action as Myeonbong eventually is picked out of the bunch. It's just going to be Gangnam Jim's healing, but Flora standing tall in the absence of that throughput now. Going to assist Kelvin and making short work of the Titans. And New York is still in it, Matt. Unreal.
All right, so New York, they battle back. They'll take the point in their favor. So the Titans probably thought they had that one won, as Shockwave with a Death Blossom. That'll be the only thing online here for the Titans to turn the point back in their favor to force this game 5.
It's got to be Shockwave. It's got to be Death Blossom. It's got to be now. Backing up. Okay, Kellen chases down Sky Reaper. It's a defensive Death Blossom there from Shockwave. Finds absolutely nothing, and somehow it's all fallen apart for the Vancouver Titans. They were so close, then it blows up in their face. It's 1 apiece here on Lijiang Tower. New York still have a chance to end the series.
It's like the first point looks like New York should just walk away with it, and then crazy stuff happens and the Titans turn out and win it. And the Titans have control there, control center. Then all of a sudden, it flips the other way. I have no idea who's going to win this point. Not a clue. As
not us, Matt. Not us. I'm just going to say that.
Well, it's like these. What's wild about it as well is the fights between these two teams and points and times round to round. like, it's not really close. Like, one team blows the other team out, then the next fight, like, the next round they blow the other team out and just go back and forth, back and forth.
And there, like, Shockwave was looking for a Death Blossom, but the rest of his team were just backed up because Kellen dove so effectively, pressuring their supports, and he was on his own there.
But what?
Ooh, okay. Aspire, apparently no chance to recall, not expecting the damage. Floor up, he's blooming. Love to see it.
All right, so the Titans gonna have to back up. Is just like headshots right off the rip. Laura take out Aspire. It's like he's got 1% ultra, like he barely made out of the spawn. Like, how did he end up taking him out that quick? Had to be just all headshots.
Definitely.
They dove right on top of Flora, so there he goes.
I mean, look, it's not easy to hit a soldier with a Bionic Grenade, especially at range like that. So Flora really, nothing you can do about that. No Zaya to cleanse that away. That's nice from Aspire, really clean from him and making it impossible for Kellen to sort of get towards that health pack, denying that.
I also think regardless of like who wins this series, right? Both of these teams, like, and I think like their fans, people who follow them and whatnot, like you kind of see that they can like reach a level where they can be and compete like at the towards the upper half of the West. It's just like, you know, just I think the toughest thing is, especially with like a league like this, like the league is so long and it's like so many days and different metas and stuff. They just gotta get consistent. You gotta bring the same game.
It's a marathon, right?
Yeah,
it's the long game you need to play. Shockwave, beautiful stuff there. Doesn't need attack visor. The nano boost gives him that extra stopping power that he needs. Flora tries to cheatly.
Like, look at this round.
Snipes away the Tracer.
New York comes out straight away, just like Flora just snipes the Tracer across map, then takes out Falls. And since then, it's been all the Titans. So that's just the 18% that New York gets at the beginning. So see how New York tries to progress here over the bridge.
Okay, Nano Winston plus attack visor from New York. So let's see what Kellen can do in terms of... Okay, Nano Primal immediately into the Primal Raid.
I think they've all come up!
Shockwave, look at the healing on Shockwave. Nice job there from Sky Reaper.
That is
incredible. Gotta acknowledge that.
Really keep him up. Yeah.
Gotta acknowledge that. Insane. And he's hit with a Bionic Grenade there as well. But I mean, I'm very impressed by that.
Sky Reaper's all he can, yeah.
That was interesting from Kellen.
They've woken up these Primal Rage Winstons, I feel like, a few times in this series, right?
Yes, I mean, it has. Sometimes, like, you're already shooting and they get hit. And,
yeah, that's true.
A bit of, so,
just a little bit unlucky.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, Nano in Primal there. We didn't sort of hold on to the Primal, which is interesting. Aspire just has to pick up this Mega and he's back to work. Yaki does not expect that. Soundberry here. So what did New York do behind this? They just sort of see it mirrored across the map for the time being. Oh, the timing is perfect there. Master lost all that overshield. Okay, created a lot of space, but False had the perfect answer to attack visor there. False, beautiful stick. That's stunning.
Nice. They take out Kellen now.
Wow,
Hold stick on the other side.
Okay, this is not a case of the both teams sort of being unsteady. This is a case of both teams actually really playing very well in the last few moments. Incredible Tracer play we just saw there. Yaki's hit with a Bionic Grenade, forced to recall away. Likely New York giving up a bit of space, but you know, they get Master here, and a lot of pressure now is going to go towards False, who gets given a nano boost. The Titans are going to try and stay here.
That is nice from Aspire as well. It's, the Titans in control of the point. And just like clips like that is why you want to see Aspire and Shockwave and some of the stuff we've seen from him in the series in playing as a duo is, you think they could just get better as the season goes on. Is Kellen will have Primal Rage again. Primal Rage and Nano. See what they do. Are they going to use the Primal first? Like the last time they kind of overlapped the two.
They did, yeah, which I thought was a bit odd, but I mean, okay, well that's an environmental kill there, should be. Yeah. Great stuff. I mean, that's very efficient, honestly. They did use a nano in that
They
fight.
nanoed the soldier, yeah.
Yeah.
So they ended up nanoing the soldier there. Not really even needed, but you never know how that fight was going to go. Now the Titans, they'll come back on offense here. This may be like your best chance.
I've been waiting a while to say this. I'll be honest. Time to saddle up, nerds. One fight in this now. New York trying to avoid. Oh boy! Yaki with that stick. Shockwave goes down, and that's it. That's what New York were looking for. They go up 95 to 99 now, and the Titans in no better position to assail this point, but they've got to go anyway. Fortune favors the bold here and there. Anything but afraid. Yaki sees a Spire, he's hit with a defensive body grenade, now going to be the tactical visor from Flora, forced away once more by False, but there's so much more support this time around. The Wince is in trouble. Sound barrier going to get used by New York here. Spire is down. Shockwave going for the tac visor, but he's caught by Kellen. Strong hands from the scientists as New York are looking to try and clean this up now. It's a slightly sad looking sound barrier for Massa, but it buys just a little bit of time, enough for Aspire to touch the point. Forced to recall now. Shockwave already in the chat, but New York have put this one to bed. In the end, quite an exciting finish, but for the Titans, their hopes go up in smoke.
So New York pulls it out in the end. Not the prettiest of wins, but they're able to get one on the board here. So yeah, the first 2 games of the season did not look good. They won 1 map combined in both of those. And today, they end up take the series 3-1. I'd also say for the Titans, you know, much better performance today. I think you have something to build on with this roster.
And you have options on that Titans team, right? We know that they've got access to Psycho and Mira if they can develop that threat. I mean, I ain't just talking about color schemes. Both these teams walk out of the game black and blue, though. It was an absolute brawl. And again, a really important, you know, chance to take the measure of these 2 teams. Now, I just want to point out, right, yes, you mentioned it's a longer season, right? It's a lot of games here, but the Titans now are 0-4 after their first 2 weeks here, which is tough because there's been some games that we've acknowledged that are genuinely winnable for them. It doesn't get much easier for them in the short term, Matthew.
This series was definitely winnable for the Titans. You can look at how they started. They started off with a map 1 win, and things just kind of fell apart from there. But even, you know, New York let them back in the game here on Lijiang Tower, Eichenwalde. There were moments where, you know, the Titans were out there spawn camping them. So, like, this was definitely a series that could have gone either way. Like, you could have saw this be a 3-0, 3-1 in favor of the Titans, and I wouldn't have been shocked, as I think these teams are relatively close.
Definitely one of the more volatile matches of Overwatch that we've seen, with both of these teams sort of finding, you know, a higher level. Maybe not spending all the game there, but able to show us these sort of bursts, you know, of prowess here. I've got to say, player of the match, a little bit hard to give here because there are multiple people on this New York roster that were able to shine, but in the end, it was definitely Yaki. Look, his output of damage and contribution to sort of kills was really important over the course of this entire series. Both he and Flora have upwards of 15 final blows on Lijiang Tower, so really doing a lot of work in that regard. But Yaki showing us that his Genji's still pretty darn sharp, as is that blade. And the punish here is crazy, right? There's no sound barrier at this point. Master just used it, and that really put the Titans in a tough spot.
I think though early you already see that is nice, using the ping system to figure out where he is. But I think already you see early, this team, New York, will go as far as Yaki can take them. You know, they are going to need him to play lights out, week in and week out to contend. And today, you know, he was able to put together a really good performance, whether it was on the Tracer, whether it was on the Genji, but you're gonna need a lot more of that for New York.
For previous fans of maybe the Mayhem or Yaki as a player, it's nice to see that those sort of outsized performances from Yaki translate now into wins, whether it's the team that he's on or the format now of, you know, Overwatch League being on 5v5. Regardless, he's able to have that impact as an individual that he hopes to, alongside Flora and the rest of the team. Good showing from New York, a good bounce back. Plenty of question marks hanging over both these teams' heads as we head, of course, into the rest of this stage. We'll be back on the other side of this break, ladies and gentlemen, to hear what our experts have to say. And I just, oh my God, I cannot wait. See you soon.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Kellen from NYXL. Hello, Kellen. How are you doing? 켈렌 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, congratulations on the win, and this is your first win, so big congratulations for the NYXL team and the fans. Now, of course, you and of course Vulcan from your team are the two rookies joining this year, but we've actually only seen you. So I want to ask you this question: as a rookie coming from Contenders, how has that transition been from Contenders or Tier 2 from to the Overwatch League? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 보면 이제 뉴욕 팀의 볼칸 선수도 있지만 저희가 볼칸 선수 아직 보지 못해서 이 질문을 켈렌 선수에게 드리고 싶습니다. 루키로서 이번에 이제 컨텐더스에 올라오면서 오버워치 리그로 오는 좀 과정이 어떠셨나요?
그냥 리그 선수들 하는 거 보면서 되게 멋지다 생각했는데 좀 힘든 순간도 있긴 했지만 그래도 열심히 해서 리그까지 와서 좋은 것 같습니다.
Right. You know, before when I was in Contenders, watching all the Overwatch League players, I really thought all of them were really good and really cool. So I'm really grateful to be here. And also, you know, there were some hardships. It wasn't easy all the way. I had some difficulties as well, but I tried my best. I gave it my all, and I'm here, and I'm very thankful to be here with the NYXL as well. All right. Let's be honest. So New York Excelsior. It's you guys. Your first week wasn't that. You guys had a pretty rough time in your first week, but I mean today you guys managed to get your first win. Would you say that you guys have finally found your footing? 두 번째 질문은 솔직히 말하면 이번 어떻게 보면 첫 주 뉴욕 엑셀시어의 첫 주가 좀 그렇게 순탄하지만은 않았던 것 같아요. 하지만 오늘 밴쿠버 팀과의 경기에서 좋은 모습을 보여줬고 이제 켈렌 선수가 보셨을 때 뉴욕이 조금 이제 어느 정도 준비가 됐고 편안해졌다고 좀 생각하시나요? 뭐 메타적이나 모든 면에서?
약간 이번 주 연습을 하면서 좀 감을 찾은 것 같고 오늘 대회 때 약간 다 떨어서 그런가 잘하진 못했는데 그래도 다음 경기 준비 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
다시 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요? 그 이번 주는 긴장을 하셨다고 그랬나요? 이번 주 뭐라고 하셨죠? 죄송합니다.
네, 오늘 경기는 약간 다 떨은 것 같아가지고 잘은 못한 것 같은데 경기력 자체가 이번 주 스크린 자체가 감을 좀 찾았다고 생각을 해서 다음 경기대도 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Alright, so this week I do definitely feel like our team has definitely found our footing. Today's match, I do feel like all of our teammates and our team were a little bit nervous, so we're too satisfied with our place, but I mean we've been scrimming a lot, practicing a lot, so I believe that we could put out a better performance next week for our next matches. All right, Kellen, thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win. 자, 켈렌 선수 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고 또 수고하셨습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you.
No toss back to us?
Thank you is good enough.
I think so.
I'm
guess
trying.
that will do.
I'm mixing it up, you know.
No, I like it. I like it. It's new week, new me, right?
Yeah.
Like, why not? Well, that was a match. All right. Wasn't easy to watch at some points. I'm not gonna lie. There were some pain points for both of those teams, but Kellen said it himself. Like they're not entirely happy with their performance. There were definitely some scrappy bits and bops in there, and you know everyone chimed in on it too. You know how people love to backseat game and like give some good advice, and some of the advice. The best advice you always get from people who've made the mistakes before.
Okay.
So let's take a look at the tweet from McGravy. He tried to warn them. Okay, he really tried.
Okay, I know. I think I know this.
This one's a freebie. Next one you have to pay for. Thank you, McGravy, throwing it out there.
Please get off Hog.
That was rough. I mean, they're winning the first one, the first map, and you're like, neat. Like, why not? Go Vancouver, pop off. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And then they're just straight up roll out on Hog, and you're like, really? Like, do we have to? Yeah, they kept it close. So we're definitely moments from both of those teams,
Right.
and we are bringing our expert Reinforce back in to break down the action as we revisit some of the highs and lowlights of that series. Reinforce, thoughts, feelings, anything you need to share?
I need an Advil. and it's not because of COVID. I mean, wow, that was a roller coaster right there. Back and forth. I mean, that's what Overwatch 2 is all about. 5 versus 5. We got to see some great mechanical skill. It was back and forth. Crazy match, Zoe.
I mean, it was not a clean one. Now, obviously coming into this, expectations were high on that New York roster. I guess it makes sense when Kellen says like they were nervous coming into it, because clearly people would just assume they have to win. I mean, you have star players like Yaki, you have Flora, you have people who've been in this league for a long time like Myeonbong and Gangnam Jin. Like, you should on paper perform well. Alas, they still looked a little scrappy. Can you just pinpoint that down to them being nervous? Or do you think they really just kind of struggle to wrap their head around the meta at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, nervousness can definitely play a part in decision making. The most surprising thing about the York Excelsior in my mind was just like that they had pretty odd decisions at the time. And we saw that, for example, on Lijiang Tower to wrap it up. Where they would just like leave their Myeonbong, the flex support, by himself, or like Kellen would try to go in while the rest of his team like tried to cap the point. Because the mechanical skill was not the issue for either of these teams, really. For the Vancouver Titans, I mean, I'm pretty happy on their behalf that they actually found something going for them and something where they're allowed to shine. You know, in the first series last week, we saw that Psycho was in the lineup for quite some time playing the Genji. Yesterday, it was yesterday, we saw that Mirror was playing for the Vancouver Titans instead, but now we're seeing Shockwave and Aspire in the lineup. And I think going into the season, this is what many people wanted to see. They wanted to see Shockwave playing alongside Aspire, and you know, some luck with the meta, I suppose, that Soldier Tracer ended up being such a strong composition. But it really frees up the Vancouver Titans to have several players of their team play to their strengths. And I think you saw today between the New York Excelsior, even though the decision making was a bit sloppy at times, and like the rotations and ultimate usage, you're like what's going on? Ultimately, it was a pretty fun match of like mechanical skill for both parts.
I do. Although Vancouver did lose, I think they had a better performance than the rest of the games.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So there is hope moving forward. Again,
Aspire, Shockwave, yeah.
I mean, again, it's just it is just week number 2. I think Matt and Mitch both stressed that as well. You know, it is a marathon. There's still a long way to go, so a lot for the teams to figure out. And there will be changes in the meta along the way, as we will be rolling out patches. We are playing on a beta at the moment, so there are changes coming to those heroes, and things can change at any moment's notice. So things will stay interesting. Speaking of interesting, there were definitely quite some moments, of course, throughout the day, which got us all hyped up and giddy. And one of them, for me personally, and that's why it made it into the best of the day, is our first reverse sweep of 2022. Yeah. That's something to celebrate. We got close to it in the first week, I think, in 1 or 2 matches. But alas, it finally happened, and it happened in the one game we really wanted to see going all the way, and that is, of course, Dallas Fuel going up against the Gladiators, and that came with some absolute highlights, some real candy for the soul, while seeing some of those players on some of their absolute signature heroes. So seeing Fearless rocking it out on that Winston, we saw Edison popping off on Tracer as well as the Reaper guy. We have Ans sniping out. Kevster was slicing and dicing to its heart's content. Shu was doing Shu things. Everyone had their moments, and I thoroughly enjoyed this match.
Hanbin is a god.
There is that too. Yeah, there is that
so good.
Too.
I mean, this match was, I mean, reverse sweep is a great thing, but like, it was just such a great match. It was so back and forth. I really enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, some just really, really good performances by both teams, which should make everyone excited to see more of both of those teams. Again, Gladiators now collecting their first L, and they have to head into a pretty rough next stage of this qualification round. With going up against the Atlanta Reign as well as the San Francisco Shock. Toronto is in the mix there as well. Now, Danny, what got you excited today?
Today, I mean, I have to talk about London Spitfire. Not because they won and I got my pred right, but I mean, I want to talk about Shax. I mean, he came in on Route 66, but he was just so good. He was phenomenal on that Tracer. I mean, I knew that he was a good Tracer, but I mean, today on this map, I think he had a really big impact. Like he landed so many pulse bombs on on the crucial targets, and just just being disruptive in the backline, just doing what he does best on Tracer and like what he needs to do to help out the team. I mean, everyone, I think Hadi also on that Winston was really good too, and also I think who was it that got the player of the match from London today? Do you remember?
It wasn't Shax.
Sparker.
Yeah.
I think it was Sparker, but I wanted to do my best of the day on Shax because he just had a really big impact.
I think
He deserved it. Also, fun fact, I don't know if that was shared on stream by our casters or
Was
not,
it that
but
Sparker?
Noah shared it with us in our stats chat. That's our new stats guru. And he said that, and I didn't know that, Shax actually came into the 2022 season with the #1 pulse bomb sticks all time in the league with 52%, which is pretty cool.
there you go. Don't sleep on Shax. I think we should like get Jaws down into to the truck and just like introduce like British foods and like stuff to Danny and maybe some like British foods and stuff like that. This isn't like way back, but I don't know if you guys
I would
remember
love to.
when Gesture was on Spitfire and like they had, I think it was Stylosa came into the team and just like, hey, I'm gonna teach you like some phrases, and then this Gesture was like, oh, let's go to the pub or something. It was Vance. So let's get Jaws down and fully convert you from a
Culinary
Spitfire
journey.
fan.
I would love to. I
To
don't
be
know.
fair, though, also, you remember when we had the lemon challenge in the
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah.
Gesture never even had a lemon. Like, I'm sure they have lemons where he's.
I never had. I mean, no one eats a lemon.
I literally eat lemons like apples. It's my favorite fruit.
Vitamins.
It's the best
Weird.
fruit. Very healthy.
You eat lemon? People just eat lemon?
Yes.
So you would I
I gotta fight you on that. Yeah,
Oh, I'm gonna eat a lemon.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, I
literally,
want
that's
really
weird.
something sour. I'm just gonna eat a
That's
lemon.
nothing
Eat
to
a
do
lemon
with
over an
pregnancy. Like
orange.
from childhood age, I always liked eating lemons. It's my favorite fruit. The more sour, the better.
I would say there's more people that haven't eaten like a whole lemon like
I
that.
think that's
than-
kind of weird. It's just
Yeah.
kinda weird. Anyway, Johnny, why don't you share your best of the day with us? I'm gonna fight you.
My best of the day. Well,
We'll talk about it.
I started out the day with a bit of a rant, so I guess now I have to make my apology video. So I'm making an apology video to all the Zarya players out there. Hanbin, he had a great performance.
I'm sorry, Zarya.
Yeah, Zarya. Credit to Hex, our producer, for that one. I love you, Hex. Because Hanbin had a great performance on the Zarya in today's match, and we can take a look at the stats yourself from that match. 7,641 damage per 10 minutes, 8.9 final blows per 10 minutes, and the average energy, I mean, is quite up there considering that you're playing 5 versus 5, right? So less damage incoming to absorb, etc. But I think that going into today's match, I had been sleeping a bit on the Zarya compositions because I do feel like they're quite limited in some way compared to the Winston and the Doomfist. But I have to give credit, and you can't get upset too upset at me, by the way, because no one has played Zarya Reaper like the way Dallas Fuel has so far. What they did today with Hanbin and Edison on that Reaper, engaging with the Zarya bubbles the way they did and how effective they were at it, it was quite amazing to watch, to be honest. And the Gladiators, they did their best at trying to counter it, out-navigate it, run around, etc., outflank them. But Dallas Fuel, I mean, they really showed why we consider them so highly after today's series, because they were so clutch and they were able to play these strategies and really make them work at a very high level.
Reinforce making amends. I need someone to make that meme, like that Drake meme, the no yes meme. So you go like, sorry, nah, but sorry, yeah. Like, it's gonna be great. I might make that one right after we're done here with the show. For now, though, we want to take a look at the schedule for the matches tomorrow because today felt really long. I don't know why, but
it was long.
The day that never ends.
I'm exhausted.
Was it? It actually wasn't.
No, it wasn't that long.
Actually, wasn't that long, but it felt long. But we have so much more to come tomorrow. We're kicking things off with potentially a banger of a match. The Houston Outlaws will take on the Florida Mayhem. Afterwards, the San Francisco Shock will take on the New York Excelsior. And then we're going to end out the day with the Paris Eternal and the Toronto Defiant. I am really excited for that very first match. Reinforce, you got your predictions for that one locked in and ready? Don't you?
Yeah. I heard Costas predicting Florida Mayhem.
Okay. And that helps you how exactly?
No, I mean, I'm already decided. I just figured I'd put it out there. I heard Costa is predicting Florida Mayhem in tomorrow's match.
Okay. Well, he is their biggest fan, right?
Yeah.
Just to make something up and he can't defend himself. Sure.
You know, I don't know. I think tomorrow is going to be hard to predict. Houston and Florida? Like,
well, you're playing with house money now. You're literally like up, I don't even know how many predictions. And thanks to the Mayhem, I am down in the board, so...
That is right.
That is right. Mayhem ruined it for me. Just saying, it wasn't me, it was the Mayhem. It was absolutely not me. No, I'm super excited for the matches tomorrow, and that's it for our Watchpoint post show. Danny and Reinforce, thank you, gentlemen, so much once again for joining me. Thanks to everyone who has been watching and cheering on their favorite teams. We will be back again, same time, same place tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for the Watchpoint pre-show at 11:30. And up until then, have a good night and goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Squeak it.
That's good.